Chapter 4167. The two experts were evenly matched, and all the emperor gods who were watching the battle were shocked to the extreme. It was truly difficult to determine a victor between the traversing divine being and the Dark Knight Emperor. Until the very end, no one could guess who would be the final victor. The Emperor of the Dark Knight looked as though he was on fire. Blazing divine light rushed out of his body, and the surrounding void was constantly being destroyed. He roared and charged towards divine venerable Sky Traverser with the heaven-breaking divine axe in his hand. His divine body was pierced by Sky Traversing Divine Warrior's spear earlier. Sky Traversing Divine Warrior's attack had completely triggered his murderous nature. Swoosh! The Dark Knight Emperor simply swung his axe at Divine, Venerable Sky Traversing Divine Venerable. He didn't use any fancy moves, but the power displayed was earth-shattering. Wherever the axe passed, the entire void collapsed. It was as though the axe was going to destroy the world. The destructive aura spread across heaven and earth, and everything under the axe was destroyed. Let's decide the winner with one move. The battle blood in Divine, Sovereign, Soaring Sky's body boiled. The Void Breaker spear in his hand emitted an unprecedentedly brilliant divine light. He gently shook the spear in his hand, and countless spear shadows immediately soared into the sky, meeting the heaven-shattering divine axe that was slashing down. Boom! The strongest divine weapon in Heaven Divine Realm and the strongest divine weapon in Dark Knight continent clashed. The two forces were enough to kill any emperor god below Great Emperor. No matter how nature-defying an emperor god was, it was impossible for them to block such a blow. No one knew how terrifying a full blow from a great emperor or an ultimate god was before this. However, everyone realized how powerful an ultimate god or an ultimate god could be after this. The two forces clashed, and a terrifying energy storm was formed in the next moment. Then it swept out in all directions with both of them as the epicenter. Wherever the energy storm passed, everything was destroyed. The energy storm spread, and the void was destroyed. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. The clansmen of Wong family on the mountaintop were scared out of their wits. Gu Fei continued to sit quietly on the rock on the mountaintop, as though he didn't see the earth-shattering scene. The ancestors of the Wong clan, on the other hand, were terrified. However, when this energy storm that could destroy everything arrived at the mountain where Gu Fei was, it disappeared thousands of feet away. The entire mountain was suppressed by a formless and powerful force. However, the mountain that Gu Fei was on could not be shaken. The mountain river cauldron was suppressing the entire mountain. Everyone in the Wong clan was shocked. At this time, it was pitch black outside the mountain. There was no light at all. The void had shattered and turned into primal chaos. The entire mountain was shrouded in primal energy. Amidst the chaos, two figures were fighting with all their might. The Dark Knight Emperor and the Flying Sky Divinity were still unable to determine the victor. They started fighting in the chaotic aura. On the other side, the outcome of the battle between Emperor God Mo Yuan and Emperor God Tatian had already been decided. Emperor God Mo Yuan was extremely powerful. Every punch was like countless stars exploding at the same time. The terrifying destructive power knocked the heaven trampler evil emperor thousands of miles away, and he kept coughing up blood. Everyone who witnessed this scene was indescribably shocked. Even Gu Fei did not expect Emperor God Mo Yuan to be so powerful. Of course, no matter how powerful he was, in Gu Fei's eyes, even Emperor God Mo Yuan was not strong enough. Heaven Trampler lost. The God Emperors of the Heaven God realm were shocked. One should know that the Heaven Trampler Evil Emperor was one of the 5 strongest God Emperors in the southern divine region. He could compete with the southern heaven god emperor. The heaven trampler evil emperor's 9 evils heaven art was the best in the southern divine region. However, today, the heaven trampling evil emperor who had dominated the southern divine region had met his strongest opponent. What should we do? Yun Xia, the son of the evil emperor, was shocked and angry. Why isn't Emperor Yun back yet? Yun Xia was extremely anxious, but there was nothing he could do because he could not interfere in a battle of this level. At this time, at the place where Wang Xuanji was going through the tribulation, Emperor Yun was still watching Wang Xuanji go through the tribulation. He did not make a move. He was waiting for the moment when Wang Xuanji was done. Wang Xuanji had already sensed Emperor Yun's arrival. Preposterous! Wang Xuanji was shocked and angry. The tribulation clouds in the sky were about to dissipate, but the vitality in his body was almost depleted. When the last bolt of tribulation lightning was blocked by Wang Xuanji, a shocking killing intent suddenly appeared, and a fist fiercely smashed into Wang Xuanji's body. In the next moment, Wang Xuanji did not even have time to scream before he exploded into a cloud of blood mist. How is this possible? Everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. That was Wang Xuanji, the strongest person in the Wang family. Old ancestor. On the mountain, Wang Xian and the other ancestors of the Wang family were even more dumbfounded. Didn't Master say that the profound sky ancestor would not die? Gu Fei still looked indifferent. Master, this Wang Xian looked at Gu Fei, who was sitting on the boulder with his legs crossed, in shock and anger. Gu Fei did not say a word. At this moment, the cloud of blood mist in the void suddenly moved and gathered together. In the blood light, a figure appeared. Soon, the blood light disappeared, and Wang Xuanji's figure appeared in everyone's sight. Roar! Wang Xuanji suddenly roared into the sky, and his voice shook the firmament. A strong pressure of an emperor god spread from his body, and the weather changed, and the sun and moon dimmed. How is this possible? Seeing this, Emperor Yun was shocked. He had been accumulating power for that attack just now. It was a shocking attack that could definitely kill all the god emperors. Even Emperor Yun's body had cracks on it. At this moment, the battle between the Dark Knight Emperor and the sky-traversing Divine Master was earth-shattering. Rumble. The Dark Knight Emperor held the sky-breaking divine axe and swung it at the sky-traversing Divine Master. Everywhere it passed, countless stars trembled, and huge stars exploded. The divine spear in the sky-traversing Divine Master's hand flew up, turned into an immortal light, and met the sky-breaking divine axe. Swoosh! That almost immortal divine light pierced through the void and blocked the peerless divine axe that was slashing down. The two divine weapons were blown away at the same time. At the same time, the two figures collided with each other. The void suddenly exploded, and the chaotic aura rushed out. At the next moment, the sound of bones breaking could be heard, and the sky-traversing Divine Master was sent flying. Both of his arms were bent in a weird way, and it was obvious that the bones in both of his arms were broken. As for the Dark Knight Emperor, he walked out of the destructive void step by step. At this moment, the Dark Knight Emperor's tyrannical divine body displayed powerful combat power, and his physical body could go against the peerless divine weapons. The sky-traversing Divine Master was obviously at a disadvantage. Ha! The heavenly god realm will be my world in the future. The Dark Knight Emperor laughed and said, "You." The sky-traversing Divine Master was so agitated that he spat out a mouthful of blood. If even he wasn't the Dark Knight Emperor's opponent, who else in the heavenly god realm could be the Dark Knight Emperor's opponent? At this moment, the sound of bones rubbing against each other could be heard from the sky traversing Divine Master's arms. The broken bones in his arms were connecting quickly, and his flesh, tendons, and bones were growing rapidly. In an instant, the sky traversing Divine Master's broken arms were completely healed. The sky traversing Divine Master grabbed with his right hand, and the strongest divine weapon in the heavenly God realm, the void-breaking divine spear, was caught in his hand. Buzz! The sky-traversing divine spear shook in his hand, and a powerful divine power of the void exploded from the divine spear. It instantly enveloped the area within a radius of 1,000 miles. Void Realm. The sky-traversing divine master displayed his final trump card. An ultimate god's domain was the most essential difference between an ultimate god and other god emperors. The place where an ultimate god formed a world of its own, and they were the supreme rulers of that world. The Dark Knight Emperor was immediately enveloped by the sky-traversing Divine Master's void realm. The Dark Knight Emperor was shocked. At the next moment, countless rays of bloody light burst out of his body. Without any warning, his powerful divine body was pierced through by a shapeless divine power, especially the bloody hole in between his eyebrows. It was even more shocking. There were god emperors who saw the scene, and they were quite shocked. Although the Dark Knight Emperor's eyebrows had been pierced by the sky-traversing Divine Master's domain power, he didn't die just like that. Dark World. The Dark Knight Emperor roared in anger, and a ball of black light emerged from his body. It instantly swallowed everything in the surroundings into darkness. The power of darkness that spread out from the Dark Knight Emperor's body opened up the sky, traversing Divine Master's void realm. Die! The Dark Knight Emperor's voice came from the darkness. At the next moment, countless rays of black light pierced through the sky, traversing Divine Master, and pierced through his void realm. Void extermination. With a thought, the sky-traversing Divine Master's void realm collapsed abruptly. The destruction formed a terrifying power that headed towards the Dark Knight Emperor. However, the Dark Knight Emperor's dark world swallowed everything. The mighty destructive power was swallowed by the power of darkness, and the power of darkness rose to a level that even the sky-traversing Divine Master was shocked. The Dark Knight Emperor's dark world countered the sky-traversing Divine Master's void realm. The sky-traversing Divine Master was at a disadvantage once again. Of course, although the Dark Knight Emperor could suppress the sky-traversing Divine Master, it wasn't an easy task to kill the sky-traversing Divine Master. However, the outcome of the battle was already determined. Rumble, the Dark Knight Emperor's dark world, continued to expand, and the sky-traversing Divine Master's void realm collapsed entirely. Even the sky-traversing Divine Master was almost swallowed by the dark world. The Dark Knight Emperor hid in the darkness, and he was already in an invincible position. When Gu Fei saw the scene, he still looked calm, and there wasn't any sadness or joy on his face. The few old ancestors of the Wang family saw the situation, and they were terrified. Chapter 4168. Sky-Traversing Ultimate God, who was known as the most powerful ultimate god in the Central Divine Territory, was still being forced to retreat by the Dark Knight Emperor despite holding the Divine Realm's most powerful divine weapon, the void-breaching Divine Spear. Buzz! The void shook as the Dark Knight Emperor's dark power continued to spread as though it was going to devour the entire world. It was extremely terrifying. Many stars were engulfed by the spreading darkness. Even the Emperor gods, who were watching the battle from afar, could feel the strong power that was emitted from the darkness, which could engulf the universe. The Emperor gods from the divine realm, were inexplicably shocked and quickly retreated further away. Only the mountaintop, where Gu Fei was still standing on the ground. Neither sky traversing ultimate God's void domain power nor the Dark Knight Emperor's dark power could shake the mountaintop. At that moment, the entire mountaintop was shrouded by the Dark Knight Emperor's dark power and fell into absolute darkness. Just when the Wong clan was in shock, a ball of divine light directly appeared above the mountaintop. A divine pearl was suspended above the mountaintop, like a divine sun emitting a bright light. This is Wong Xian, Wong, and the other Wong clan's old ancestors looked up at the divine pearl in the sky with fanatical eyes. That was a peerless divine pearl. Although the divine power fluctuation spreading from the divine pearl was extremely powerful, it did not make people feel uncomfortable or oppressed. That was because it was a refined divine pearl. If they could refine the divine power in that divine pearl, they might be able to reach the sky in a single bound and become a peerless ultimate god. How could the Wong clan not be shocked when the divine pearl Gu Fei took out was a peerless divine pearl? Boom! At that moment, an extremely shocking collision sound could be heard. The Dark Knight Emperor's dark world kept shaking as an extremely powerful force was attacking the dark world. The battle between the Dark Knight Emperor and sky-traversing ultimate god was not over yet. This battle caused the stars to shatter and the world to collapse. Not only did the Wong family's ancestral grounds no longer exist, but even the surrounding area of 50,000 kilometers was destroyed. Countless living beings died because of that. The pitch-black darkness enveloped a radius of 10,000 miles. All living creatures that were enveloped by the darkness were annihilated. Even God-Emperor existences were no exception. Of course, those God-Emperors of the heavenly God realm were not so foolish as to stand there and wait to be killed. Boom! Just when everyone thought that the battle was over, a loud noise was heard. Then they saw a beam of divine light penetrating the endless darkness and rushing out. Amidst the divine light, a powerful figure appeared indistinctly. That person held a divine spear in his hand, exuding a majestic aura. His clothes had already disappeared, revealing a well-built body. His eyes were countless times brighter than the stars in the sky. Its rampaging divinity. The God-Emperors of the heavenly God realm who were watching the battle couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised when they saw that person. I didn't expect your cultivation to increase by so much. Soaring divine, Venerable said coldly as he stared at the dark domain below. You don't seem to have made any progress. A voice rang out from the darkness. Then, the darkness that enveloped the area immediately retreated like the tide and entered a person's body. This person was the Dark Knight Emperor. Humph! So what if your cultivation has improved greatly? You want to kill me? What a joke! Flying Sky Hierarch said disdainfully. Arrogant and conceited brat. The Dark Knight Emperor stared at Flying Sky Hierarch and squinted his eyes. Cut the crap. Come again. Flying Sky Hierarch shook the divine spear in his hand and said in a deep voice, "Puffed, do you think I'm afraid of you?" The Dark Knight Emperor said disapprovingly, "Boom." At the very next moment, there was boundless black light that burst out from the Dark Knight Emperor's body again. The black light instantly enveloped 10,000 miles of land and engulfed Flying Sky Hierarch. Void destruction. Divine Sovereign Skypiercer roared furiously, and a powerful wave of spatial power immediately surged out from his body. The space around him immediately shattered and was destroyed. With Flying Sky Hierarch as the center, the entire void of the universe shattered and disappeared continuously. Even the darkness that spread out from the body of the Dark Knight Emperor was obliterated. What? The Dark Knight Emperor was shocked. He couldn't believe that this guy still had a trump card. At first, he thought that he would win for sure. But from the looks of it, it wasn't certain who would win. Absolute darkness. The Dark Knight Emperor was furious. He had no choice but to use his strongest domain power. In fact, he still had a trump card just now. These guys, at that moment, Gu Fei, who had been uninterested in the battle, couldn't help but shake his head. These two guys really had too many tricks up their sleeves. He reckoned that these two guys had been scheming for their entire lives. They were scheming against others and even themselves. Boom. Two powerful domain forces collided with each other. Void Destruction Force and Darkness Force. Both of these forces were terrifying destructive forces. No one would have thought that these two destructive powers would appear at the same time. The Dark Knight Emperor was the #1 expert in the Dark Knight continent. It was not surprising that he had mastered the darkness power. However, Flying Sky Hierarch was the #1 ultimate god in the divine realm's central divine territory and had mastered the void destruction power. An ultimate god who had mastered such power was very strong. He was a natural warrior and was destined to have an extraordinary life. Rumble, the two destructive powers, canceled each other out and collided with each other. The two supreme experts were desperately activating their divine powers. Every part of the Dark Knight Emperor's body was releasing powerful divine powers. He strode forward step by step, directly closing in on revered divinity traverser. Flying Sky Hierarch was also closing in on the Dark Knight Emperor. Every step they took would cause the entire void to tremble violently. The two experts' pace was shockingly synchronized. 10,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 100 feet. The distance between the Dark Knight Emperor and Flying Sky Hierarch was constantly shortening. Clang! In the end, the void-breaking divine spear and the heaven-breaking divine axe collided. The void destruction power and darkness power instantly erupted, and the two forces spread out in all directions. Everything in its path, whether tangible or intangible, was directly destroyed. Of course, except for the mountain that Gu Fei was on. An ancient cauldron was suspended in the sky above the mountain. The aura it emitted had stabilized the void, causing the mountain to be as stable as a primordial divine mountain. These two guys are quite capable. When Gu Fei saw this, he couldn't help but nod his head. The Dark Knight Emperor and Flying Sky Hierarch indeed had the ability to destroy heaven and earth. However, this was the heavenly god world. If they were to go to the upper realm, they might not even be able to destroy a small mountain. The more complete the laws of heaven and earth, the more stable the void was. The Dark Knight Emperor and Flying Sky Hierarch could move unhindered here, but it was impossible in the upper realm. Gu Fei was very clear about this difference. This was also the reason why he didn't let Zhou Zairu and Emo Xian out. In the immortal god world, they might be able to move unhindered, but in the heavenly god world, it was another matter. Here, they were just ordinary people. Master, these two are the strongest existences. Why don't you subdue them? Wang Xian said. From Wang Xian's point of view, if Gu Fei subdued these two, it would be equivalent to conquering the entire heavenly god world. Conquering the entire heavenly god world. Since ancient times, no one had been able to do it. If Gu Fei succeeded in conquering the entire heavenly god world, he would be the first realm lord in history. Of course, although the fatty often said that he was the realm lord of the heavenly god world with his cultivation, it was impossible for him to conquer the entire heavenly god world. At this moment, no one knew where the fatty had gone. Kill! Kill! At this moment, the two supreme experts who were confronting each other roared at the same time. In the next moment, boom! The two figures flew backwards at the same time. The divine weapons in the hands of the Dark Knight Emperor and Flying Sky Hierarch flew out. Eat my fist! The Dark Knight Emperor clenched his right hand and threw a punch at the sky-traversing divine venerable. Wherever the punch passed, the void was constantly annihilated. Preposterous! Flying Sky Hierarch roared. His divine body couldn't be compared to the Dark Knight Emperor's divine body. The Dark Knight Emperor's divine body was extremely strong, while Flying Sky Hierarch's divine body was slightly weaker. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and punch as well. Boom! The two fists collided instantly. In the next moment, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Then Flying Sky Hierarch staggered backwards, and his right hand was bent strangely. Flying Sky Hierarch was in so much pain that his vision turned black. However, he endured it and didn't show that he was in too much pain. Again, the Dark Knight Emperor took a step forward and punched towards Flying Sky Hierarch again. It was a simple and direct attack, but it actually displayed a shocking might. Boom! Flying Sky Hierarch was sent flying again. Almost all the bones in his body were broken and shattered. He was almost smashed by the Dark Knight Emperor's punch. "You're too weak," the Dark Knight Emperor said disdainfully. "What did you say?" When Flying Sky Hierarch heard this, he was shocked and furious. This guy actually said that he was too weak. However, if it was a divine body, Flying Sky Hierarch's divine body wasn't as strong as the Dark Knight Emperor's. Bam! Crack! Flying Sky Hierarch was like a sandbag as he was punched by the Dark Knight Emperor again and again. It was unknown how many bones in his body were broken. Damn it! Flying Sky Hierarch was almost going crazy. Ever since he cultivated the divine fruit of Wei, he had never been in such a sorry state. To him, this was absolutely a great humiliation. Humph! The Dark Knight Emperor didn't stop until Flying Sky Hierarch was beaten into a pig's head. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei was speechless. Was this guy, the Dark Knight Emperor, humiliating Flying Sky Hierarch? The Dark Knight Emperor had once fought with Flying Sky Hierarch. In that battle, the Dark Knight Emperor suffered a great loss and had to return to the Dark Knight continent to recuperate for countless years. There was a great hatred between these two guys. Chapter 4169. The battle between the Dark Knight Emperor and the heaven-traversing divinity alarmed the entire heavenly god realm. This was because this was a showdown between the strongest experts of the heavenly god realm and the Dark Knight continent. The outcome would decide the fate of both worlds. The two supreme cultivators were evenly matched. Their cultivation bases were about the same, and their weapons were also the most powerful divine weapons in their respective worlds. Even the divine abilities they had cultivated could not be distinguished. At the end of the battle, even the heavens and earth were blasted apart, and their respective divine weapons were also sent flying. The Dark Knight Tharch and the heaven-traversing divinity fought with their divine abilities and weapons. In the end, they didn't even need to use their divine abilities and weapons and could only rely on their physical bodies to fight. As a result, the heaven-traversing divinity of the heavenly god realm was out of luck as he was directly beaten into a pig's head by the Dark Knight Emperor. Bang! 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 Concentrated sounds of collisions rang out. The Dark Knight Emperor's punches landed on flesh, and every single one of them ruthlessly smashed onto Traversing Divine Lord's face, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Traversing Divinity's teeth were all knocked out, and his bloody teeth flew out of his mouth. "Eat my last punch." The Dark Knight Emperor made a 360-degree turn and punched Flying Divine Venerable's nose with his right fist. Kacha! The sound of bones shattering rang out, and the entire bridge of the sky traversing Divine Lord's nose was directly smashed. Even his face caved in, and his entire face was squeezed together. It was a bloody mess, and he looked extremely hideous. The god emperors of the heavenly god realm were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. He was the #1 ultimate god in the heavenly god realm's central celestial territory, the strongest existence. How could he be beaten up so badly? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Traversing divinity was sent flying hundreds of thousands of miles away by the Dark Knight Emperor's final punch, smashing directly into a savage ancient land. Boom! The entire savage, desolate ancient land shook, and dust filled the air. Roar! Right at this moment, a furious roar resounded from the depths of the ancient desolate grounds, and then the heavens and the earth changed. Boundless energy of the heavens and the earth converged madly towards the ancient desolate grounds. In an instant, the weather changed and the sun and moon lost their light. What happened? Everyone was indescribably shocked. This is bad. Lord Hung Tian has barged into the God-forbidding desolate region. Someone exclaimed. What? That's the legendary forbidden land of the southern divine region. The God-forbidding desolate domain. The God Emperors of the heavenly God realm were all shocked. The God Isolation Despair region was a primordial ruin, and even after countless years had passed, this ruin still hadn't been obliterated by the energy of time. That was a place that none of the gods in the heavenly God realm dared to set foot in. That was because too many gods had died there. It didn't matter if they were human gods or outlander gods. As long as they entered, they wouldn't be able to come out. There were broken walls and skeletons everywhere in this area. There were true dragon divine bones that had been scattered by the wind and sun for tens of thousands of years, and divine phoenix true bones that were embedded in the pillars. Most of them were human bones. On the ground, in the bushes, among the rocks, there were human bones everywhere. There were no animals or people here. Not even an ant or a moth could be seen. There were only unknown weeds growing in the cracks of the rocks and trees on the ground. In the God-forbidding desolate domain, there were even peerless divine medicines growing. It was those peerless divine medicines that had caused the death of countless living beings, especially the human race. It should be known that peerless divine medicines were treasures regardless of whether it was to the human race or other outlander races. Consuming the peerless divine medicines would allow one to obtain great power. To any living being, this was a fatal temptation, and it was worth the risk. However, for countless years, there was no one who could walk out of the God-forbidding desolate domain alive. Naturally, there was no one who could obtain the peerless divine medicines inside. There was great danger in the God-forbidding desolate domain. Even God Emperors didn't dare to enter, let alone a hierarch. However, on that day, traversing hierarch was actually punched into the God-forbidding desolate domain by the Dark Knight Emperor. Endless smoke and dust rose in the God-forbidding desolate domain. In the next moment, there was a terrifying burst of divine power in every corner of the God-forbidding desolate domain. The void that was enveloped by the divine light was directly annihilated, forming a black hole. Looking down from the sky, there were black holes everywhere in the God-forbidding desolate domain. Everyone was shocked to the extreme when they saw the scene. No wonder those living beings who had entered the God-forbidding desolate domain disappeared. The destructive power in the God-forbidding desolate domain was too terrifying. Roar. A terrifying roar came from the center of the God-forbidding desolate domain. There was a divine hall there, an ancient and complete divine hall. It was the only complete building in the entire God-forbidding desolate domain. The entire divine hall was shaking, and a shocking power was awakening in the divine hall. There are living beings in the God-forbidding desolate domain. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. At that moment, there was a huge pit where traversing hierarch fell, and a figure was climbing out of the pit with difficulty. Roar! Traversing hierarch climbed out of the pit and stood beside it. He roared at the sky. His face was covered in blood, and his body was stained with blood. He was in an extremely sorry state. He stretched out his right hand, and a divine light immediately flew over from the sky. He grabbed it in his hand. The divine light dissipated, and a divine spear appeared in Traversing Hierarch's hand. With the spear in his hand, Traversing Hierarch's aura immediately became different. A powerful aura erupted from his body. "Dark Knight, do you dare to come in and fight?" Traversing Hierarch raised the divine spear in his hand and shouted at the Dark Knight Emperor, who was outside the god forbidding desolate domain. "Ha!" The Dark Knight Emperor suddenly laughed out loud. "What are you laughing at?" Traversing Hierarch said coldly, "Do you think I don't know what this place is?" The Dark Knight Emperor's face turned gloomy. "I'm asking if you dare to come in and fight." Traversing Hierarch stared at the Dark Knight Emperor and said, "Then do you dare to come out and fight?" The Dark Knight Emperor stared at Traversing Hierarch. "TSK, what Dark Knight Emperor? You are just a cowardly guy," Traversing Hierarch said in disdain. "Humph, humph. Come out first." The Dark Knight Emperor suddenly looked at Traversing Hierarch with a smile that didn't look like a smile. Damn it! Traversing Hierarch held the divine spear in his hand, and his battle intent was like a rainbow. The wounds on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. He wanted to provoke the Dark Knight Emperor into entering the god-forbidding desolate domain, but the Dark Knight Emperor didn't fall for it. At that moment, Traversing Hierarch was surrounded by countless black holes. There were even black holes in the sky. It was definitely not an easy task for him to come out from the god-forbidding desolate domain. Interesting. Gu Fei suddenly stood up from the top of the mountain and looked at the god-forbidding desolate domain. There was actually such a place in the southern divine region. He could feel that this place was different from the others. Chapter 4170. Gu Fei was a little surprised that the southern divine region of the heavenly god realm had a god prohibition desolate region. Those emperor gods, and even the ultimate gods in the heavenly god realm, could not sense the difference in the god prohibition desolate region, because the living beings in the heavenly god realm had never left the heavenly god realm. In the heavenly god realm, no one knew the essential difference between the god prohibition desolate region and the aura of other places. Gu Fei, on the other hand, could tell at a glance. The god prohibition desolate region's aura was another kind of aura. The aura of heaven and earth was unique. Every different heaven and earth had a different mark, which could not be duplicated, as it was unique. Even if it was the same supreme existence that could split the heavens and earth apart, the different heavens and earth opened up would also be unique. The heavenly god realm is not that boring after all. There are still some surprising places. Gu Fei looked at the god prohibition desolate region in the distance and muttered to himself, "Master," Wang Xian, and the others were surprised to see Gu Fei suddenly stand up. Boom! At that moment, the divine palace in the center of the god prohibition desolate region suddenly erupted with an extremely powerful energy fluctuation. Everything within 1,000 feet around the divine palace was instantly crushed. Even the ground below the divine palace was the same. The entire divine palace was suspended in the void, with powerful and terrifying black lights surrounding the divine palace. Each of the black lights directly tore the void between heaven and earth. Everyone was dumbfounded to see that scene. Boom! Another loud sound came from the inside of the temple. It seemed like something was about to rush out of the temple. What's that? Ferocious Divine Master was not very far from the divine palace. He was shocked when he heard the sound and the vibration under his feet. At that moment, the black holes around him were gradually becoming smaller, and the annihilated void was constantly being repaired, but the speed was not very fast. However, Ferocious Divine Master dared not take the risk. As the #1 ultimate god in the central divine territory, He knew that the desolate region had devoured more than one ultimate god. He did not want to die there. Is it a prison? Gu Fei smiled and said, Prison? Wang Xin and the others were confused as they did not know what Gu Fei was talking about. Boss. At this moment, a figure appeared at the top of the mountain. This person carried a large halberd and was dressed in a Taoist robe. He was fair and chubby. Who else could it be but Fatty? Gu Fei didn't ask what this guy was doing, because even if he asked, if this guy wasn't willing to tell the truth, it would be useless. The battle between the Dark Knight Emperor and the heaven-traversing divinity could not continue for the time being. The battle between Mo Yuan and Emperor God Tatian had also come to an end. Emperor God Mo Yuan had defeated Emperor God Tatian directly, which was a result that everyone found hard to accept. When the Cloud Emperor went to kill Wang Xuanji, he originally thought that Wang Xuanji had just passed the heavenly tribulation and was extremely weak, so he would be able to kill him with a single strike. However, although Wang Xuanji was blasted into a bloody mist by the Cloud Emperor's attack, he immediately recovered. Wang Xuanji instantly reassembled his divine body. He threw a punch at Emperor Yun. With a look of disdain, Emperor Yun stretched out his right hand to grab Wang Xuanji's fist, grabbing it in one swift motion. However, at the moment when Emperor Yun's hand grabbed Wang Xuanji's fist, a powerful divine power exploded from Wang Xuanji's fist. Emperor Yun's hand that grabbed Wang Xuanji's fist shook violently. Then his entire palm exploded into a bloody mist. Roar! Emperor Yun roared and quickly retreated. The next moment, his right hand that had been blasted into a bloody mist grew out again as if it had never been injured. 1,000 miles of Star River. Wang Xuanji roared in anger and immediately displayed his trump card. Countless stars appeared in the void and turned into a Milky Way, blasting towards Emperor Yun on the opposite side. This Emperor Yun was shocked and angry. He couldn't even take down a guy who had just passed the heavenly tribulation. How embarrassing! Boom! With a loud bang, Emperor Yun was directly blasted dozens of miles away. The dignified Emperor Yun actually did such a despicable and shameless thing. I have learned a lot today. Gu Fei stared at Emperor Yun in the distance and said disdainfully, Humph, what do you know? Those who achieve great things don't bother about trifles. Emperor Yun said coldly, Hee, they're all sanctimonious guys. Gu Fei shook his head. What did you say? How dare you say that I'm sanctimonious? Emperor Yun was displeased, very displeased. Go to hell. Emperor Yun used his strongest strength. He pushed his hands forward, and the entire world was annihilated under his hands. It was extremely terrifying. Starblade slash. Wang Xuanji roared. As he stretched out his right hand, endless starlight descended from the sky. In the next moment, the shadow of a blade appeared in his hand. It wasn't a real artifact. It was just the power of the blade that Wang Xuanji had evolved with his supernatural power. Swoosh! Wang Xuanji directly slashed at Emperor Yun without any hesitation. The dazzling blade radiance directly fell on Emperor Yun's head. Humph! Just a small trick. Emperor Yun stared at Wang Xuanji. His hands were still pushing forward. The saber light that rushed out of Wang Xuanji's hand directly cut through the heavy force and slashed directly in front of Emperor Yun's brow. As long as his saber light fell down, Emperor Yun would be cut into two with one slash. However, Emperor Yun was one of the 5 strongest god emperors in the southern divine region. It wasn't an easy task to kill this guy. Clang! The blade radiance landed on Emperor Yun's hand and actually made a crisp sound of metal colliding. How is this possible? His hand is even more powerful than the blade. Seeing this scene, many people couldn't believe what they were seeing. Preposterous. Wang Xuanji only felt that his palm was shattered. It was extremely painful. He never thought that the counterforce would be so strong. Boom! The Cloud Emperor made his move. In an instant, he closed in and struck out with his palm. Wang Xuanji hurriedly punched at Emperor Yun's palm. Rumble, like two huge stars colliding, the terrifying power of destruction spread out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, sand and stones flew, and the sun and moon dimmed. Wang Xuanji and Emperor Yun flew back at the same time. No one expected that a guy who had just passed the heavenly tribulation would be so strong that he actually dared to fight Emperor Yun. That was Emperor Yun, the 5 strongest god emperors in the southern divine region of the heavenly god realm. He was almost invincible in the southern divine region. Chapter 4171. Wang Xuanji was the ancestor of the Wang family. He had lived for countless years and once dominated the southern divine region, competing with the South Heaven God Emperor for the Emperor Fruit. Of course, although Wang Xuanji was known to have a heaven-defying physique and a cultivation that was almost invincible below the Emperor realm, he still lost to the South Heaven God Emperor in the end. Back then, Wang Xuanji fought with the South Heaven God Emperor, who had yet to become an emperor. He was seriously injured and on the verge of death, but his internal injuries could erupt at any time. However, his will to live was extremely strong. If it was anyone else, they would have died long ago. For some reason, he couldn't die. Wang Xuanji was already a half-step god emperor after countless years of accumulation. Even though he had internal injuries, he still didn't give up on becoming an emperor. Until today, he finally succeeded. Today, as an emperor, I shall conquer the world and sweep away all enemies for master. Wang Xuanji roared at the sky. His chest rose and fell as he took a deep breath. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth immediately gathered toward him and entered his body. Divine lights like spirit snakes could be seen swimming under Wang Xuanji's skin. Sweep away all enemies? You? Emperor Yun said disdainfully. No matter how heaven-defying Wang Xuanji was, he was only an emperor who had just become a god emperor. How could he be a match for one of the 5 strongest god emperors in the southern divine region? Kill! Wang Xuanji exhaled and shouted. With a wave of his hand, a galaxy descended from the sky and collided with the Cloud Emperor. Petty tricks! Emperor Yun stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. Rumble! A mist as heavy as a divine mountain immediately emerged and directly collided with the Milky Way that was rushing over. In the next moment, the river of stars shattered, and a terrifying destructive power erupted. The entire world collapsed and shattered, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared between the heavens and the earth. The mist shot out by Emperor Yun could actually obliterate a galaxy. The next moment, the fog surged, and powerful figures appeared in the fog. Wang Xuanji was shocked to see this. What kind of divine ability was that? At this moment, the figures in the mist rushed out and pounced towards Wang Xuanji, each of them bursting with a shocking, murderous aura. The killing intent unleashed by the countless fogmen formed by the fog was earth-shattering. What is that? Wang Xuanji threw a punch at a misty figure that was charging at him. Violent star power erupted from his fist like a star exploding, destroying everything in its path. The misty man directly collapsed in the void, turning back into mist. However, in the next moment, the fogman actually condensed again and punched Wang Xuanji in the chest. A dull sound of impact rang out. Wang Xuanji felt as if he had been hit by a divine mountain and was sent flying backwards involuntarily. At this time, countless mist men blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they pounced towards Wang Xuanji. Ha! What do you mean by sweeping away all your enemies? You can't even defeat me, so who can you sweep away? Emperor Yun's voice resounded in the fog. Wang Xuanji was instantly drowned by the misty figure army. At this time, in another part of the starry sky, there was a supreme great emperor-level divine power. It was the divine power of the true Dragon Emperor and another ultimate god that came directly from the starry sky. Countless stars shook violently under the pressure as if they would fall from the starry sky at any time. All the emperor gods were shocked. Another great emperor-level battle was still going on. The mysterious ultimate god was extremely powerful and could actually fight endlessly with the true Dragon Emperor without losing. Roar. A terrifying dragon's roar resounded as countless stars in the depths of the starry sky collapsed in an instant. The entire starry sky was illuminated by the bright starlight of the exploded stars. A huge dragon appeared in the starry sky. The huge dragon was so huge that its pair of dragon eyes were bigger than the stars. The huge dragon swung its tail and directly sent the mysterious ultimate god flying hundreds of thousands of miles away. He crashed into 3 stars and kept coughing up blood. Divine flame of annihilation. The mysterious ultimate god raised his hand, and countless divine flames rushed out from his body. They turned into fire blades and slashed at the huge dragon. The huge dragon was too huge, and it could not dodge at all. The fire blades slashed on the dragon's body, and its scales and flesh splattered everywhere. There were many wounds on the huge divine body. The blood essence of the true dragon was extremely domineering. Even the terrifying divine flame from the fire blades could not evaporate the true dragon's blood. The divine flame of annihilation could not hurt the true dragon, but the power of the fire blades could not be underestimated. They could easily break the thick scales of the huge dragon. It was a lose-lose situation. At this time, the battle between Emperor God Mo Yuan and the heaven-trampling evil emperor had come to an end. The heaven-trampling evil emperor was defeated, and almost all the divine generals and divine soldiers that he brought with him were killed by Emperor God Mo Yuan. Only a small portion of them managed to escape. The son of the evil emperor, Yun Xie, had already escaped when he saw that the situation was not good. The 5 strongest emperor gods in the southern divine region are just SOSO. Emperor God Mo Yuan looked in the direction that the heaven-trampling evil emperor had escaped to and looked disdainful. Emperor God Mo Yuan returned to the top of the mountain and bowed to Gu Fei. Gu Fei nodded and took out a divine elixir and threw it to Emperor God Mo Yuan. "Thank you, Master." Emperor God Mo Yuan caught the elixir and was pleasantly surprised. He quickly swallowed it. Because he swallowed too quickly, he started coughing. The next moment, a layer of faint divine light appeared on Emperor God Mo Yuan's body, and the wounds on his body healed at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. This Wang Xian and the rest were shocked when they saw this. What kind of divine elixir was this? It could heal Emperor God Mo Yuan's wounds instantly and restore him to his peak state. One should know that Mo Yuan was an emperor god. Ordinary divine elixirs were useless to him. In order to heal an emperor god, it must be a peerless divine elixir. Boom. The next moment, a powerful divine aura exploded from Emperor God Mo Yuan's body. Not only did his wounds heal, but his cultivation base also seemed to have improved a lot. The divine elixir that Master gave Emperor God Mo Yuan was definitely a peerless divine elixir. The way Wang Xian and the others looked at Gu Fei had changed. Gu Fei was too mysterious in their eyes. No matter how they looked at it, Gu Fei was just a divine man. He was not even a divine king. However, he was a ferocious man who could kill an emperor god and destroy the universe with a flick of his finger. Moreover, the elixir that Gu Fei threw out casually was a peerless divine elixir. Where did he come from? Wang Xian and the rest were curious. Although they were curious, they did not dare to ask. One should know that their lives were in the hands of Gu Fei. He could destroy their bodies and souls with just a thought. I will never forget Master's kindness of giving me a new lease of life. Emperor God, Mo Yuan, knelt down in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei did not care about Emperor God, Mo Yuan at all. He only lifted his head and looked at the palace in the center of the God-forbidding desolate zone. Boom, boom, boom. There were continuous banging sounds, and the entire ancient palace was shaking violently. Not only were there ancient and mysterious divine patterns faintly visible on the palace, but they were also intertwining with each other. There was a strong power that suppressed the entire palace. What is that? It is trapped in the ancient palace. Someone was muttering. Who knows? The God-forbidding desolate zone has existed for countless years. It must have existed since ancient times. An emperor god from the older generation stared at the palace with a solemn expression. The palace floated in the void, and the living beings in it were hitting the palace continuously. However, although the palace was shaking violently, they could not break through the palace and dash out. Then, God-traversing sky, who was trapped in the God-forbidding desolate zone, sat down and recuperated. Seeing this, the Dark Knight Emperor rushed to the mountain where Gu Fei was and landed on the top of the mountain. Master, Emperor Dark Knight, knelt down in front of Gu Fei directly. Who is that person? Emperor Dark Knight addressed him as Master. The Emperor gods in Heaven God world were dumbfounded. Emperor Dark Knight, the #1 expert in Dark Knight continent, addressed the young man in black as Master. Gu Fei just grunted and didn't look at the Dark Knight Emperor. Emperor Dark Knight stood up and retreated to the side. Let me lend you a hand. Gu Fei muttered and opened his inner world. He took out a divine spear and threw it at the ancient palace in front of him. Swoosh! The divine spear broke the sky and stabbed the ancient palace. Kacha! The divine spear stabbed into the ancient palace. Roar! The next moment, there was a terrifying roar in the ancient palace. Then, the divine spear that was stabbed into the ancient palace suddenly flew out. Then, there was a gush of black air that gushed out from the hole in the divine spear. Master, this Emperor God Mo Yuan and Emperor Dark Knight were shocked when they saw this. Why did Master let the living creature out of the ancient palace? Gu Fei ignored Mo Yuan and the others. He waved his hand, and the battle spear flew back from afar and landed in Gu Fei's hand. Then he threw it into his inner world. The living creature in the ancient palace turned into a black fog and rushed out of the ancient palace. The black fog floated up and gathered into a black cloud above the palace. A terrifying aura burst out from the black cloud. Even Gu Fei himself felt frightened. What kind of living creature was in the ancient palace? The black cloud in the sky rolled violently, and a terrifying destructive aura spread in all directions. Everyone stared at the black cloud above the ancient palace in fear. The black clouds continued to converge and shrink. Soon, a figure appeared in the black clouds, and the black clouds directly entered the figure. A living creature appeared in the black cloud. That is, seeing this living creature, everyone was shocked to the extreme. This living creature was different from all the known divine beasts in Heaven God realm. This was an unknown ancient living creature that had never been seen before. Chapter 4172. The God-forbidding domain was actually a prison of heaven and earth. Someone had used a supreme divine power to turn a part of the world into a prison and seal the mysterious creature inside the ancient shrine. The mysterious creature was also impressive. It was still alive after being sealed for countless years. It was even attacking the seal of the ancient shrine in an attempt to break out of the prison. Gu Fei was very curious about where the creature had come from. He had the eternal real bone and had nothing to fear, so he threw out a divine spear. The divine spear broke through the restrictive power of the God-forbidding domain and pierced into the ancient shrine. The extremely hard ancient shrine was pierced through by the divine spear thrown by Gu Fei. 2/3 of the spear had pierced into the ancient shrine. The next moment, an earth-shattering roar was heard from the ancient shrine. The divine spear that had pierced into the ancient shrine was knocked away by a powerful force that erupted from within the shrine. The divine spear that Gu Fei had taken out was naturally a peerless divine weapon, which was why it could pierce through the ancient shrine. Even though it had been knocked away, it was still intact. If it had been any other divine weapon, it would have been shattered. Whoosh! Gu Fei waved his hand, and the divine spear turned into a ray of divine light that rushed over from afar. He caught it in his hand and threw it into his inner world. On the mountaintop, everyone looked at Gu Fei with fanatical eyes. Gu Fei had casually thrown out peerless divine pills and divine weapons as if they were worthless to him, to Wang Xin and the others. Even if they had to use a mountain of spiritual stones and divine stones to exchange for a peerless divine pill or a peerless divine weapon, it would still be worth it. It should be known that peerless divine pills and divine weapons were priceless treasures. At this moment, the creature that had been sealed in the ancient shrine finally showed itself. In the endless black gas, a human-shaped creature was faintly discernible. 2 spots of blood-red light flickered in the black gas. Those were the creature's eyes. The black gas naturally could not block Gu Fei's vision. Under Gu Fei's gaze, every inch of the creature's body was clearly displayed in front of him. What is this? When Gu Fei saw the creature that escaped from the Bone Palace, he frowned. The creature's body was covered in black scales. It had a humanoid shape with long legs and arms. There were 2 goat horns on its head and a goatee on its chin. It was a human-shaped goat with scales all over its body. This was the first time Gu Fei had seen such a creature. Naturally, all the god emperors of the heavenly god realm had never seen such a creature before. All of them were indescribably shocked. "Ha ha, your daddy is finally out." That mysterious creature threw its head back and laughed. It was incomparably crazy. Violent energy erupted from its body, tyrannical to the extreme. The expressions of the god emperors of the heavenly god realm changed immediately. Rumble, the entire heaven and earth trembled as a terrifying demonic might shook heaven and earth. "It's a demon!" Gu Fei's expression was still calm. However, those fellows from the Wang family on the mountaintop were quite frightened by the demonic might. These god emperors of the heavenly god realm had never seen such a powerful demon before. It was even more powerful and terrifying than the legendary demon emperor. No matter which world it was, there would always be some people who wanted to use extreme methods to obtain great power. Becoming a demon was a shortcut to obtain great power. Of course, how to become a demon was a technical problem. It was difficult for some people to become a demon, but there were people who could instantly become a peerless demon. The demonic aura that erupted from the mysterious demon was monstrous. The god emperors who were watching the battle all felt a great pressure from the mysterious demon. So much blood and flesh. Good, very good. A powerful divine sense spread out from the God-forbidding desolate domain and instantly enveloped the entire heaven and earth. The God Emperor's aura was incomparably powerful. To a demon expert, it was comparable to a peerless divine medicine, especially for a demon like the mysterious demon who had been sealed for countless years. The mysterious demon wanted to recover his vitality as soon as possible. Just then, the mysterious demon's crimson eyes lit up. He took a deep breath, and countless spiritual energy in the God-forbidding, desolate domain immediately gathered towards him. Even the 3 black holes near the mysterious demon were forcibly sucked in by him and swallowed in one gulp. After swallowing the 3 black holes, the mysterious demon's flesh swelled up as though it was inflated. His originally skinny body became extremely muscular. The demonic might that erupted from the mysterious demon became even stronger, and the entire God-forbidding desolate domain shook. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. The void around the mysterious demon's body became unstable. Only Gu Fei stood on the mountaintop with his hands behind his back. He looked at the ferocious, mysterious demon with a calm face. The Wang family was protected by Gu Fei. Although they were shocked, they were not worried that they would be targeted by the demon. This guy, traversing divine God, who was trapped in the God-forbidding desolate domain, was frightened. At that moment, a wave of divine consciousness enveloped the sky, traversing divine, venerable, **T. Traversing divine God was really shocked. He stood up from the ground and grabbed the void-breaching divine spear that was inserted next to him. An ultimate God's divine might immediately erupted from traversing divine God's body. Boom! With a loud bang, the mysterious demon suddenly attacked and blasted the ancient shrine floating in the void. Everyone was taken aback by his words. "Humph, trying to trap me?" the mysterious demon said disdainfully. Everyone was dumbfounded. "Little guy, come here." The mysterious demon stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed traversing divine God. Rumble! A huge palm immediately appeared between heaven and earth, causing the entire world to darken. The demonic power that erupted from the huge palm was extremely powerful. Traversing divine God is doomed. Everyone was inexplicably shocked to see that scene. Hee. On the mountaintop, the Dark Knight Emperor gloated at traversing divine God, who was trapped in the God-forbidding desolate domain. Roar! Traversing divine God roared angrily, and a terrifying sound wave spread out. The void around him directly exploded. At the same time, the void-breaching divine spear in traversing divine God's hand turned into an immortal divine light. Wherever it passed, the void was silently annihilated. It was extremely terrifying. However, to everyone's astonishment, the giant hand descended from the sky and directly extinguished the beam of divine light that shot into the sky. In the next moment, a huge spear appeared in the void and was grabbed by the mysterious demon. What Hierarch traversing sky's shock was no small matter. His divine weapon had actually been snatched away by this fellow. Rumble! The huge demon hand obliterated. Damn it! Traversing divine God desperately circulated his divine power in an attempt to block the demon hand descending from the sky. However, the annihilating demon hand was invincible. The huge hand continued to obliterate. The endless divine powers that traversing divine God had unleashed were all ruthlessly obliterated by the huge hand. Boom! As the demon hand descended, traversing divine God was directly slapped by it. In the next moment, his entire body directly collapsed and turned into a cloud of blood mist. The mysterious demon opened his mouth and inhaled. The cloud of blood mist was swallowed by him in one gulp. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone's eyeballs almost dropped to the ground. Traversing divine God, who was almost invincible in the heavenly God realm, was actually killed just like that. Ha ha! What a pure spiritual essence. I like it! The mysterious demon laughed crazily, and the bloodlight in his eyes became extremely dazzling. The demonic power that erupted from his body became much stronger. A vertical eye emerged in the middle of the mysterious demon's eyebrows. It was a demonic eye, and it seemed like it was about to open. A terrifying aura of destruction spread out from the demonic eye. A dignified ultimate god is actually dead. The Dark Knight Emperor stared at the mysterious demon, and his expression became unprecedentedly solemn. Interesting. Could this demon be the demons of the chaos demonic world? Gu Fei's eyes flickered as he looked at the mysterious demon, traversing divine god, who was known as the #1 ultimate god in the heavenly god realm, could not even withstand one move from the demon. The divine weapon in his hand was directly snatched away, and he died tragically under the demon's hand. The surrounding heavenly god, realm emperor gods almost wet their pants. Some emperor gods immediately retreated. Were they going to stay there and wait for death? Even the Dark Knight Emperor was shocked. At that moment, the demon took a deep breath, and the entire forbidden god desolate domain shook violently. Countless divine lights rushed out from everywhere and were directly swallowed and refined by the demon. Even those black holes flew toward the demon and were swallowed by him. Soon, all the power in the entire forbidden god desolate domain was completely swallowed by the demon. The entire domain collapsed, and countless mountains turned into flying ashes. Run! Those emperor gods who were still hesitating immediately began to run for their lives. Ha! It's too late. Come over here. A terrifying, devouring power erupted from the demon's body and covered the sky and earth. Countless emperor gods flew toward him involuntarily. Help! Don't kill me! I don't want to die. Screams and cries could be heard everywhere. Those emperor gods, who were usually high and mighty, were so scared that they peed their pants. Only the mountain that Gu Fei was at was safe and sound. No matter how strong the devouring power of the demon was, it couldn't shake the mountain. The demon noticed the abnormality of the mountain that Gu Fei was at. At that moment, the emperor gods exploded around the demon and turned into a mist of blood. Even their primordial spirits were shattered, and they died right away. Master, this emperor god, Mo Yuan, was shocked. The fighting power that the demon displayed was too nature-defying. Very soon, other than the mountain where Gu Fei was at, all the other god emperors were dead. All of them had fallen and were eaten by the demon. An extremely shocking sound of wind and thunder could be heard from the demon's body. Rays of dark light rushed out from his body and circled around him. Little brat, come over and let me eat you. The demon came to the other side of the mountain and looked at Gu Fei and the others coldly. Want to eat me? You aren't qualified. Gu Fei put his hands behind his back and looked at the demon calmly. What did you say? Chapter 40, 173. That day was the darkest day in the southern divine region of the heavenly god realm. It would be recorded in the cultivation history of the 5 divine regions of the heavenly god realm. On that day, the god forbidding desolate domain disappeared. The god forbidding desolate domain that had existed since the primordial era had completely disappeared from the southern divine region. The disappearance of the god forbidding desolate domain shocked the world. The demon that escaped from the god forbidding desolate domain was so powerful that the entire heavenly god realm was shaking. The appearance of the peerless demon changed the weather. The sun and the moon dimmed. His demonic might shook the 9 heavens. He even killed the #1 ultimate god in the central divine region, flying divine master, with a single slap. Then, the peerless demon performed a supreme divine ability. He opened his mouth and swallowed all the god emperors at the scene. Besides the emperor gods who had retreated previously, among the emperor gods present, only Emperor God Mo Yuan, who was under the protection of Gu Fei, the entire Wang family, and the fat man were not eaten by the peerless demon. Fatty had long since put away his frivolous expression. He stared at the peerless demon in front of him with an incomparably solemn expression. Emperor God Mo Yuan even hid behind the Dark Knight Emperor. The battle between the true Dragon Emperor and the mysterious ultimate god seemed to have stopped. On the mountain, only Gu Fei was still calm. So what if the other party's demonic might is unparalleled? I'll just treat it as a gentle breeze. You're not qualified to eat me. Gu Fei looked at the peerless demon in front of him indifferently. Kill. The peerless great demon didn't waste any more words and directly slammed his palm down on the mountain. The huge demon palm covered the entire sky, completely covering the entire mountain under the demon palm. The demon palm pressed down. The clansmen of the Wang family on the mountain were extremely frightened. Those with weaker cultivation were already scared out of their wits. They collapsed on the ground and trembled. The peerless demon had devoured the power of the entire god, forbidding desolate domain. He had just devoured at least 23 god emperors. He had also devoured flying divine masters' divine way origin. After devouring so much power of the divine Tao, this peerless demon's strength had already risen to an unimaginable level. The demon slammed its palm down on the mountain. Before its palm could even land, the mighty energy waves emanating from the palm had already caused the void beneath it to be continuously destroyed. The ground near the hilltop undulated like waves from the impact of the energy waves descending from the sky. This guy was an existence that could casually slap traversing divinity to death. Everyone in the Wang family was terrified to the extreme, thinking that they were dead for sure this time. You're all a bunch of cowards, Emperor God Mo Yuan said, as he swept his gaze across the people from the Wang family. If you're not scared, do you dare to go out? The ancestor of the Wang family, Wang, said unhappily, Humph, with Master here, it would be hard for you to die even if you wanted to, Emperor God Mo Yuan said solemnly. This Wang immediately shut his mouth. Boom. At this moment, the demonic palm that descended from the sky suddenly stopped above the ancient cauldron. The void rippled like transparent water. What everyone was astonished to see that the demonic palm had stopped. The ancient cauldron was still floating in the sky, without moving an inch. The extremely strong demonic power couldn't move the ancient cauldron at all. Boom! With a shake of the demonic palm, an even more powerful demonic power immediately surged out from the demonic palm. The void suddenly collapsed, and a huge black hole appeared in the sky. However, even so, the demonic palm couldn't descend any further. The ancient cauldron didn't move an inch, and everyone who saw it was dumbfounded. This peerless demon was a terrifying existence that could slap traversing divinity to death. A small ancient cauldron had blocked the demonic palm of a peerless demon. The scene was absolutely shocking. The demonic palm engulfed heaven and earth as though it could destroy everything. However, it couldn't destroy the seemingly ordinary ancient cauldron above the hilltop. What kind of divine weapon is this? The ancestors of the Wang family were dumbfounded. Even a peerless divine weapon couldn't block the attack of a peerless demon. Was there a divine weapon stronger than a peerless divine weapon in the heavenly realm? A peerless divine weapon was the strongest divine weapon in the heavenly realm. However, from the looks of it, Gu Fei's divine weapon had probably surpassed that. I told you, if you want to eat me, you really don't have the right. Gu Fei stood on the boulder with his hands behind his back. He looked at the demonic palm in the sky with a smile that wasn't a smile. Roar! the peerless demon roared angrily. An endless amount of demonic power exploded from his body and supported the demonic palm in the sky. Boom! In the next moment, the demonic palm shook, and a power that could destroy the world erupted from the demonic palm. The entire world shook, and even the stars in the sky were on the verge of collapsing. However, this violent force that could shake heaven and earth still couldn't move the ancient cauldron. The ancient cauldron floated above the hilltop. No matter how strong the demonic palm was, it didn't move an inch. When the people of the Wong family saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. The power of this ancient cauldron had already exceeded their understanding. Such a powerful divine weapon was probably unique in the heavenly realm. Gu Fei actually had such a powerful divine weapon. No wonder he could run amok in the heavenly realm, and even the Emperor of the Dark Night submitted to his feet. "All right, I've played enough." "That's it," Gu Fei said indifferently. The peerless demon was shocked and angry. He had never been looked down upon like this. "You're not from this world." The peerless demon retracted his demonic palm and stood on the demonic cloud. He stared at Gu Fei on the hilltop and said coldly, What did he say?" "Master is not from the heavenly realm." "How is this possible?" Everyone on the hilltop was shocked to the extreme. Gu Fei was actually not from the heavenly realm. Where did he come from? From the upper realm? For the people of the heavenly realm, the upper realm was a legendary place. Only by cultivating to become an ultimate god could one break through the void and ascend to the upper realm. However, among the hundreds of millions of living beings in the heavenly realm, there were only a few who could cultivate to become an ultimate god. At this moment, Gu Fei pointed with his finger. In the next moment, a divine light directly rushed out from his fingertip and directly broke through the layers of demonic aura, penetrating the peerless demon's demonic body. How is this possible? The peerless demon was shocked to the extreme. "In my eyes, there's nothing impossible," Gu Fei said indifferently. Damn it! The peerless demon was furious when he heard that. His whole body was blooming with demonic light. He opened his mouth, and a terrifying demonic fire instantly swept the world. The demonic fire that fell from the sky directly enveloped the entire hilltop, burning the world and the void silently annihilating. If it was an ordinary ultimate god, he would have been burned to ashes. However, this peerless demon could not even deal with an ancient cauldron. It was really embarrassing. Break. Gu Fei just stretched out his right hand and pushed upwards. Rumble. The void shook, and the demonic fire that enveloped the entire hilltop was wiped out as if it had never appeared. Without any suspense, the peerless demon was directly sent flying hundreds of thousands of miles by Gu Fei's punch. "You're also not from the heavenly realm. Who are you and where are you from?" Gu Fei looked at the peerless demon, with his eyes becoming extremely sharp. Humph! The peerless demon just sneered a few times and did not say much. In the next moment, a divine light rushed out from the peerless demon's body and directly rushed towards the hilltop where Gu Fei was. That was the destructive demonic light, condensed from simple and direct demonic power. The powerful demonic power was enough to penetrate everything. Boom! With a loud noise, the demonic light once again exploded in the void. The entire hilltop remained motionless, as the powerful force could not affect the hilltop at all. This move of the peerless great demon was already his trump card. Even an existence with a similar cultivation level to him would find it difficult to block this attack of his. However, his attack still failed to shake the ancient cauldron in the sky, as it was turned into nothingness by the ancient cauldron's power. The ancient cauldron exuded an extremely ancient and vicissitude aura. The ancient cauldron did not explode with any kind of power as the penetrating divine light dissipated in the void. At that moment, Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly rushed out from the hilltop. Master, the Wang clan could not help but be shocked when they saw that. Even the Dark Knight Emperor and Fatty were shocked. With the protection of the peerless divine weapon in the sky, the demon outside could not hurt them at all. Master actually walked out by himself. What was he going to do? Could it be that his cultivation level and combat power were stronger than Hung Tian Ultimate God, who was known as the #1 ultimate god in the Central Divine Territory? There was no doubt that revered God traversing sky was powerful. Previously, he even battled with the Dark Knight Heavenly Emperor. This was something that anyone could see. The Dark Knight Emperor was the #1 expert in the Dark Knight continent, who unified the Dark Knight continent. How dare you come out? The peerless demon was surprised and delighted when he saw Gu Fei rushing out from the hilltop. He was thinking about how to break the ancient cauldron's power and eat all those guys on the hilltop. To this great fiend, the deity realm powerhouses on the top of the mountain were precisely his food that could allow him to recover his cultivation and combat strength. If they were on the hilltop, Gu Fei could use the ancient cauldron's power for his own use. Just now, Gu Fei must have used the ancient cauldron's power to blast him away. The peerless demon could not help but feel terrified thinking about the scene just now. The moment he was blasted away, he felt like he was facing death. At that moment, that power seemed to be able to threaten his life. However, Gu Fei had actually left the hilltop. If that was not courting death, then what was it? Show me what you've got. Gu Fei still had his hands behind his back as he looked indifferently at the peerless demon opposite him. You. Chapter 4174. The peerless great demon thought that Gu Fei was relying on a powerful divine artifact to block his attack just now. Now, Gu Fei actually walked out from the opposite mountain and walked out of the range of the divine weapon. In the eyes of the great demon, this was simply courting death. Since you want to die, I have no reason not to fulfill your wish, right? The great demon stared at Gu Fei and said indifferently, "It's hard to say who is the one courting death." Gu Fei stood in the void with his hands behind his back and said disapprovingly, "Killing you only takes one finger." As the great demon said this, he directly pointed at Gu Fei. Swish! A beam of demonic light shot out from the tip of the peerless demon's finger and instantly pierced through Gu Fei's body. It was extremely fast, leaving behind a pitch-black spatial crack in the void where the finger light passed. The great demon sneered at Gu Fei. He wanted to see Gu Fei die under his finger light. However, a shocking and unbelievable scene appeared. When the great demon's finger light penetrated 3 feet away from Gu Fei, it was blocked by an invisible force. How is this possible? The great demon was dumbfounded. When everyone on the mountain saw this scene, they were shocked to the point of no return. At that moment, Gu Fei extended his right hand and pointed a finger forward. A ray of divine light immediately rushed out from his hand and directly collided with the great demon's finger light. In the next moment, the great demon's finger light directly exploded. After Gu Fei's finger light broke through the peerless great demon, its momentum did not decrease. It directly pierced through the peerless great demon at an extremely fast speed. Damn it! The peerless great demon was shocked and hurriedly dodged. Kill! The peerless great demon let out a furious roar as a fist that was even larger than a mountain smashed towards Gu Fei. This punch caused the entire world to tremble. Good timing. Gu Fei was incomparably domineering. He took a step forward and clenched his right hand into a fist. Then he directly threw a punch at his opponent's fist. His fist was just an ordinary person's fist. compared to his opponent's fist that was even larger than a mountain, it was simply incomparable. However, it was this small fist that blocked the fist that was larger than a mountain. This, at the top of the mountain, everyone was stunned by this scene. Bam! Gu Fei's right hand shook, and a violent fist force erupted from his fist. In the next moment, the peerless demon was sent flying. You can't even withstand a single blow, and you still dare to be impudent in front of me? Gu Fei took a step out, and instantly caught up to the great demon that was flying backwards. He then stomped down on the great demon. Bam! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei stomped the peerless great demon down from the sky. Boom! The great demon fell from the sky like a meteor and smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. A cloud of dust rose up. Roar! The great demon roared and rushed out from the ground. Little brat, the great demon was in an incomparably sorry state. His eyes were red. He was actually stomped down from the sky by a little brat. To him, this was absolutely a great humiliation. He took a step out, and the entire void trembled. In the next moment, he turned into a demonic dragon and pounced towards Gu Fei. Dragon-like demonic energy? Seeing this, Gu Fei casually slashed forward with his right hand. He used his hand as a blade, but this blade didn't seem to have any power. It was light as a feather, and the blade was like the wind. However, it was this blade that directly broke through the layers of demonic energy of the great demon and slashed the head of the demonic dragon that the great demon transformed into. In the next moment, a blood-curdling scream was heard. Blood suddenly appeared, and the great demon retreated. One of the goat horns on his head was actually chopped off by Gu Fei. If he didn't retreat in time, his head would have been chopped off by the other party's blade energy. When the Emperor of Dark Night, Fatty, and the others saw this scene, their eyes widened and their eyeballs almost fell out. Gu Fei actually sent the great demon flying with a punch and then stomped the great demon down from the sky. Now, he even chopped off one of the goat horns on the great demon's head. With this, even the Emperor of Dark Night was stunned. The great demon was a demon with a great background, but his cultivation was incomparably strong. He killed divine, venerable sky-traversing divinity with a slap. With such cultivation, in this small heavenly divine realm, he was absolutely an invincible existence. However, Gu Fei could ruthlessly oppress the great demon. Didn't this mean that Gu Fei's cultivation was far above the great demon? Just SOL. Gu Fei looked at the peerless great demon and shook his head indifferently. At this moment, the great demon was in so much pain that his face turned pale. He was even trembling when he spoke. Demonic blood seeped out from his broken horn and dripped down from the sky. Originally, he looked down on Gu Fei and thought that Gu Fei only relied on an invincible divine weapon to be able to contend against him. However, who would have thought that Gu Fei actually had real skills and that his cultivation was so strong that it was hard for others to imagine? Let me send you on your way. After saying that, Gu Fei took another step forward. In a flash, he arrived before the great demon. Next, he unleashed a punch at the great demon. Bam! However, Gu Fei's fist had already smashed into the great demon's chest. Then, the great demon's chest caved in, and a fist mark appeared on his back. The great demon flew up and smashed hundreds of thousands of miles away. He even slid for thousands of miles, leaving a huge mark on the ground. The insufferably arrogant great demon was completely suppressed by Gu Fei. The great demon was going crazy. He rushed back. Although he was in a very bad state, he wasn't badly injured and was still extremely strong. I only need 3 punches to kill you. Gu Fei looked at the great demon coldly and said, Arg, I am going to tear you into pieces. the peerless great demon let out a furious roar. His body moved and pounced towards Gu Fei. This single pounce of his caused the entire void to seem as though it was about to collapse and shatter. At this moment, the great demon was violent, tyrannical, ruthless, and indomitable. However, in the face of such a ferocious move, Gu Fei was still as calm as ever. He placed his left hand behind his back and clenched the fingers of his right hand before punching out. Gu Fei's seemingly casual punch directly broke through the peerless great demon's earth-shattering momentum and smashed against the peerless great demon's fists. At the next moment, a hair-raising sound of bones breaking rang out. The great demon cried out in pain and was sent flying back while coughing out a huge mouthful of blood. On the mountaintop, everyone was stunned. Even the Dark Knight Emperor squinted his eyes at this moment as his eyes shone with a bright gleam. One punch. Gu Fei took a step out and instantly caught up to the great demon. He then punched out at the great demon. The great demon roared out in a frenzy and attacked with all his might. His demonic fist was like a black shooting star that clashed against Gu Fei's fist. One punch shaking heaven and earth. The great demon was going all out. His fist force was like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. It indeed had the power to shake the heavens and earth. But unfortunately, the person he encountered was Gu Fei. In his eyes, a peerless great devil's cultivation was nothing. Without any suspense, the great demon was sent flying again. This time, both his arms exploded and turned into a mist of blood. Second punch. Gu Fei suddenly grinned as he spoke. The power of his physical body exploded, and a faint layer of flames appeared on his fist. He immediately followed up with a third punch. It was a simple and direct punch that did not use any battle skills. However, the yuan qi that erupted from Gu Fei's fist was as tyrannical as an avalanche. Boom! Tyrannical, violent, and indomitable power instantly blasted onto the body of the peerless great demon. The next moment, the great demon exploded. Everything on his body shattered under the impact of Gu Fei's fist force. Even his primordial spirit was thrown out. Then it shattered in the void and turned into soul light. These soul lights immediately dissipated in the void. His body and soul were destroyed. How is this possible? Emperor God Mo Yuan couldn't believe it. The great demon who could kill flying divine Sir, with one slap was killed by his master in 3 punches. Only 3 punches. Killing the great demon in 3 punches. The fighting power that Gu Fei displayed shocked everyone. Even a ruthless person like Emperor Dark Knight was stunned. The Dark Knight Arch and the heaven-traversing divinity's cultivation and battle prowess were almost on par. That peerless demon could kill the heaven-traversing divinity with a slap, so he could also easily kill him. Such a strong existence wasn't Master's match. Master was too strong. Everyone was in awe of Gu Fei, and they didn't dare to be negligent. Master is invincible. Master is invincible. Master is invincible. The clansmen of Wang family suddenly shouted. Everyone was excited. Gu Fei was invincible. Their status rose with the tide, and no one dared to do anything to the Wang family. Invincible. The fatty looked at Gu Fei and muttered to himself. Then there was a strong wave of power from afar. The battle between Emperor True Dragon and the mysterious ultimate god hadn't ended yet. The 2 experts were fighting with all their might, and they were in a sorry state. Gu Fei couldn't be bothered with the 2 of them. Go and settle it, Gu Fei said to Emperor Dark Knight. Yes. Emperor Dark Knight nodded and soared into the sky towards the direction of the great battle. Very soon, Emperor Dark Knight saw the mountain ridge in front of him filled with dust and soil. two figures were moving continuously. Hung. A figure was sent flying and smashed a mountain peak 10,000 miles away. Die. A huge dragon rushed out of the endless dust and instantly appeared in front of the mysterious ultimate god. Its huge dragon claw directly came down from the sky and grabbed the mysterious ultimate god. Break. Chapter 4175. Gu Fei had killed a peerless demon in 3 punches. Everyone on the mountain was shocked to the extreme. That was a demon that had killed the number 1 ultimate god in the central divine region with a single slap. Their master had killed it in 3 punches. Didn't that mean their master was invincible? The Dark Knight Emperor. And the fatty knew that Gu Fei was going to the central divine region to retrieve the origin of heaven and earth. The origin of heaven and earth, the source of all things, contained the purest energy of heaven and earth in the entire heavenly god realm. Once Gu Fei devoured that vast amount of energy, he would be invincible in all 3,000 realms, even if his cultivation wouldn't return to its peak. Meanwhile, a great battle was still going on in the southern divine region. The battle between the mysterious ultimate god of the heavenly god realm and the true dragon emperor was equally exciting. However, no one was watching the battle anymore. The god emperors who came to watch the battle deserved it. If they had retreated when they saw the situation was bad, they might not have been eaten by the peerless demon. Today was the day of emperors' fall. So many god emperors had fallen in a single day. This was unprecedented in the cultivation history of the heavenly god realm. Even during the darkest era of the heavenly god realm, dozens of god emperors and several ultimate gods had fallen in a single day. Roar. The mysterious ultimate god roared and wanted to retreat. However, the true dragon emperor wasn't a pushover either. He held the mysterious ultimate god back. The ultimate god of the heavenly god realm was anxious. He had seen the scene where Gu Fei killed the peerless demon in 3 punches. He was scared out of his wits. If Gu Fei attacked him, wouldn't he be killed instantly? Boom. The mysterious ultimate god immediately self-destructed, and the violent power instantly increased tenfold. The destructive power instantly spread for thousands of miles and shrouded the true Dragon Emperor in an instant. Not only did it envelop the true Dragon Emperor, it also enveloped the mountain where Gu Fei was. The Dark Knight Emperor, who had just arrived, was unlucky. He encountered the mysterious ultimate god's self-destruction as soon as he arrived. This self-destruction was definitely the most extreme kind of attack. The power produced by the mysterious ultimate god's self-destruction was definitely several times stronger than his peak strength. One should know that this was a combat power that came from risking his life. Damn it! Before the Dark Knight Emperor could finish his thought, he was drowned by the mighty power of extermination. Instantly, he felt like he was in a chaotic turbulence. Roar! The Dark Knight Emperor desperately used his divine power to resist the destructive power coming from all directions. A mass of black light emerged directly from the Dark Knight Emperor's body, directly supporting the surrounding destructive power. He immediately used his strongest trump card, the Dark World Great Technique. However, this great technique could only barely protect him at this moment. The true Dragon Arch, who was at the center of the explosion, was in a miserable state. The vast and terrifying power directly shattered the scales on his body, and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. There was not a single part of his body that was unharmed. He didn't even know how many of his bones were broken. The true Dragon Emperor was bleeding all over. The terrifying power almost tore his true dragon divine body apart. He could only struggle to hold on. The destructive power formed by the mysterious divine lord's self-destruction almost wiped out everything. Even the Dark Knight Emperor and the true Dragon Emperor were greatly impacted, especially the true Dragon Emperor. The power of the mysterious Divine Lord's self-destruction lasted for half an hour. When the power dissipated, everything on the ground was directly wiped out, and a layer of the ground was shaved off. Damn it! A figure soared into the sky in an extremely miserable state. The person's clothes were tattered, his hair was messy, and there were some bloodstains on his body. That person was the Dark Knight Emperor. It was the first time he was so embarrassed by someone. At this moment, a huge dragon laid on the ground like a mountain range. The dragon's body was full of wounds, and even the dragon's horns were broken. He was lying on the ground with serious injuries and was on the verge of death. With the mysterious Divine Lord's self-destruction as the center, within a radius of 10,000 miles, there was only one mountain that was intact. Not a tree, a blade of grass, or a stone on the mountain were damaged. An ancient cauldron was suspended above the mountain. Although it was only emitting a wisp of chi, it was able to protect the entire mountain. At this moment, everyone on the mountain, except for Gu Fei, was dumbfounded. What just happened? The surrounding scenery had changed. I didn't expect that guy to be able to control the range of his self-destruction. On the big rock on the mountain, Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back. His black hair fluttered in the wind as he looked at the self-destruction point with a profound look in his eyes. Self-destruction. Everyone in the Wang family was shocked to hear that. It turned out that the terrifying scene just now was caused by a self-destruction. Who self-destructed? Who would self-destruct if they were not forced into a corner? Self-destruction was suicide, and it was the last resort to perish together with the enemy. As long as there was a chance to live, who would be willing to die? Interesting. Gu Fei suddenly smiled. Seeing Gu Fei smile, Wang Xin and the others were extremely nervous. Once their master smiled, something must have happened. At this moment, a faint wave of divine thoughts suddenly appeared in the area where the mysterious Divine Lord self-destructed. He's not dead, Gu Fei muttered to himself. Soon, countless small figures appeared in the area of self-destruction. They were countless mysterious Divine Lords, and the mysterious Divine Lord had thousands of clones. How is this possible? At this moment, Fatty exclaimed. Some of the mysterious Divine Lord's clones were so small that they were almost invisible to the naked eye. These clones shot up into the sky at the same time and rushed together. Soon, a figure appeared in the void. That person was the mysterious Divine Lord. He's not dead even after self-destruction. The Wang family's experts were stunned. That was self-destruction. Didn't the mysterious Divine Lord die on the spot? How could he recover? This was too heaven-defying. Could it be the 9 Deaths' evil skill? Fatty suddenly said, 9 Deaths' evil skill. Gu Fei could not help but frown when he heard that. That's right. This is an evil skill that allows one to die 9 times. This evil skill has been lost since ancient times. I can't believe that someone in this world has cultivated the 9 Deaths' evil skill. Fatty looked at the figure in the sky with a solemn expression. Can die 9 times? Doesn't that mean that he has 9 lives? The Wang family's ancestral patriarchs were shocked. This was the first time they had heard of the 9 Deaths' evil skill. There's such an evil skill in this world. Gu Fei was surprised. In his opinion, the 9 Deaths' evil skill paled in comparison to the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the Ascension secret skill. The mysterious Divine Lord could die 9 times, but the 10th time meant that he would die for real. Boom. At this moment, an extremely tyrannical energy fluctuation erupted from the figure in the distant sky. He seems to be stronger than before. Gu Fei's eyes lit up. This mystique was not bad, but it had a fatal flaw. The person could only die 9 times. Once he died, he would be dead for real. Each time he dies, his cultivation base and combat strength will increase exponentially. He will be at least 1 to 3 times stronger than before, Fatty continued to explain. So, there's such a benefit. Gu Fei came to a sudden realization when he heard this. Although this divine ability had a fatal flaw, it also had great benefits. How dare you force me to self-destruct? All of you deserve to die. The mysterious divine Lord stared at the Dark Knight Emperor and said coldly. The Dark Knight Emperor was inexplicably shocked. He could sense the tyrannical power in the mysterious divine Lord's body. That power was enough to threaten him. Do you have what it takes? A voice was suddenly heard. Little fella, don't think that you're invincible just because you killed a peerless demon. I can kill that demon now too, the mysterious divine Lord said proudly. That's my master. Don't you dare be presumptuous. The Dark Knight Emperor shouted at the mysterious divine Lord. Master, the mysterious divine Lord was stunned. Did this black-robed young man have a powerful background? He's the master of the Dark Knight Emperor. The Dark Knight Emperor was almost invincible. If he could subdue the Dark Knight Emperor, wouldn't this black-robed young man's cultivation base be heaven-defying? Thinking of this, the mysterious divine Lord immediately put away his contemptuous gaze. Kill. The mysterious ultimate god did not waste any time and immediately attacked the Emperor of the Dark Knight. A beam of divine light shot out from his body and pierced through the void. However, the pitch-black void around the Dark Knight Emperor directly swallowed the divine light that pierced through. The figure directly disappeared into the dark void around the Dark Knight Emperor. Rumble, the mysterious ultimate god, rushed forward, and a violent force erupted from his body. It was as if the entire world was about to be turned upside down. Dark world. The Dark Knight Emperor roared, and a mass of dark light emerged from his body. It instantly shrouded the area with a radius of 1,000 miles and was shrouded by the dark light. However, the mysterious divine Lord directly broke through the layers of dark world, and with irresistible force, he suddenly appeared in front of the Dark Knight Emperor. Damn it! The Dark Knight Emperor was really shocked. This guy could actually use brute force to break his supernatural power. It was really hard to imagine how powerful such power was. Swoosh! The Dark Knight Emperor wanted to escape, but the next moment, a fist smashed towards him. Without any suspense, the Dark Knight Emperor was directly blasted away, and one of his eyes was swollen. He was slapped in the face. So powerful! On the top of the mountain, Fatty and the others were in disbelief. After this guy died, once, he actually became so powerful that he could bully the existence of a great emperor? How is this possible? The Dark Knight Emperor retreated, but the mysterious divine Lord followed him like a shadow and continued to attack. Bang! With a muffled sound, the Dark Knight Emperor's extremely powerful divine body was blasted, and a small part of his body on the right side directly turned into a blood mist. So powerful! The Dark Knight Emperor had to admit that the mysterious divine Lord was really strong, so strong that even he was not a match for him. This was too depressing. Chapter 4176. The mysterious ultimate god cultivated the mysterious and unpredictable 9 deaths evil technique. Every time he died, he would be reborn, and his cultivation and combat power would increase tremendously. However, this evil technique had a fatal flaw. As long as the mysterious ultimate god cultivated this evil technique, he could only die 9 times. Every time he died, it would be like going through a cycle, and his entire person would undergo a transformation. If the mysterious ultimate god were to be killed for the 10th time, he would not be reborn and would really be dead. At this time, the Dark Knight Emperor who was originally on par with the mysterious ultimate god, was unlucky. After the mysterious ultimate god was reborn, his cultivation was so strong that he could defeat the Dark Knight Emperor. Rumble, the mysterious ultimate god, was like a supreme ruler, looking down on everything as his powerful and terrifying aura spread between heaven and earth. How is this possible? On the hill where Gu Fei was, the higher-ups of the Wang family were all dumbfounded. On the hill, the mysterious ultimate god looked at the people around him with contempt. Half of the Dark Knight Emperor's body was blown up, and his divine body was severely injured. However, he was the strongest existence in the Dark Knight continent after all. The Dark Knight Emperor's essence, chi, and spirit were extremely powerful. His wounds were healing rapidly, and his flesh and bones were growing again. In just a few breaths' time, the Dark Knight Emperor had completely recovered, as if he had never been injured. This was unbelievable. The mysterious ultimate god was extremely powerful. Come here. The mysterious ultimate god stretched out his right hand, and the Dark Knight Emperor flew towards him involuntarily. What? The Dark Knight Emperor was shocked and quickly activated his mystic arts. Dark Knight World! The Dark Knight Emperor once again performed his strongest killer move. A ball of black light emerged from his body and destroyed everything. However, this time he was really unlucky. The Dark Knight force could not destroy the mysterious ultimate god's power, which made him shocked and angry. How dare you force me to self-destruct? I want all of you to die. The mysterious ultimate god roared with a ferocious face. He was full of murderous intent, as if he was the supreme god of death that rushed out from hell. Dying once was equivalent to losing a life. The mysterious divinity had cultivated the 9 deaths evil technique, so he had 9 lives. Dying once was equivalent to having 1 less life. The mysterious divine lord was furious that he was forced to self-destruct. Boom! Just as the Dark Knight Emperor was about to be grabbed by the mysterious ultimate god, a divine axe slashed out from the Dark Knight Emperor's body. An extremely powerful force burst out. This was the heaven-breaking divine axe, a divine weapon that was as powerful as the strongest divine weapon in the heavenly god realm, the void-breaking divine spear. Heaven and earth changed color as soon as the axe was swung. The light blade that rushed out from the divine axe cut through the void and slashed the mysterious ultimate god's right hand. However, there was only a clang. When the dazzling light blade collided with the mysterious divinity's right hand, a metallic sound was heard. The mysterious divine venerable's right hand looked as if it was made of peerless divine iron. This was inexplicably shocking. The scene shocked the Dark Knight Emperor, who had always been known for his tyrannical body, as he had never expected that the mysterious ultimate god's divine body had been cultivated to such a powerful level. This was a physical body that could take on a peerless divine weapon. Roar! The Dark Knight Emperor was furious. He held the heaven-breaking divine axe with both hands and slashed at the mysterious ultimate god with all his might. This attack was much more powerful than the previous one, as if it could really split the entire sky in half. Swoosh! The light blade that rushed out from the divine axe tore the sky and earth apart, leaving a deep mark between heaven and earth. The Dark Knight Emperor displayed his strongest power in this attack. He and the divine axe became one, and the two forces merged perfectly. Then, an unprecedentedly powerful combat power erupted. The devouring power that erupted from the mysterious ultimate god's right hand was directly broken by the Dark Knight Emperor's axe. However, what made the Dark Knight Emperor vomit blood was that the mysterious ultimate god only waved his hand and blocked his attack. It was so easy and effortless. The mysterious ultimate god waved his hand, and the Dark Knight Emperor was once again sent flying while vomiting blood. Just when the Dark Knight Emperor was completely suppressed by the mysterious ultimate god, Gu Fei directly inserted a divine elixir into the true Dragon Emperor's body. In the next moment, the medicinal power contained in the divine elixir spread throughout the true Dragon Emperor's body. Soon, the wounds on the true Dragon Emperor's body disappeared. A powerful wave of energy was released from the true Dragon Emperor's body. The true dragon, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death, had actually recovered. Roar. The next moment, the giant dragon roared into the sky. The dragon's aura was so powerful that it seemed like the world was about to explode. Then, the giant dragon soared into the sky and joined the battle. He was injured by the mysterious ultimate god and naturally wanted revenge. The giant dragon claw directly grabbed at the mysterious ultimate god. The powerful force easily shattered the void between heaven and earth. Ha ha, what's there to be afraid of if you guys come at me together? The mysterious ultimate god laughed wildly and said. He looked at Gu Fei in the distance with disdain, not taking Gu Fei seriously at all. You're courting death. The Dark Knight Emperor and the true Dragon Emperor joined forces to fight the mysterious ultimate god. They were shocked to see the mysterious ultimate god disrespecting Gu Fei. No one knew better than them how powerful Gu Fei was. Even though the mysterious ultimate god had died once, and his combat power had increased to the point where he could easily suppress the Dark Knight Emperor, he was still not strong enough in front of Gu Fei. However, the scene of the mysterious ultimate god fighting against two great emperors alone had stunned the Wang family's higher-ups on the mountain where Gu Fei was. Those were two great emperors, yet the mysterious ultimate god could fight against two great emperors. What a terrifying 9 deaths evil technique. Even Fatty was shocked when he saw this scene. The 9 deaths evil technique could increase a cultivator's battle power, and it was a shortcut. Of course, if one wanted to obtain great power, it was impossible to do so without paying a certain price. At that moment, only Gu Fei was still calm, as if there was nothing in this world that could affect him. The 3 supreme experts were fighting crazily, and the energy fluctuations that erupted were too strong. All living beings within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles were terrified to the extreme. In the eyes of the mysterious ultimate god and the others, the world was like a piece of paper that could be easily torn and crushed. Originally, it was impossible for the Dark Knight Emperor to fight against the mysterious ultimate god alone. However, with the addition of the true Dragon Emperor, it was a different story. The 2 great emperors joined forces and were barely on par with the mysterious ultimate god. The true Dragon Emperor was extremely ferocious. From time to time, he would transform into his human form to fight against the mysterious ultimate god. From time to time, he would revert to his original form. His huge dragon body would cross the sky and force the mysterious ultimate god to retreat. The divine elixir that Gu Fei took out was not comparable to those divine elixirs in the heavenly divine realm. The true Dragon Emperor, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death, immediately became extremely powerful after eating one. His cultivation base became even stronger. Gu Fei did not plan to take action. Existences of this level might be invincible in the heavenly divine realm, but in the upper realm, any god would be stronger than these guys. Even if the Dark Knight Emperor and the others were invincible in the heavenly god realm, when they reached the higher realms, they could only cultivate from the beginning in order to obtain even stronger power. Bam! Boom! Dull sounds of collision could be heard continuously. The sky and the void were shaking. The speed of the 3 figures in the sky was so fast that it was hard to see them with the naked eye. The Dark Knight Emperor and the true Dragon Emperor were sent flying from time to time. The mysterious ultimate god was also affected. However, His divine body was extremely strong, and even the Dark Knight Emperor was no match for him. Bam! The mysterious ultimate god punched the Dark Knight Emperor's shoulder. In the next moment, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The bones in his left shoulder and arm were shattered. At the same time, the heaven-shattering axe in the Dark Knight Emperor's hand flew out and struck the mysterious ultimate god. The divine axe that was said to be able to break the sky only made the Dark Knight Emperor's body sway a little. He was not injured at all. Humph! So weak. The mysterious ultimate god said disdainfully. You, the Dark Knight Emperor, and the true Dragon Emperor were shocked and angry. The injury on the Dark Knight Emperor's left shoulder was healing quickly. Kill! The mysterious ultimate god waved his hand, and countless divine lights pierced towards the Dark Knight Emperor and the true Dragon Emperor. Each of the divine lights pierced through the sky and earth. A mass of black light burst out from the Dark Knight Emperor's body. The void that was sealed by the mysterious ultimate god was immediately shaken by the burst of power. Countless divine lights that pierced towards the Dark Knight Emperor and the true Dragon Emperor were blocked by the black light. At this moment, the true Dragon Emperor opened his mouth and spat out a Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball smashed towards the mysterious ultimate god. Humph! The mysterious ultimate god sneered. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed the Dragon Ball that was smashing towards him. The next moment, an almost transparent divine fire erupted from the Dragon Ball and engulfed the mysterious ultimate god in the divine fire. However, the terrifying divine fire could not hurt the mysterious ultimate god at all. Gu Fei could not help but frown when he saw that. The battle was evenly matched. How long were they going to fight? He was getting impatient. All right, I'll send you on your way. The mysterious ultimate god roared and attacked. Without any suspense, the Dark Knight Emperor and the true Dragon Emperor were directly blasted away. The mysterious ultimate god took a step forward and instantly caught up with the Dark Knight Emperor, who was flying backward. He then stepped on the Dark Knight Emperor from the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Humph! To be able to die by my hands, your lives have not been in vain. The mysterious ultimate god was about to attack. At this moment, a figure silently appeared next to him. The mysterious ultimate god was shocked. He did not even notice that the person had appeared next to him. Did that mean that the person's cultivation level was higher than his? The mysterious ultimate god was even more shocked when he thought of that. Chapter 4177. The 9 Deaths Evil Skill was strange and powerful. Those who cultivated the evil skill would have their cultivation and fighting power soar every time they died. However, it varied from person to person as to how much their cultivation would soar every time they died. Some people had nature-defying physique, and their power would soar tenfold or even higher after dying once. Even those with weak physique would have their power soar by at least 2 or 3 times after cultivating the 9 Deaths Evil Skill. However, this evil technique had been lost since ancient times. No one would have thought that this mysterious divinity had actually cultivated the 9 Deaths Evil technique. After being reborn, the mysterious ultimate god was extremely powerful. There was divine flame surging from his body as though there was a ball of divine fire burning on his body. There was a power that was so powerful that even Gu Fei was surprised by it. Then, even if the Emperor of Dark Knight and the Emperor of True Dragon teamed up, they wouldn't be his match. The mysterious ultimate god descended from the sky, and there was a loud thud. The Emperor of Dark Knight, who was invincible in the Dark Knight continent, was stepped down from the sky by the mysterious ultimate god. Stepping on a great emperor, the scene was extremely shocking. Since ancient times, who was so strong that they could step on a great emperor. This, on the mountain where Gu Fei was. Besides Gu Fei, everyone else was dumbfounded. Could he be? Fatty suddenly thought of a person who had fallen countless years ago, a person who couldn't possibly appear in the current world. You know who this guy is? Emperor God Mo Yuan, who was standing at the side, heard and was shocked. Such a powerful existence definitely had a shocking origin. Everyone was very curious about it. Impossible. How is it possible? How could he still be alive? Fatty shook his head with all his might. Who is that guy? Emperor God Mo Yuan looked at Fatty curiously and anxiously. Everyone else looked at Fatty and waited for him to continue. The 9 Deaths Evil Lord is the ultimate god who created the 9 Deaths Evil technique. Ha ha! I never expected anyone in the heaven divine world to remember me. The mysterious ultimate god laughed. Is it really him? Fatty was indescribably shocked. How could a person who was clearly dead still be alive? Back then, because the 9 Death Evil Lord cultivated an evil technique, he slaughtered innocents. In the end, he provoked an existence that he should not have provoked. As a result, the Evil Lord was unlucky. The battle back then was earth-shattering and ended with the fall of the 9 Deaths Evil Lord. A person who had clearly fallen suddenly appeared here. This shocked everyone to the extreme. To be able to die by this sovereign's hands, your lives have not been in vain. 9 Death Evil Lord grinned and was about to kill the Dark Knight Emperor and the True Dragon Emperor. However, at this moment, a figure silently appeared beside the 9 Death Evil Sovereign. What? 9 Death Evil Lord shock was not small at all. It's you? When the 9 Death Evil Lord saw that person, he was shocked again. You think you can kill my people just because you want to? The man looked at the 9 Deaths Evil Lord indifferently. Not just them, even you and I will be killed. The 9 Death Evil Lord grinned hideously and attacked. He extended his right hand, and a terrifying divine power spread out. In an instant, the space around him was sealed and everything was destroyed. However, the next moment, the Evil Lord's expression changed. The black-robed young man stood in the air with his hands clasped behind his back. The destructive power that was spreading out from his hands was actually blocked 3 feet away from him. The 9 Death Evil Lord stared at Gu Fei and narrowed his eyes. Master, at this moment, the True Dragon Emperor flew over. The Dark Knight Emperor, who had been stepped down from the sky by the 9 Death Evil Lord, also rushed up from the ground. You are their master? The 9 Death Evil Lord was shocked. Where did this guy come from? He actually made 2 nearly invincible great emperors surrender. They were not ordinary people, they were great emperors. Kneel, surrender, live, resist, die. Gu Fei looked at the 9 Death Evil Lord and said calmly, he did not want to talk nonsense with this guy. If he did not surrender, then he would kill him. What did you say? You want me to kneel and surrender? 9 Death Evil Lord was enraged when he heard this. A shocking killing intent immediately erupted from his body, causing the surrounding space to constantly tremble. He was once an invincible existence in the world, and this guy actually dared to ask him to surrender? The fact that he looked down on him made the 9 Death Evil Lord extremely angry. My master told you to kneel, so kneel. Why are you talking so much nonsense? True Dragon Emperor roared at 9 Death Evil Lord. 9 Death Evil Lord was a good opponent, and True Dragon Emperor did not want to see 9 Death Evil Lord die in Gu Fei's hands. Haha, a great emperor has fallen to become someone else's slave. Today, my eyes have been opened. The 9 Death Evil Lord laughed and said, the 9 Death Evil Lord did not know how powerful and terrifying Gu Fei was. You, the Dark Knight Emperor, and the true Dragon Emperor were both shocked and angry. They wanted to warn him, but this guy did not listen. There was nothing they could do. Not surrender? Then go to hell, Gu Fei said, and pointed at the nine-death evil lord. Swoosh! A cold light flashed in the void. The next moment, a bloody light directly rushed out from the nine-death evil lord's forehead. The speed of the divine light was so fast that even the nine-death evil lord could not dodge it. In just a snap of a finger, Gu Fei had seriously injured the nine-death evil lord. The nine-death evil lord screamed and immediately retreated. His glabella was pierced. If it was an ordinary ultimate god, he would have died. However, this guy was the nine-death evil lord. However, Gu Fei followed him like a shadow and punched out. It looked like the most ordinary punch, but the next moment, the nine-death evil lord did not even have time to scream before his entire body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Simple and direct. One blow killed the nine-death evil lord. A figure could be seen rushing up to the sky from the bloody mist, trying to escape. It was the nine-death evil lord's primordial spirit. He did not want to die again, as he did not have much time left. If he continued to die, he would really die. However, at that moment, his life was no longer in his hands. Rumble, Gu Fei stretched out his right hand, causing the void to tremble. A huge hand directly grabbed the beam of divine light in his hand. Everyone was shocked to see that scene. Killing the nine-death evil emperor with one punch and grabbing his primordial spirit. Such combat strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. Even the Dark Knight Emperor and the true Dragon Emperor were stunned when they saw that scene. Don't kill me. I'm willing to surrender. The essence spirit of Nine Death's evil emperor, who was caught in Gu Fei's hand, was terrified to the extreme. He never thought that he could not even withstand a single move from Gu Fei. At that moment, he finally knew why the true Dragon Emperor and the Dark Knight Emperor, who were great emperors, had to surrender to Gu Fei. At that moment, he was filled with regret. Too late, Gu Fei said as he exerted force in his right hand. The next moment, the divine light in his hand exploded, and the nine-death evil lord's primordial spirit also exploded. Specks of spiritual light dissipated in the void. The nine-death evil lord had died again. Can't even withstand a single blow. Gu Fei said indifferently. The Dark Knight Emperor and the true Dragon Emperor glanced at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. The stronger their master was, the more uneasy they felt. One should know that the stronger Gu Fei was, the harder it was for them to break free from Gu Fei's control and regain their freedom. The nine-death evil emperor cultivated the nine-death evil technique. Although he was killed by Gu Fei, he was not truly dead. Rumble, at that moment, the entire void suddenly trembled. An extremely terrifying aura appeared. In an instant, the sky changed color and the sun and moon dimmed. A figure walked out from the void. This person was none other than the Nine Deaths evil emperor. Damn it! The Nine Death evil emperor was enraged. He glared fiercely at Gu Fei with bloodshot eyes. The aura from his body was even stronger than before. The energy ripples from his body shook the heavens and earth. It was as if he could destroy the entire world with just a wave of his hand. He could only die 9 times. Every time he died, he would be one step closer to true death. However, his cultivation was also increasing at an insane rate. Surrender or die. Gu Fei looked at the nine-death evil emperor coldly. Even though his opponent's strength had increased again, Gu Fei's face was still as calm as before. He did not see him as a threat at all. Go to hell. The nine-death evil emperor roared and directly punched out at Gu Fei. The violent and powerful punch directly shattered the void. Even the chaotic chi was forced out by him. This punch formed a terrifying destructive storm. The destructive energy covered the heavens and earth as it rushed towards Gu Fei. However, such a powerful punch could only reach a meter away from Gu Fei before it was blocked by an invisible force. What? The Nine-Death Evil Emperor's shock was no small matter. The power of this punch was strong enough to shatter the void, and yet it couldn't even destroy a mere human. Boom! The Nine-Death Evil Emperor punched out once more at Gu Fei. This punch was once again blocked a meter away from Gu Fei. In the next instant, the Nine-Death Evil Emperor attacked in a frenzy. Countless figures appeared in the void as his fists rained down on Gu Fei like raindrops. The concentrated sounds of collisions rang out continuously. The void around Gu Fei's body exploded. Even the chaotic chi was forced out as though the entire world was about to be destroyed. Against such a ferocious attack, Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back with a calm look on his face. He did not make a move at all, allowing the Nine-Death Evil Emperor to attack him. So strong! The Dark Knight Emperor and the True Dragon Emperor were both stunned by the power displayed by the Nine-Death Evil Emperor. At this moment, the Nine-Death Evil Emperor was extremely strong. They might not even be able to take a single punch from the Nine-Death Evil Emperor. Chapter 4178. High up in the sky, the void was filled with Nine-Death Evil Lords' silhouettes. Countless fists covered in black flames were crazily bombarding towards Gu Fei. Every punch broke the heavens and the earth and shattered the void. Its power was so strong that even the Dark Knight Emperor and the True Dragon Emperor could not withstand a single punch. This kind of power was so strong that it shook the heavens and the earth. It could break the void and ascend to the upper realm. Of course, wanting to break the void and ascend to the upper realm was not an easy thing to do. All kinds of preparations had to be made, and it was not something that could be done at any time. After all, the celestial realm was only a mid-level world. The laws of heaven and earth were not complete. Ascending to the upper realm would be met with all kinds of dangers. The degree of danger could even be compared to heavenly tribulations. Therefore, even the great emperors and the ultimate gods, who had the cultivation and strength to ascend to the upper realm, were not willing to rashly attempt it. After Nine-Death Evil Lord's rebirth, his power had soared to a level that even the great emperors could not compare to. With such power, he could at least be invincible in the celestial realm. But he still did not dare to ascend to the upper realm. The Dark Knight Emperor and the True Dragon Emperor had never thought that there would be such a person in the celestial realm. Nine-Death Evil Lord was extremely powerful, and he had 9 lives. Every time he died, his cultivation and battle power would soar. Such an existence was almost invincible. However, today, Nine-Death Evil Lord had met his match. A black-robed young man stood in the void, with his hands clasped behind his back. No matter how crazily Nine-Death Evil Lord attacked, he did not even raise his hand. A formless power spread out from his body, and actually blocked all of Nine-Death Evil Lord's attacks. Nine-Death Evil Lord madly attacked for a while, but could not break through the protective power of Gu Fei's body. This caused Nine-Death Evil Lord to be extremely shocked. Boom! At this moment, Gu Fei was a little impatient. His body shook, and a wave of divine power immediately burst out from his body. With a loud bang, the countless figures around him were directly scattered. Countless figures disappeared, and only one figure was rapidly retreating. This figure was the real body of Nine-Death Evil Lord. In front of Gu Fei's absolute power, Nine-Death Evil Lord had no choice but to retreat. However, no matter how fast he retreated, he could not dodge Gu Fei's attack. Whoosh! Gu Fei sent out a slap towards that figure. Divine power surged in the surroundings, and a huge palm appeared in the sky. Bam! With a muffled sound, 9 Death Evil Lord was sent flying by Gu Fei's palm. He kept coughing up blood, and terrifying cracks appeared on his body. Damn it! 9 Death Evil Lord was extremely shocked. How could this guy be so powerful? He had already died twice, but he was still not a match for this guy. Gu Fei's slap had almost smashed him, giving his god body a great impact. This, when the Dark Knight Emperor, the True Dragon Emperor, and the others saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. There would always be someone stronger than you. There would always be someone stronger than you. 9 Death Evil Lord was strong enough, but Gu Fei was stronger than him. Io, I can't kill you with one slap. Gu Fei was a little surprised. He had not used the eternal real bones power, but the power of his slap was definitely enough to kill an ultimate god. However, 9 Death Evil Lord was not killed by Gu Fei's slap. At that moment, 9 Death Evil Lord was afraid and turned around to escape. Facing an invincible existence like Gu Fei, only a fool would not run. However, could he escape? Gu Fei's huge palm appeared again and directly fell from the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, 9 Death Evil Lord was directly slapped down from the sky, and his huge palm directly pressed on the ground. A huge palm print appeared on the ground, and the ground undulated like waves from the impact. Boss is too awesome. Fatty was inexplicably shocked. One must know that was 9 Death Evil Lord. Even in the distant past, 9 Death Evil Lord was also one of the top experts. Back then, he was besieged by 3 ultimate gods and was defeated. Not long after, the news of 9 Death Evil Lord's death spread. However, the authenticity of the news was questionable. Sure enough, after countless years, 9 Death Evil Lord was still alive and did not die. The fact that Gu Fei could defeat the 9 Death Evil Lord meant that his cultivation and battle prowess were stronger than the 9 Death Evil Lord. Roar! An enraged roar rang out from the ground. In the next moment, the entire ground exploded as a figure rushed out from the ground. An extremely violent power erupted from this figure, causing the color of the sky to change. Kill! 9 Death Evil Lord roared and attacked crazily. Clang! Divine chains directly rushed out from his body and entangled Gu Fei. Facing 9 Death Evil Lord's attack, Gu Fei only punched out. It was a very ordinary punch, but it directly shattered the entangling divine chains. Without any suspense, 9 Death Evil Lord was once again blasted away. 9 Death Evil Lord almost went crazy. This guy was too strong, and he could not even escape. Stop! Please stop! I am willing to surrender. 9 Death Evil Lord saw that Gu Fei was about to attack again, and hurriedly shouted, Now you are willing to surrender? Gu Fei looked at 9 Death Evil Lord indifferently and said, I am willing. I am willing. Master, please spare my life. 9 Death Evil Lord directly knelt down in the void in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei thought for a moment, then pointed out with a finger, and a brand directly rushed out from the tip of his finger, then entered the body of the 9 Deaths Evil Lord and disappeared. Your life and death is in my hands. Gu Fei said to 9 Death Evil Lord, with 9 Death Evil Lord's cultivation, he must be invincible in the heavenly divine realm. After all, Gu Fei was going to leave the heavenly divine realm. When he left the heavenly divine realm, it was not a bad idea to let 9 Death Evil Lord guard the heavenly divine realm. This, although 9 Death Evil Lord was shocked and angry, there was nothing he could do. His fist was not as strong as his opponent's. If 9 Death Evil Lord was strong enough, the one who would be in trouble today would be Gu Fei and not 9 Death Evil Lord. Don't try to break my forbidden technique. If you die because of this, don't blame anyone else. Gu Fei continued. All right, go and get me the heavenly divine realm source of heaven and earth. Gu Fei directly gave the order to Nine Death Evil Lord. Yes, master. Nine Death Evil Lord received the order and instantly broke the void and disappeared. Boom. In the next moment, a figure rushed out of the void. This figure was Nine Death Evil Lord. What? Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Nine Death Evil Lord had just left, and then he was directly thrown out. If you want the source of heaven and earth, come and get it yourself. A wave of divine will appear in the sky, and a voice sounded in everyone's heart. Is that so? Then I will go and get it, Gu Fei calmly said. Gu Fei was slightly surprised that there was actually an expert in the central celestial realm. Furthermore, since that person was able to blast the Nine Death Evil Lord back, it meant that his cultivation and battle prowess were not inferior to the Nine Death Evil Lord. Only this kind of existence could contend against Nine Death Evil Lord. The void that was broken by Nine Death Evil Lord was quickly recovering. Master, I am useless. Nine Death Evil Lord hurriedly knelt down in front of Gu Fei. All right, go back. Gu Fei waved his hand and said, Yes, Nine Death Evil Lord retreated to the side and lowered his head as if he was a servant. In actual fact, he was really Gu Fei's servant. So what if he was so strong that he was invincible in the heaven divine realm? Didn't he still have to bow down to Gu Fei? Master is going to conquer the central celestial realm. Emperor God Mo Yuan and the others were extremely excited, especially the Dark Knight Emperor, who had invaded the central celestial realm in the past, but had been forced to come out of it. This time, Gu Fei was going to conquer the central celestial realm. The Dark Knight Emperor was very curious whether the people in the central celestial realm could still protect the central celestial realm. The mysterious person earlier could throw Nine Death Evil Lord back. His cultivation was so strong that it was unimaginable. Could that person be one of the people back then? Back then, there was a mysterious expert who chased the Dark Knight Emperor away. This made the Dark Knight Emperor very unhappy. He always wanted to kill his way into the central celestial realm and settle the score with those people. After the war ended, Gu Fei temporarily stayed in the southern celestial realm. He did not do anything, but his subordinates swept across the entire southern celestial realm in half a day and uprooted all the resisting forces. The sky-trampling evil emperor's territory was directly breached. Even the sky-trampling evil emperor himself was killed by a punch from the Dark Knight Emperor. The son of the evil emperor, Yun Xia, also died in the hands of Emperor God Mo Yuan. Only the cunning Cloud Emperor saw that the situation was not good and immediately fled. He was not caught by the Dark Knight Emperor and the others. There was also the South Heaven God Emperor. No one attacked him. In the entire southern celestial realm, only the South Heaven God Emperor was safe and sound. All the other forces had submitted. This was because of Xian Shi. Gu Fei ordered them not to touch the South Heaven God Emperor. It could be considered as giving Xian Shi face. Otherwise, no matter how strong the South Heaven God Emperor was, he would definitely not be stronger than the Nine Deaths evil sovereign. Wang Xuanji of the Wang family had successfully obtained the throne and became a god emperor. The Wang family finally had a chance to rise again. Under the leadership of the Nine Deaths evil sovereign, Gu Fei's subordinates took only a day to completely control the southern celestial realm and became the strongest force in the southern celestial realm. At this time, the other forces of the heavenly god realm were watching. The super forces of the central celestial realm were terrified to the extreme. Even the Dark Knight Emperor, the True Dragon Emperor, and the Nine Deaths Evil Emperor had no choice but to submit to Gu Fei. This shocked the experts of the other divine regions to the extreme. The three giants of the central celestial realm appeared at the peak of the heavenly divine mountain at the same time. This was something that had never happened before. It had been a long time since the three giants of the central celestial realm appeared at the same time. The last time was during the ancient times. No one could have imagined that Gu Fei could actually cause the three giants of the central celestial realm to appear at the same time. There's going to be a good show. Someone said something like that. Chapter 4179. The three magnates of the central celestial realm had lived for countless years. Each of them was a super antique or an old monster. Some of them even had totems that had existed since ancient times. The ancient gods in ancient times were extremely powerful and were not comparable to the current gods. The ancient gods worshipped by the ancient people were invincible existences. The heavenly divine realm had produced many powerful ancient gods in ancient times. Some gods were even thought to be innate ancient gods born from chaos. One of them was a totemic existence with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a snake. His name was Tung-I. He was the protector of the ancient humans and had protected them for countless years. Now, the ancient god worshipped by the ancient people was alive and had become one of the three magnates of the central celestial realm. Although Hung Tian, ultimate god of the forbidden god desolate domain, was known as the most powerful ultimate god in the central divine territory, he was nothing in front of the three magnates. Tung-I, Long Tsang, and Qian Yu were the three magnates of the heavenly divine realm. Each of them had a great background and could be seen in the entire cultivation history of the heavenly divine realm. They controlled the entire cultivation history of the heavenly divine realm. They were the true rulers of the heavenly divine realm. Some people said that they were the ones who started the dark turmoil that swept the entire heavenly divine realm in ancient times. The reason for the dark turmoil was actually very simple. It was the discord between two of the three magnates. The entire heavenly divine realm would catch a cold if they were to sneeze. The three magnates were shocked by Gu Fei. Was Gu Fei really that powerful? How could he alarm the three magnates? I heard that the ninth side ultimate god surrendered to Gu Fei. What? That Gu Fei actually subdued the ninth side ultimate god. He's the strongest person after the three magnates. He cultivates the nine side evil technique and is known as an unkillable ultimate god. In the five divine realms, the antique experts were exchanging information. Some of them had been in seclusion for thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years. They were very unfamiliar with Gu Fei. The old-timers were all very curious about Gu Fei. As far as they were concerned, Gu Fei was a powerful expert who had suddenly risen to prominence. However, this powerhouse who had appeared out of nowhere had actually defeated Divine Lord Nine Deaths. In the eyes of the old fogies of the heavenly god realm, this was practically impossible. One should know that the path of cultivation was a step-by-step process. It could not be accomplished overnight. Regardless of whether it was strength or the body, they could only be obtained through proper training. Of course, if that fellow's luck was off the charts and he ate some heavenly treasures, it was possible for his cultivation to improve greatly. However, there was a limit to that. Those below the Emperor realm could increase their cultivation base by eating treasures, but those above the Emperor realm couldn't rely on treasures to increase their cultivation base, unless they could get their hands on a legendary divine medicine. Even the three magnates did not have a peerless divine medicine, let alone the others. Little Nine actually betrayed us. In the center of the peerless divine land of the central divine domain, a huge mountain pierced the clouds. If one stood at the foot of the mountain and looked up, they would not be able to see the end of the mountain. Immortal mist lingered on the divine mountain. especially the upper part of the mountain where auspicious energy lingered. The entire mountain was completely enveloped by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Pavilions and terraces could be vaguely seen on the mountain. Divine medicines that had been growing for tens of thousands of years could be seen everywhere on the mountain. There were even divine medicine kings among them. The peak of the divine mountain was under the canopy of the sky, very close to the stars. 3 living beings were sitting in a pavilion at the top of the mountain. The 3 creatures were extremely powerful. They looked like 3 stars that had fallen into the pavilion. Every single one of them was releasing extremely pure waves of divine power. Only a few shadows could be seen in the dazzling divine light. Since little Nine has betrayed us, we'll kill him the next time we see him. One of the living beings said indifferently, "Humph, you were the one who let little Nine go, but now you want to kill him? Tung-E, what exactly do you want?" Another being sneered and said, "Long Tsong, could it be that you want to fight again?" The living being called Tung-E immediately emitted a chilling, murderous aura. In the next moment, the entire starry sky began to shake. The stars in the sky seemed like they would fall at any moment. "Humph, you too think I'm dead?" The living being that had not spoken said coldly, "Boss Qianyu, Tung-E has indeed crossed the line. Since he wanted to kill little Nine, he could have killed little Nine before. Why did he let him go? Now he wants to kill him. How fickle." Long Tsong, one of the 3 magnates, said angrily, "What? If I want to kill him, I'll kill him. If I want to let him go, I'll let him go. What's it to you?" Tung-E said coldly, "Humph, I can't control you, but boss is here. Don't you dare act presumptuously." Long Tsong snorted, "All of you, shut up." The magnate called Qian, you said angrily. After the boss spoke, both Long Tsong and Tung-E dared not speak anymore. Since that guy called Gu Fei could defeat little Nine, he should be pretty good. Which one of you wants to go fight him? Qianyu looked at the 2 and said, "Doesn't Tung-E want to kill little Nine?" "Tung-E should go," Long Tsong said. "Tung-E, why don't you go?" Qianyu said, "Humph." Tung-E did not say anything. In the next moment, the dazzling divine light on his body disappeared into his body. His real body appeared, a creature with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a snake appeared in the pavilion. The snake's scales were very beautiful. The scales were covered with patterns of different colors, as if they were natural patterns. A terrifying, murderous aura spread from its body, with the divine mountain as the center. Almost half of the living beings in the central celestial realm felt this murderous aura. All of them were extremely terrified. The anger of a magnate can shake the heavens and earth. An expert of the previous generation said with a trembling voice, "The experts of the ancient forces in the central celestial realm looked at the divine mountain. It was the ancestral mountain of the heavenly god realm, which had existed before the world was created. This divine mountain was called Incipient God Mountain. In the central celestial realm, and even in the other 4 celestial realms, Incipient God Mountain was incomparably sacred. Only the 3 giants could reach the peak of the mountain. Even the leaders of the super forces in the central celestial realm were not qualified to reach the peak of Incipient God Mountain. What happened after all? Did the legendary Gu Fei come to the central celestial realm? Someone was surprised. "Humph, with the 3 giants here, no matter how strong Gu Fei is, he won't be a match for them." Someone said something like that. In the eyes of the creatures in the central celestial realm, the 3 giants were invincible existences. Even the Dark Knight Emperor, who had swept the heavenly god realm, was chased away by the 3 giants. "I'm going to meet that kid." Then Tung-E disappeared from the peak of Incipient God Mountain. Tung-E the ancient totem of the heavenly god realm, had lived to this day. He was absolutely one of the oldest gods in the heavenly god realm. For a long time, he and two other ancient gods had controlled the entire heavenly god realm. They were the real rulers of the heavenly god realm. Those so-called god emperors, godly venerables, and great emperors were like kids in front of them. Almost all the living beings in the heavenly god realm were their descendants. They were the most ancient gods. The three giants should have ascended to the upper worlds, but they didn't. With their cultivation and competence, it was easy for them to ascend to the upper worlds. However, after the dark times in the antiquity time, the three giants had lived in seclusion in incipient God Mountain. However, each of them had a representative in the world. Tung Yi was behind evil Emperor Tatian. Long Tsang and Qian Yu also had their own forces in the 5 celestial realms. Although Gu Fei was very strong, the three giants of the heavenly god realm were living totems that had lived for a long time. And Gu Fei was just a guy who came out of nowhere. Although he had never been defeated, the three giants of the heavenly god realm were known to be invincible. Without a doubt, this was going to be an unprecedented collision. Gu Fei wasn't the Dark Knight Emperor or the 9 Deaths evil lord. Gu Fei's power had shaken the entire heavenly god realm. Although he had only taken action in the southern divine region, the forces of the other 4 celestial realms were terrified. They were afraid that Gu Fei would invade their celestial realms. Fortunately, Gu Fei's people had announced that they would attack the central celestial region. They didn't want to attack the other 3 celestial realms. This made the forces of the eastern, western, and northern divine regions heave a sigh of relief. However, everyone knew that Gu Fei wanted to decide the outcome of this battle. He wanted to cut the Gordian knot and directly challenge the strongest experts of the heavenly god realm. Because once he defeated the 3 giants, Gu Fei would truly be invincible. This way, everyone from the other 3 celestial realms would come to him, and he wouldn't need to fight at all. Southern Divine Region, Heaven Trampling City. No, it should be called Heaven Battling City now. A black-robed youth was sitting under a tree in the backyard of the city lord's mansion. This black-robed youth was Gu Fei. Meanwhile, Gu Fei's subordinates were currently gathering the experts of the Southern Divine Region. Countless cultivators flooded into Heaven Battling City in an instant. Of course, the cultivators who could enter Heaven Battling City were all experts. They were either the patriarchs of their families or the patriarchs of their clans. These people had come to submit to Gu Fei. Just as Gu Fei's subordinates were preparing to attack the central celestial region, a figure silently appeared in front of Gu Fei. The blurry figure was like air that could disappear into the void at any time. "You're Gu Fei." A wave of divine sense spread out from this mysterious figure. Amen. Gu Fei looked at the mysterious figure in front of him, his face expressionless. "Little guy, surrender obediently, or I'll send you on your way." That divine sense fluctuation came from the blurry figure again. "Send me on my way?" Gu Fei couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. This guy actually wanted to kill him. Was he stupid? Chapter 4180. Tung Yi, one of the 3 giants of the heavenly god world, suddenly appeared in front of Gu Fei. The blurry figure did not reveal a trace of aura. He did not want to alarm anyone, so he quietly appeared in front of Gu Fei. It must be known that the current heavenly battling city was a gathering of masters, including the Dark Knight Emperor, the True Dragon Emperor, and the 9 Deaths revered god. Since this guy could appear in front of him, it seemed that he had some ability. "Humph, hiding your head and showing your tail. How dare you come here to die?" Gu Fei looked indifferently at the blurry figure in front of him. "What did you say?" Tung Yi was furious. This little guy dared to be presumptuous in front of him. He was one of the three progenitors of the heavenly god world. He regarded himself as the progenitor of the heavenly god world. "Little guy, you're too arrogant." Tung-Yi said coldly. "I'm arrogant? Aren't you just a dead snake? Although you've cultivated to a half-human, half-snake form, you're still a snake." Gu Fei said indifferently. "What?" When Tung-Yi heard this, he was extremely shocked. This was a secret that no one knew about. Even Qian Yu and his nemesis Long Tsang didn't know about it. He could not believe that this guy could see through his secret at a glance. Could it be that this guy cultivated the heaven-concealing divine eye? However, although he did not know how the other party saw through his true form, there was one thing that Tung-Yi knew, and that was that the person in front of him must die. His secret could not be leaked. Only the dead could not speak. Gu Fei originally cultivated the martial path heavenly eye, and when he became an eternal supreme, the martial path heavenly eye transformed into the more powerful eternal true eye. Although Gu Fei's cultivation had not fully recovered, only less than 1/10,000th, his eyes could see the origin of everything. In front of him, even an extreme grade supreme could not hide his true form, let alone this guy who was not even an extreme grade supreme. It was impossible for the heavenly god world to produce an extreme grade supreme, because the heavenly god world was not a complete world. It was still incomplete and could not produce an extreme grade supreme. However, this guy was still much stronger than the 9 Deaths evil lord. To him, he would be a good opponent. Kill. Without any hesitation, a shocking, murderous aura erupted from Tung-Yi's body. Extremely violent energy ripples spread out. Rumble, all of Heaven Battling City was shaken, and countless masters in the city were shocked. Some of the weaker experts directly exploded under the pressure from Tung-Yi's body. Their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. A terrifying scene unfolded in Heaven Battling City. Cultivators kept exploding on the spot, turning into a mist of blood. Their bodies were torn to shreds, and even their essence spirits collapsed into the void. Some people were directly splashed with blood, and they were horrified. A terrifying pressure spread out in all directions. Tung-Yi had only released his aura, yet countless cultivators in Heaven Battling City had already died. Gu Fei was both shocked and angry. He never thought that this guy would actually disregard the lives and deaths of the countless cultivators in the city and directly release his most powerful aura. This guy is really unscrupulous. Tung-Yi disregarded the lives and deaths of the human race and instantly killed countless humans in the city. This made Gu Fei furious. In fact, he had learned the truth about the 3 giants from the 9 Deaths evil lord. The 3 giants were Tung-Yi, Long Tsang, and Qian Yu. Qian Yu was the eldest and the strongest of the 3 giants. Tung-Yi and Long Tsang respected each other and had always had grievances with each other. However, because of Qian Yu's presence, these 2 fellas did not dare to do anything out of line. It's Tung-Yi. At this time, inside the City Lord's mansion, the 9 Deaths evil lord looked in the direction of the powerful pressure with a look of horror. Tung-Yi, the Dark Knight Emperor, who was beside the 9 Deaths evil lord, heard this, and his expression suddenly changed. The next moment, a monstrous battle intent erupted from his body. All the masters in the City Lord's mansion were shocked. 2 extremely powerful auras had appeared in Heaven Battling City at the same time. However, the second wave of pressure was clearly weaker than the previous one. That Dark Knight brat is also here? Very good. This time I'll deal with all of you at once. Tung-Yi's figure appeared in the void. His body, which seemed to be cast from peerless divine iron, exuded a sense of power as the 5 colored patterns on his half-snake body glowed. Shameless boasting. Gu Fei was still sitting cross-legged under the tree, showing no intention of standing up. "You dare look down on me so much?" Yi was furious. He had been worshipped by the human race and other races since ancient times and was regarded as a supreme god by those races. Teng Yi, who was usually aloof, was actually being looked down upon by a little human boy. This was difficult for him to accept. "You can die now." Teng Yi stretched out his right hand and pointed a finger at Gu Fei's brow. A beam of light immediately rushed out from his fingertip and pierced towards Gu Fei's brow. Wherever this beam of light passed, it left behind a dark void crack. A cruel smile appeared on Teng Yi's face. He had lost count of the number of living beings he had killed with this move. There were geniuses from the human race and supreme experts from other races. Those so-called invincible experts had all been killed by his finger. Teng Yi felt an inexplicable sense of excitement as he watched those peerless geniuses die in his hands. He did not know when he had started to like killing geniuses. However, just as Teng Yi was about to see Gu Fei's head being pierced by his finger, the beam of light suddenly exploded less than 3 inches away from his brow. Teng Yi was shocked when he saw this. There was someone in the divine realm who could block his attack. And it was a human. How was this possible? It was impossible for there to be such an expert in the human race. The 3 great leaders are only SOSO. Gu Fei said disdainfully. This level of attack was not even comparable to the ultimate god of death. This is ridiculous. I was just casually attacking. I wasn't serious yet. Teng Yi said angrily. Then you should be serious. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to be serious. Gu Fei said calmly. Teng Yi was infuriated. He extended his right hand and grabbed at Gu Fei. A beam of light shot out from his 5 fingers like a sharp sword. If Teng Yi grabbed him, his body would definitely be pierced. Teng Yi smiled coldly when he saw that his right hand was about to grab Gu Fei. However, his smile froze the next moment. His right hand that was grabbing at Gu Fei also stopped as if it had hit an invisible wall. No matter how much he urged his divine power, his right hand was blocked a few inches away from Gu Fei. It was difficult for him to move any further. Chapter 4181. The 3 magnates of the heavenly divine realm were invincible in the eyes of the experts of the heavenly divine realm. Even when the Dark Knight Emperor had charged into the heavenly god realm and swept through the 4 divine regions of the heavenly god realm, his might had shaken the world. He had been chased away by the 3 big shots when he had attacked the central divine region. For the Dark Knight Emperor, it was an unforgettable humiliation for him. However, it must be said that the Dark Knight Emperor's luck was really bad. After preparing for countless months, he thought that he could once again attack the heavenly divine realm and settle the score with the 3 magnates, but then a Gu Fei appeared out of nowhere. The Dark Knight Emperor was not a match for Gu Fei, and he even became Gu Fei's servant. This made the Dark Knight Emperor want to die. It's Teng Yi, one of the 3 magnates. The other 2 magnates did not come, so the Dark Knight Emperor quickly rushed out of the City Lord's mansion. True Dragon Emperor, 9 Death Evil Lord, and the others also rushed out. At this time, in the backyard of the City Lord's mansion, Gu Fei was still sitting cross-legged under a big tree, and in front of him stood a half-human, half-snake guy. It really is Teng Yi. When the Dark Knight Emperor saw that figure, his eyes immediately turned red, and he wanted to rush up and fight with Teng Yi. Teng Yi actually went to find the master. 9 Death Evil Lord's expression was extremely ugly. He had betrayed the 3 magnates and sided with Gu Fei. He was a traitor, and the 3 magnates only had one way to deal with traitors, and that was to kill. That day, 9 Death Evil Lord almost died in Teng Yi's hands. If Teng Yi defeated Gu Fei, then he would also be buried with him. Thinking of this, 9 Death Evil Lord could not help but panic, but he did not dare to run away. One should know that Gu Fei only needed a thought to destroy his body and soul. Who dared to run away? Everyone present did not dare to run away, because once they did, they would anger the master, and then they would die. Therefore, no one dared to run away. At this time, Tung Yi used all his strength, but his right hand could not reach forward even an inch. Gu Fei was in front of him, but Tung Yi could not catch him, which made him indescribably shocked. Damn it! Tung Yi knew that he had kicked an iron plate today. Whoosh! He immediately retreated. However, just as Tung Yi was about to move, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed his right hand. Then, the hand threw him away. Tung Yi was immediately thrown out of Heaven Battling City by Gu Fei, as if he was riding a cloud. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. If he can't win, he'll run? Gu Fei said coldly. He stood up and stretched his body. Then, he took a step forward and disappeared under the tree. Even the Dark Knight Emperor and the 9 Deaths Evil Lord were unable to see how Gu Fei had disappeared and where he had gone, because Gu Fei's speed was simply too fast. With the departure of Tang Yi and Gu Fei, the pressure on everyone's hearts also disappeared. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, all the surviving cultivators in the city felt that it was good to be alive. Boom! The next moment, a loud noise came from the starry sky. Stars directly exploded in the sky. A battle between supreme powerhouses had broken out. In the depths of the starry sky, Tung Yi and Gu Fei finally started fighting. The Dark Knight Emperor and the others hurriedly rushed into the starry sky to watch the battle. A battle of this level was not something that could be seen every day, because existences of this level would not easily take action. If it was not for Gu Fei being too powerful and pointing his sword at the central celestial territory, wanting to take away the source of heaven and earth, the 3 magnates would not have appeared in front of the world again. At this time, in the depths of the starry sky, 2 figures were moving rapidly. Everywhere they passed, stars exploded, and the void was easily torn and shattered. The more Tung Yi fought, the more shocked he became. Only now did he realize that he had seriously underestimated Gu Fei. Only a ferocious dragon would not cross the river. Eat my fist! Tung Yi roared. In the next moment, he punched out. Then 9 balls of divine light rushed out from his fist and blasted at Gu Fei. Rumble, the power that erupted from the 9 balls of divine light, was earth-shattering. The surrounding stars were falling continuously, and it was as terrifying as the end of the world. Eat my fist too. As Gu Fei spoke, he also punched out to meet the other party's fist. The 2 fists collided in an instant, causing a loud explosion. The 9 balls of divine light dissipated in the void at the same time, as if they had never appeared. In the next moment, Tung Yi screamed in pain and flew backward. His entire right arm was bent in a strange way. It was just a punch, but Suemo had crippled Tung Yi's arm. Master is actually so powerful, the Dark Knight Emperor, and the others were surprised and overjoyed. Who are you? Tung Yi stared at Gu Fei fiercely and said while gritting his teeth. His right arm was recovering rapidly, and the aura exuding from his body was getting stronger. Gu Fei did not say a word. His fist had already smashed in front of Tung Yi. Great hand of destruction! Tung Yi roared angrily and displayed his trump card. A terrifying power of destruction surged from Tung Yi's hand, and the void was annihilated silently. Under the engulfment of the power of the Annihilation Fist, everything turned into dust. A sword from the east. Gu Fei used his hand as a sword and slashed in the void. A dazzling sword light immediately rushed out from his hand, and in an instant it cut through the void of heaven and earth, directly breaking through the mighty power of destruction. The sword light contained a trace of eternal power. It was the power of the eternal sword principle. When had eternal power ever appeared in the heavenly divine realm? Gu Fei added the trace of eternal power to the sword light, causing it to be indestructible and indestructible. No one could withstand such a sword. Even Tung Yi, one of the three magnates, could not. With a blood-curdling scream, one of Tung Yi's arms flew off. In the next moment, the magnate broke the void and escaped into the chaos. He escaped. Gu Fei was a little surprised. An existence of this level had actually escaped. An arm fell from the starry sky. It was a severed arm of an existence much stronger than an ultimate god or a great emperor. Every drop of blood that fell contained a powerful essence. Such essence blood was definitely the favorite of alchemists. Of course, not all alchemists could refine such essence blood. The alchemy emperor had also submitted to Gu Fei. No one dared to go forward to take the severed arm, but the alchemy emperor did not care. He directly rushed forward and snatched the severed arm. This guy, all the emperors were extremely jealous. That was the flesh and blood of an existence that surpassed an ultimate god or a great emperor. It was comparable to a peerless divine medicine. Even a bite could improve one's cultivation level. Even Tung Yi is no match for master. At that moment, Gu Fei's camp was in an uproar. Chapter 4182. There was no doubt that the three magnates of the heavenly god realm were powerful. They were all super old antiques who had lived since the primordial era. For countless years, they ruled over everything in the heavenly god realm and controlled the fates of countless living beings. Since ancient times, they had been involved in every major event that had happened in the heavenly god realm. Sometimes living for a long time was also an advantage. After countless years of accumulation and cultivation, no one knew what level the cultivation of these three giants had reached. However, Gu Fei had defeated one of them with one sword strike. Everyone was dumbfounded. Tung Yi, one of the three magnates of the heavenly god realm, had one of his arms cut off by Gu Fei. Everyone found it hard to believe, but they had to believe it because many of them had seen it with their own eyes. Gu Fei's camp was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked. Master defeated Tung Yi, one of the three magnates. Is it true? Countless cultivators in Heavenly Battling City spread the news. The whole city was boiling. At first, many people didn't think that Gu Fei would win because the three magnates weren't ordinary existences. They had lived for countless years and were super antiques at the totem level. That year, the Dark Knight Emperor had been high-spirited. He had wanted to conquer the heavenly god realm and sweep over the four divine regions. However, he had failed in the central divine region. At this moment, the Dark Knight Emperor looked at Gu Fei, who was sitting on the throne in the middle of the hall with a complicated expression. He would never understand his master. That year, it was Tung Yi who had driven him out of the heavenly god realm. Thinking of this, the Dark Knight Emperor's face darkened. Right at this moment, a part of the void above the incipient god mountain collapsed. A figure broke the void and appeared on the peak of the incipient god mountain. It was a creature of the alien race, half human and half snake. One of his arms had been cut off. His body was covered with blood. He looked extremely miserable. What? On the peak of the incipient god mountain, Long Song and Qian, you couldn't help but be shocked. Roar. Tung Yi looked up to the sky and roared. Terrifying sound waves spread out, shaking the entire void. It was as horrible as the end of the world. Stars kept exploding in the starry sky. The spiritual energy of the world and the surroundings gathered towards him in a frenzy. It was as if he was enveloped by a ball of divine fire. Boom! Just then, a muffled sound rang out as the void trembled. A powerful shockwave burst forth from Tung Yi's body. The void rippled like water. Tung Yi landed directly on the peak of incipient God Mountain. His broken arm had grown back, as if he had never been hurt. What's going on? On the mountain peak, Qianyu was extremely shocked. There was actually someone in the heavenly god realm who could injure Tung Yi. Tung Yi was one of the 3 big shots of the heavenly god realm. Humph, do you even need to ask? He must have kicked an iron plate. Long Tsang said coldly. The happiest thing for him was to see Tung Yi suffer. However, the news of Tung Yi's defeat quickly spread, and everyone was shocked. Gu Fei had defeated a giant with a single sword strike, and the morale of the camp skyrocketed. When the news of Gu Fei killing a giant with a single sword strike spread, the morale of his subordinates soared. At this time, the entire heavenly god realm was filled with powerful cultivators of the divine way. Their powerful auras filled the world. At this time, all the major forces of the central divine realm were preparing for battle. This was definitely the strongest battle in the history of the heavenly god realm. The entire heavenly battling city was overcrowded. Outside the central divine realm, banners fluttered in the wind and wild beasts roared. It was very lively. All the experts of the central divine realm had come, including some ancient existences who had gone into seclusion a long time ago. In the 5 great regions of the heavenly god realm, powerful gods were constantly awakened from their slumber. Some of the fallen gods began to reappear. However, these gods were the descendants of the 3 big shots. In heavenly battling city of the southern divine region, after Tung Yi's battle, the number of cultivators in the city had decreased by more than half. At this time, blood could be seen everywhere in heavenly battling city. Tung Yi didn't care about the lives of the humans and other living beings. Wang family, Wang Xuanji, a newly ascended god emperor. Experts from all sides were fighting to meet him. This cultivation family that had existed for countless years was almost facing extinction. At this time, another god emperor had appeared in the Wang family. Other forces wouldn't dare to attack a family with a god emperor overseeing it. If a god emperor wasn't present, other forces would attack. In the best-case scenario, they would lose everything. In the worst-case scenario, they might even lose their lives. The southern heaven god emperor didn't show himself. However, someone saw his daughter, Xian Shi, appear in the city lord's mansion of heavenly battling city. The daughter of the southern heaven god emperor was friends with Gu Fei. This was the reason why Gu Fei didn't cause trouble for the southern heaven god emperor. In the southern divine region, only the southern heaven god emperor still stood tall. The southern heaven divine palace almost had a huge internal problem. In fact, Gu Fei didn't really care about anything. He was still very calm as he pointed his sword at the central divine region. However, his subordinates were extremely excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. That was the central divine region. Since ancient times, who dared to point their sword at the central divine region? Back then, the Dark Knight Emperor had pointed his sword at the central divine region, but he was chased away by the 3 powerhouses. To the Dark Knight Emperor, it was definitely the greatest humiliation of his life. Now, Gu Fei was stronger and more powerful than the Dark Knight Emperor. Whether it was the true Dragon Emperor, the Dark Knight Emperor, or the 9 Deaths Divine Lord, each of them was peerlessly powerful. Mo Yuan was also very strong. At least, he had once driven away the heaven-trampling evil emperor. Of course, the heaven-trampling evil emperor was already dead. Gu Fei had eliminated the heaven-trampling evil emperor's forces and taken over all the territories that originally belonged to him. However, this indirectly offended a certain force in the central divine region. However, Gu Fei didn't care. In the heavenly god realm, he didn't fear anyone. The eternal true bone was the source of Gu Fei's confidence. Ting-yi, you're really getting worse and worse. You can't even beat a little guy of the human race. How embarrassing, Long Song said. Humph. Come and fight him if you can. Let's see how long you can last against that kid. On the peak of incipient God Mountain, Tung-yi stared at Long Song coldly and said, Fine, I'll go and bring that kid's head back. Long Song said loudly. Long Song shouted loudly. He actually transformed into a figure and soared into the sky, disappearing under the gloomy sky without a trace. At this time, Gu Fei had returned to Heavenly Battling City in the southern Divine region. He was still sitting cross-legged under the big tree behind the City Lord's mansion. However, before he could even sit down, another figure appeared in front of him. Preposterous. Gu Fei was a little annoyed. Then the consequences would be severe. You're Gu Fei? You defeated Ting-yi? The man stared at Gu Fei and said coldly, You're with that guy? Gu Fei was enraged. Ha ha, good, very good. Gu Fei laughed in anger. That Tung-yi was lucky to have escaped quickly. Otherwise, Gu Fei would have killed that fellow long ago. Although Hierarch and Great Emperor were powerful, they were nothing in Gu Fei's eyes. At this time, the entire heavenly god realm was divided into two camps. One was the three powerhouses, and the other was Gu Fei, who had killed a powerhouse with a single sword strike. The three powerhouses had operated in the heavenly god realm for countless years and were extremely powerful. Gu Fei's forces, which had just been established, could not be compared to them. However, Gu Fei could challenge the entire central divine region alone. He was invincible wherever he pointed his sword. Why are you still laughing when you're about to die? Long Song looked at Gu Fei with disdain and said coldly, There are many people in this world who want to kill me, but they can't. In the end, I killed them all, Gu Fei said indifferently. Is that so? I can only say that they're too weak. Long Song was very confident. Haha, interesting. Let's see what you're capable of. Gu Fei laughed. This fellow wasn't confident. He was simply arrogant. Go to hell. Long Song did not waste any more time and stretched out his right hand to grab Gu Fei's head. His 5 extremely sharp fingers were like 5 extremely sharp little swords stabbing towards Gu Fei's head. Gu Fei remained motionless and did not even bat an eyelid. Long Song's lips curled into a sneer. At that moment, his smile suddenly froze on his face. His right hand that was about to grab Gu Fei's head stopped above Gu Fei's head and could not go any further. What? Long Song was extremely shocked. He knew very well how powerful his grab was. Even a peerless ultimate god would be killed by his grab, let alone a mere human. Roar. Long Song kept roaring as his right hand was surrounded by divine light. No matter how hard he tried, he could not shake Gu Fei's defensive power at all. It was unbelievable. No wonder Tung-yi was in such a sorry state. It seemed that Gu Fei was not as simple as he seemed. Gu Fei could cut off one of Tung-yi's arms, so he could naturally deal with Long Song. It seemed like he was too impulsive. Long Song broke out in cold sweat when he thought of Tung-yi's sorry state. How could this little guy named Gu Fei be more powerful than him and the others? Long Song could not believe it at all. Is that all you're capable of? Gu Fei suddenly looked up at the shocked Long Song and said, What? Long Song wanted to retreat, but at that moment, Gu Fei reached out and grabbed his right hand. Long Song's entire body was lifted off the ground with a sudden force. The next moment, Gu Fei slammed Long Song on the ground. Boom! A muffled sound was heard as Long Song slammed hard on the ground. Dust filled the air as a human-shaped pit appeared on the ground. Cough, cough. You. Long Tsang was dumbfounded and coughed continuously as he choked on the dust. Chapter 4183. In front of Gu Fei, Long Tsang was not an opponent at all. As soon as Gu Fei took action, this insufferably arrogant guy fell flat on his face like a dog eating shit, leaving him in an extremely sorry state. Ho! Long Tsang was so angry that he almost went crazy. He roared as the power in his body burst out, directly destroying everything around him. He did not care about anything else. He wanted to use the blood of his opponent to wash away the shame he had brought him, even if he had to pay the price of the countless lives in Heaven Battling City. However, at this moment, a peerless jade-like palm pressed on his head. 9 Tao patterns rushed out from the palm and entered his body. Then they appeared on his body. In the next moment, the tyrannical power that was about to erupt from Long Tsang's body was forcibly suppressed by the Tao veins that rushed out from the palm. Long Tsang was both shocked and angry. The tyrannical power that was about to erupt was actually suppressed by his opponent's divine body. As a result, his divine body had to bear this power directly. In the next moment, Long Tsang's whole body swelled up like a balloon, like an inflatable puppet, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, making him look extremely ferocious. His divine body, which had been tempered 1,000 times over, was now covered in bloody marks, his bones broken, and some of them even pierced out of his body. Although Long Tsang's divine body was extremely powerful, he could barely hold on. He did not want to blow himself up, but if his divine body were to explode, it would be no different from blowing himself up, and the destructive power would definitely be on a heaven-destroying level. Not to mention Heaven Battling City. Even all the creatures living near it would suffer. Hateful. Long Tsang desperately tried to control the violent power in his body. Countless Tao veins rushed out from his body, burning every drop of blood, every bone, and every strand of hair. Under Long Tsang's desperate control, his divine body did not explode in the end, but his divine body suffered an unimaginable impact, almost injuring its source. Come in. At this time, Gu Fei directly broke the void and took the dragon song into his inner world. The devouring power spread out, and even the Dark Knight Emperor and the others who were watching the battle were taken into his inner world. In the next moment, Gu Fei's figure disappeared into the void. No one could see where he went. The Dark Knight Emperor, and the others were indescribably shocked. They realized that they had entered an unfamiliar world in an instant. The heaven and earth spiritual chi here was actually several times denser than the outside world. Bathing in the spiritual energy, they felt extremely comfortable. Boom, bam. The dull sound of collision startled everyone. In the mountain ridge, in front of them, 2 silhouettes were moving quickly. A powerful pressure shook the heavens and the earth, causing the entire mountain ridge to tremble. This was Gu Fei's inner world. Here, Gu Fei was the master of everything and could control anyone's life and death. Fighting here could avoid affecting the outside world. Moreover, Gu Fei could mobilize the power of the entire heaven and earth at any time. In this way, even if the dragon song was stronger, it was impossible for him to be a match for Gu Fei. In Gu Fei's inner world, Gu Fei could control the range of the power waves that erupted from the 2 experts to minimize the damage of this battle. At this time, the dragon song was almost going crazy. His body shook, and a violent aura immediately surged from his body. An old dragon appeared in the sky. This was a purple dragon. Its scales were like peerless purple gold, emitting a destructive purple light. Its body was like a mountain range coiled in the void. It was extremely huge. You've shown your true form? Come and die. Gu Fei looked at the purple gold dragon indifferently. Compared to the purple gold water dragon, he was really too small. However, his small body contained much more power than the purple gold water dragon. You better come here and let me eat you. The purple gold dragon stared at Gu Fei and spoke in the human language. Gu Fei did not speak. Die. In the next moment, the purple gold dragon pounced directly at Gu Fei. Its huge dragon claw, swoosh, like a poisonous snake coming out of its hole, it clawed at Gu Fei at lightning speed. The whole heaven and earth immediately turned cold. Dragon claw? What can you catch? Scratch my itch? Gu Fei sneered and did not dodge. Go to hell. Seeing that Gu Fei did not dodge, the dragon song grinned, and the power of the dragon claw increased. Bang! Long Tsong's flood dragon claw ruthlessly smashed onto Gu Fei's head. Master, when the Dark Knight Emperor and the others saw this, they were extremely shocked. The power of the dragon claw was fierce, but the divine Dao Yuan Qi cultivated was extremely cold. The cold divine Dao Yuan Qi could invade the opponent's body and directly shatter the internal organs. Even if the opponent's divine Dao cultivation was comparable to the dragon songs, they would still die after being hit by the dragon claw. Gu Fei was slapped by Long Tsong's claw. How could he still be alive? However, the purple gold dragon that the dragon song had transformed into was shocked in the next moment. At the same time, Gu Fei let out a roar, and his body shook. His clothes immediately shattered into thousands of pieces, fluttering in the air like butterflies. Oh no! The dragon song only felt a strong force erupt from the opponent's body. He turned pale with fright and hurriedly tried to retreat. However, at this moment, Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and grabbed Long Tsong's dragon claw with his 5 fingers. Then he pulled hard. The dragon song screamed, and blood splattered. The entire claw was actually torn off by Gu Fei, and the dragon blood splattered everywhere. Bang! Gu Fei directly kicked the flood dragon's head, and a bone-chilling sound of bones breaking rang out. Dragon Song's entire flood dragon's head caved in from the kick, and he was directly sent flying backward. The Dark Knight Emperor, and the others saw this scene and were dumbfounded. This scene was simply too shocking. To think that a puny human could send a dragon the size of a mountain flying with a single kick. It was truly hard to imagine just how much power was hidden within this body. One of the 3 big shots of the heavenly god realm, Long Tsong, was defeated just like that. The purple gold dragon that the dragon song had transformed into was directly sent flying for hundreds of thousands of miles, directly smashing into the depths of the mountain ridges. More than 10 mountains were directly smashed into pieces. Gu Fei took a step and instantly caught up with the dragon song. He stomped the dragon song into the ground. Boom! A loud noise was heard, and the ground shook violently like a wave. The mountains in the distance were directly smashed into pieces, and dust rose into the sky. It was horrifying. The 3 magnates are just trash. As Gu Fei spoke, he exerted force with his right foot. Crack! With a sound, the dragon song's head, which was even bigger than a small mountain, was stomped into pieces by his foot. It was just like stomping an ant to death. However, it was not an ant, but a dragon with the blood of a real dragon in its body, and the blood of the real dragon had been awakened. Otherwise, it would not be possible for the 3 magnates of the heavenly divine realm to be on an equal footing with Tung Yi and Qian Yu. Master, the Dark Knight Emperor, and the others were really shocked by this scene. This scene was really too unreal. The combat power displayed by Gu Fei was too shocking. Dragon Song is dead. Everyone was dumbfounded, as if the whole world was about to be destroyed. That was Dragon Song, one of the 3 magnates of the heavenly divine realm, but he was actually stomped to death by Gu Fei. Since when did ultimate gods become so valuable? In Gu Fei's opinion, the ultimate gods of the heavenly divine realm were just a group of small fries. There were too few places where he could fight. Gu Fei stomped Dragon Song to death, which made the Dark Knight Emperor and the others surprised and happy. They had not yet attacked the Central Celestial Realm, but Gu Fei had already consecutively defeated the two magnates of the Central Celestial Realm, and even stomped Dragon Song to death. It seemed like it was only a matter of time before Gu Fei unified the entire heavenly divine realm. Who else in the heavenly divine realm could compete with Gu Fei? At this time, in Gu Fei's inner world, a white-clothed woman holding a little girl's hand walked out of a valley. "It's Master's aura," said the little girl. She was like a fairy of heaven and earth, and her body was surrounded by a celestial aura. She looked at the white-clothed woman innocently and said, "At least he still remembers us." The lady in white looked in Gu Fei's direction with a smile on her face. Just when Gu Fei stomped Dragon Song to death, Qian Yu and Teng Yi, who were on the peak of incipient God Mountain in the Central Celestial Realm, suddenly felt something and revealed a frightened expression. "Who is it? Who dares to kill our people?" Qian Yu roared angrily, and a terrifying, murderous aura burst out from his body. The entire heaven and earth shook, and the temperature of the entire world dropped rapidly under the impact of the murderous aura. Dragon Song is dead. Could it be that he killed Dragon Song? Ting Yi's face turned pale. He could vaguely guess who killed Dragon Song. In the entire heavenly divine realm, only that fella had the ability to kill Dragon Song. "Boss, I know who killed Dragon Song," Teng Yi said with a solemn face. "Who?" Qian Yu heard him and immediately became spirited. "It's that Gu Fei." Teng Yi's forehead was sweating when he thought about Gu Fei's strength. "It's him." Qian Yu's murderous aura became thicker, and the entire sky darkened. Lightning flashed in the sky, illuminating the entire place. In the Central Celestial Realm, on the peak of incipient God Mountain, Qian Yu stretched out his right hand, and a divine weapon flew into his hand. Qian Yu held the divine weapon, and in the next moment, a powerful force burst out from his body and was poured into the divine weapon in his hand. Buzz! The divine weapon in Qian Yu's hand shook violently. Then many ancient divine marks appeared on the divine weapon, and a powerful energy burst out from the divine weapon. It was like a terrifying heavenly beast that had been in a deep sleep had awakened. "I'm going to see if this Gu Fei has 3 heads and 6 arms to kill Dragon Song." Chapter 4184. The whole heavenly god realm was in an incomparably turbulent state. All kinds of forces appeared on the scene, and even some ancient forces appeared. The heavenly serpent race was undoubtedly one of the strongest races among the ancient races. This race had lived in seclusion in the heavenly god realm's East Marsh for generations. Long Tsong was from the heavenly serpent race. When the news that Long Tsong had been stomped to death by Gu Fei reached Eastern Swamp, the entire heavenly serpent clan was filled with grief and indignation. It should be known that the heavenly serpent clan had relied on Long Tsong to survive. However, Long Tsong was now dead. Their backbone was dead. This was undoubtedly the end of the heavenly serpent tribe. The entire tribe was gloomy and gloomy. At this moment, in Gu Fei's inner world, Gu Fei had already chased the Dark Knight Emperor and the others out of the inner world because Yen-Er had arrived. Yen-Er had arrived. Her clothes were whiter than snow, and she was holding her disciple little spirit fairy, Er's hand, as she leisurely walked over. She was like a supreme fairy, elegant, and otherworldly. Little Ling Xian, was her disciple. Of course, it could also be said that she and Gu Fei shared the same disciple, because little Ling Xian, respectfully addressed the two as masters. Of course, Gu Fei didn't care about it. Yen-Er naturally wouldn't care about it either. "I heard you were injured. Is that true?" Yen asked with concern as she led little spirit fairy to Gu Fei. Who's so talkative? Gu Fei said. Could it be those two girls? When Gu Fei ascended to the heavenly god realm, he sent Zhou Zairu and Mo Xian into the inner world and let them cultivate there. He didn't pay much attention to them. As the saying goes, the master leads the way, but cultivation depends on the individual. Gu Fei passed on the technique to Zhou Zairu, allowing her to cultivate and comprehend it on her own. He did not interfere too much. As for Mo Xian, she wasn't his direct disciple. She was only an in-name disciple. I'm very curious. Who in this world can hurt you? Yen said. She was very clear about Gu Fei's cultivation. He was extremely powerful and invincible, and he could sweep through the myriad of worlds. Who could be a match for him? Gu Fei smiled awkwardly. Your cultivation, Yen suddenly exclaimed. With her cultivation, she could naturally see through Gu Fei's cultivation at a glance. He was sent into the cycle of reincarnation, Gu Fei said. What? Yen was shocked. She didn't know about the battle between Gu Fei and the first primogenitor. She also didn't know that the first primogenitor used his life to force Gu Fei into the cycle of reincarnation. He wanted Gu Fei to perish in the cycle of reincarnation. What the hell is going on? Yen Er's expression became dignified. This was not a trivial matter. Gu Fei was the backbone of their family. If Gu Fei collapsed, their family would be finished. In the world of cultivation, it was all about one's fists. Only when one's fists were strong would others respect you. The weak were destined to be eliminated. Therefore, Gu Fei told Yen about his battle with the first demon progenitor. I didn't expect the demons of the ancestors' world to have such existences. After Yen heard this, she was truly frightened. Gu Fei had nearly been defeated. In a battle of this level, defeat would mean death. Master, what is a demon? Are demons bad people? Little spirit fairy suddenly raised her head and asked Yen, demons are not humans, and not all demons are bad demons, Yen said as she touched little spirit fairy's head. A demon injured Master Gu Fei. How is it not a bad demon? Little spirit fairy asked doubtfully. You will understand when you grow up. Yen said. Although little spirit fairy had been sent into the inner world by Gu Fei for a long time, her growth seemed to be very slow. She was still like a child. However, under Yen guidance, little spirit fairy's cultivation improved very quickly. At such a young age, she was already an immortal expert. Let's go back first. Gu Fei said. Okay. Yen nodded, held little spirit fairy's hand, and flew in the direction of the valley. When they returned to the valley, the higher-ups of the Meng clan and the Undead Spirit clan were already waiting outside the valley. They were extremely excited. It should be noted that Gu Fei rarely returned to the inner world. Now that he was back, they naturally had to pay their respects. However, those people were blocked outside the entrance of the valley by two servants. Even though the cultivation of the two maids wasn't that great, no one dared to act presumptuously. The three lords of the dead spirits and the ancestor of the Meng family were all very respectful as they waited outside the entrance of the valley. When they saw Gu Fei and Yen return together, everyone waiting outside the valley knelt before them. Welcome, Master, everyone said in unison. All of you can leave, Gu Fei said. Then he walked directly into the valley with Yen. Everyone waited until Gu Fei and Yen entered the valley before standing up and leaving. However, the patriarch of the Meng clan and the three undead spirit lords did not leave. They still waited outside the entrance of the valley. Gu Fei and Yen naturally had a lot to talk about after their reunion. Gu Fei stayed in the valley for 3 days in a row. During these 3 days, he summoned the old ancestor of the Meng clan and the 3 lords of the dead spirits of the Dead Spirit clan. He also entered the depths of the inner world to see the immortal ancestral dragon, divine medicine. There were divine medicines all around the heavenly spring of life. Any one of them had the effect of reviving the dead. Any one of them would cause a stir in the heavenly divine world. Gu Fei did not touch the divine medicines near the heavenly spring of life. Instead, he asked for a drop of blood essence from the immortal ancestral dragon divine medicine. This was something that could save one's life. Even if one was on the brink of death, as long as he ate this drop of blood essence, he could instantly recover. Gu Fei originally wanted to see Zhou Ziru and Emo Xian, but they were in seclusion. He did not want to disturb them. On the 4th day, Gu Fei walked out of the valley. Swoosh! Gu Fei turned into a divine light and instantly disappeared between heaven and earth. In the valley, a woman in white looked in the direction where Gu Fei disappeared with a calm expression. "Master, where is Master Gu Fei going?" Little Ling Xian asked. "He is going to do what the lords want to do," Yen said. "What the lords want to do?" Little Ling Xian asked curiously. "Well, let's go back," Yen said, and led little Ling Xian into the depths of the valley. At this time, in the heavenly battling city of the heavenly divine world, countless divine realm experts gathered in the city. The whole city was waving flags and wild beasts roaring. Many powerful figures appeared in the city. A divine phoenix flew over from the east. A man in green sat, cross-legged, on the back of the divine phoenix. The phoenix race is here. Some old gods in the city were surprised to see this. The phoenix race in the southern divine region was a race that had lived in seclusion for countless years. In the distant past, the phoenix race and the heavenly serpent race were equally famous. The heavenly serpent race produced Long Tsang, while the phoenix race's peerless expert had fallen. Therefore, the current phoenix race was inferior to the heavenly serpent race. However, when the news that Long Tsang was killed by Gu Fei spread, the phoenix race could not sit still. The hidden races had once again appeared in everyone's field of vision. This was a major event, and the power structure of the entire heavenly god realm had received a great impact. A new order was forming. Rumble, at this moment, in the west, a golden lion stepped through the void and rushed towards Heaven Battling City. This was an extremely powerful golden lion emperor, a peerless power that caused the world to tremble beneath its feet. "The golden lion race has also come out," someone exclaimed. Both the phoenix race and the golden lion race were once the strongest races in the southern divine region. They had once dominated the fate of the southern divine region. Everyone thought that the ancient race had been annihilated in the long river of time. Who would have thought that they still existed? The strength of the ancient race was undeniable. The experts of the phoenix race and the golden lion race were godly venerable level existences. Godly venerable was a legendary existence, but now, with the appearance of the ancient race, the number of godly venerable experts had increased. These guys had cultivated for countless months. Their cultivation and combat power were so high that they were the top existences in the entire heavenly divine realm. Only guys of this level were qualified to follow Gu Fei to conquer the central divine region. Soon, another ruthless person arrived outside Heavenly Battling City. It was a brawny man riding a howling moon celestial wolf with a pair of bronze hammers in his hands. Isn't that the howling moon battle ancestor? Someone recognized the brawny man. The howling moon race has also come out. An old god side. The arrival of these experts at Heavenly Battling City naturally meant that the rulers of these forces wanted to submit to Gu Fei and submit to Gu Fei. It should be known that the current ruler of the Southern Divine Region was Gu Fei. Naturally, These ancient clans had come to pay their respects to Gu Fei. The Howling Moon Race, the Phoenix Race, and the Golden Lion Race were ancient clans that had existed for countless years. Their heritage was incomparably deep, but now these ancient clans had no choice but to choose a side. The consequences of standing on the wrong side were very serious. These ancient clans would not come until the last moment. It should be known that no one was willing to be someone else's slave. However, if they did not surrender, the consequences would be very serious. If Gu Fei became angry, it was very likely that he would attack the ancient clans. At that time, it would be too late to beg for mercy. Gu Fei was not a cruel and merciless person, but if someone made him unhappy, he would deal with them with lightning speed. Just as the experts of the great clans of the Southern Divine Region gathered in Heavenly Battling City, the void above the city suddenly rippled like water. In the next moment, a figure walked out of the trembling void. This person was none other than Gu Fei. "Welcome, my lord!" Just as Gu Fei appeared, such a voice came from the city lord's residence. At this time, the Dark Knight Emperor and the others came out of the house to welcome him. All the experts in the city stared at the figure in the sky. "That person is Gu Fei." Someone in the city said in a low voice, "Yes, he is." An old god said, "High up in the sky, Gu Fei was welcomed into the city lord's residence by the Dark Knight Emperor and the others." Soon, news spread that Gu Fei would personally lead an army to attack the Central Divine Region the next day. It's time. Chapter 4185. On the second day after Gu Fei came out of his inner world, countless soldiers clad in divine armor and wielding spears appeared in the sky above Heaven Battling City. These were the soldiers the great forces of the Southern Divine Region had gathered. There were the Howling Moon Race, the Phoenix Race, the Golden Lion Race, and the countless soldiers and generals under God Emperor Tatian. The murderous aura from countless divine generals and heavenly soldiers gathered together to form a monstrous, murderous aura. Even an ultimate god would be shocked by such a terrifying aura. The heavenly god realm was a superior world. The cultivation system here was relatively complete, and countless divine soldiers and generals could set up battle formations that allowed them to challenge even stronger existences. It could be said that Heaven Battling City was the focus of the Southern Divine Region right now. Countless forces of the Southern Divine Region had sent their elites to Heaven Battling City to attack the Central Divine Region with Gu Fei. To the living beings of the Eastern, Southern, Western, and Northern Divine Domains, the Central Divine Domain was the supreme divine land. The living beings of the 4 divine domains cultivated their entire lives just to enter the Central Divine Domain. But now, the experts of the Southern Divine Region were going to attack the Central Divine Region with Gu Fei. The great forces of the Southern Divine Region had been hesitant at first, but when they learned that Gu Fei had defeated Tung Yi and killed Long Tsang in one go, they were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They all wanted to follow Gu Fei into the Central Divine Region to get a share of the loot. However, there was one person who hadn't sent a single soldier to Heaven Battling City. That person was the Southern Heaven God Emperor, Xian Kuan. As a result, the atmosphere became a little strange. It should be known that Gu Fei was the ruler of the Southern Divine Region right now. Who would dare disobey his orders? Forget about Gu Fei. Even Gu Fei's subordinate, the god of 9 deaths, could send those bastards from the Southern Divine Region rolling over to him with a wave of his hand. Isn't the Southern Heaven God relying on his daughter's friendship with Master? If it wasn't for that, we would have gone there already. Inside the great hall of the city lord's residence, Gu Fei's subordinates and the experts of the Southern Divine Region had gathered together. After Wang Xuanji became a god emperor, he really wanted to challenge the Southern Heaven God Emperor to a fight. In the battle tens of thousands of years ago, Wang Xuanji had lost because he was distracted and could not focus on the battle against the South Heaven God Emperor. Wang Xuanji had always been brooding over that battle. Now that his worries had been resolved, he was at the peak of his life. Naturally, he wanted to challenge the Southern Heaven God Emperor again. However, because Gu Fei was friends with the Southern Heaven God Emperor's daughter, Xian Shi, he did not dare to act recklessly. After all, the consequences of angering his master, Gu Fei, were unimaginable. Wang Xuanji could only be secretly depressed. Brother Xianji, it's been 1,000 years since we last met, but you're still as elegant as ever. At this time, a person came to Wang Xuanji's side. This person had a head of golden hair, big eyes, and was extremely domineering. So it's Jinyu from the Golden Lion clan, Brother Jin. Wang Xuanji recognized the newcomer. Jinyu was from the same generation as him, and had even made his debut earlier than Wang Xuanji. What, you want to settle the score with Nantian? Jinyu looked at Wang Xuanji with a faint smile. Humph! When Wang Xuanji heard this, his face immediately darkened. Brother Xuanji, now that you've become a martial monarch, why bother arguing with the South Heaven God Emperor? A middle-aged man in a purple robe walked over. He was wearing a purple dragon robe and a golden crown. He had the demeanor of a king. Zhang Wuji of the Southern Divine Region's royal family? Wang Xuanji glanced at the man and said calmly, the Southern Divine Region's royal family was one of the 5 strongest factions in the Southern Divine Region. Zhang Wuji of the Zhang clan. Although he was not the ruler of the Southern Divine Region's royal family, his cultivation had reached the martial monarch realm. Your Zhang clan seems to be very close to the South Heaven God Emperor recently. Wang Xuanji said unpleasantly, Hee, I don't think it's any of your business who my Zhang clan is close to. Zhang Wuji said with a smile, Humph, then the matter between me and the South Heaven God Emperor has nothing to do with you. Wang Xuanji said coldly. The atmosphere between the two suddenly became tense. All right, let's end the topic here. Jinyu of the Golden Lion clan took a step forward and stood between the two. Both of them were martial monarchs. The consequences would be unpredictable if a conflict broke out. That being said, Jinyu's worry was unnecessary. Even the Dark Knight Emperor and the True Dragon Emperor would not dare to cause trouble here, let alone Wang Xuanji. After all, a single thought from Gu Fei could take their lives. In Gu Fei's eyes, their lives weren't that precious. Gu Fei did not show up, neither did the Dark Knight Emperor or the True Dragon Emperor. Only the 9 Deaths Divine Master walked out from the back of the hall. As soon as the 9 Deaths Divine Master came out, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. The hall immediately fell silent. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. Greetings, Lord 9 Deaths. Everyone in the hall respectfully knelt down before Death Overlord. They were very respectful towards Death Overlord and didn't dare to show any neglect. Hierarch 9 Deaths ignored them. He walked up to the throne and sat down on it. He was a high and mighty existence. The 3 giants of the heavenly world generally would not deal with anything directly. The 9 Deaths Divine Master was the spokesperson of the 3 giants. For countless years, the 9 Deaths Divine Master had been helping the 3 giants deal with everything. Not many people in the heavenly world knew the 3 giants, but almost everyone knew the 9 Deaths Divine Master. You're all ready, right? The 9 Deaths Divine Master said, lazily, Lord 9 Deaths Divine Master, everything is ready. Wang Xuanji, who was lying on the ground, said quickly, then let's go. What are you waiting for? The 9 Deaths Divine Master said, Master hasn't sent an order yet. This, Wang Xuanji said, hesitantly. My words are Master's words. Let's go. The 9 Deaths Divine Master waved his hand impatiently. Yes, Wang Xuanji retreated. Soon, the countless armies above Heaven Battling City began to move. However, just as the Heaven Battling City army was about to set out, a terrifying, destructive aura descended from the sky. This is the aura of destruction that descended from the sky, spread out in all directions, shocking all the cultivators in the city. Countless cultivators jerked their heads upwards. In the next instant, all of them were so frightened that their souls nearly flew out of their bodies. They saw stars falling from the starry sky. Even the powerhouses were helpless at this time. Once the countless stars fell to the ground, it would be like the end of the world. Countless living beings would die. Hold up the sky. Gu Fei's figure appeared in the sky. He roared and raised his right hand. Rumble. As Gu Fei raised his right hand, it was as if he was holding up the whole world. Even in the face of such an apocalyptic scene, the countless battle soldiers remained calm and collected. They retreated calmly into the distance, not panicking at all. Who's doing it? Jin Yu of the Golden Lion clan rushed out and roared. The stars in the sky would not fall by themselves. Someone must be doing it. At this moment, Gu Fei made a grabbing motion with his hand, and the countless stars that were descending from the sky immediately flew towards his palm. He actually managed to grab all of them in his hand. Picking up stars with one's hand was a great divine power. Seeing this shocking scene, everyone was inexplicably shocked. Master, Wang Xuanji, and the others were all surprised to see the person in the sky. Humph! At this moment, a sneer came from the sky. The next moment, a vague figure appeared high in the sky. The mysterious figure exuded a powerful pressure that made countless powerhouses kneel. You're Gu Fei? You do have some skills. The mysterious figure said. You sneaky guy, do you dare to come out and fight? Gu Fei did not bother to talk nonsense with these guys. Kill. The mysterious person did not waste any time and directly attacked. A purple light suddenly appeared and directly tore the void between heaven and earth, illuminating heaven and earth. The terrifying purple light directly bombarded Gu Fei's head with a destructive aura spreading. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. Gu Fei did not dodge, and was directly hit by the power that was enough to kill an ultimate god. The next moment, his figure disappeared in the void, without a trace. Was he bombarded into dust? The surrounding powerhouses were all stunned when they saw that there was only a huge black hole where Gu Fei originally stood. There was chaotic energy lingering in the black hole. That attack had a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. It was just a casual attack from the mysterious figure in the sky. Just when everyone thought that Gu Fei was blasted into pieces by the purple light, Gu Fei appeared again and directly rushed out of the black hole. Ha! Awesome! Gu Fei's physical body was extremely strong and was not afraid of the chaotic turbulence at all. Again, he soared into the sky and directly rushed toward the mysterious expert in the sky. At that moment, the Dark Knight Emperor, True Dragon Emperor, and the others were watching the battle from afar and did not dare to get too close. Gu Fei, you're dead meat. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Someone was communicating with him on the divine consciousness level. At that moment, Gu Fei had already started fighting with the mysterious figure in the sky. The two extremely strong forces were constantly colliding and constantly canceling each other out. Who is that person? He can actually fight with Master for so long. Could it be the leader of the 3 magnates is here? Some people were whispering to each other. The leader of the 3 magnates, Qian Yu, was definitely the most powerful existence in the entire heavenly divine realm. Is it really him? Everyone was shocked and countless people felt great pressure from the leader of the three magnates. However, everyone was just guessing. No one knew who it was and who had the power to compete with the ruthless Gu Fei. Chapter 4186. The heavenly divine realm was a world where gods were revered. Cultivation of the divine path was popular here. Both the human race and the foreign races cultivated the divine path with the goal of becoming a god. In this world of divine path, the ultimate gods were the most powerful beings. However, some creatures were even more powerful than the ultimate gods. Of course, they were still divine experts. No one in the heavenly divine realm could transcend the divine path. The three magnates of the heavenly divine realm were regarded as heaven-defying divine masters who were even stronger than the ultimate gods. Of course, ordinary people wouldn't know the title of godly lord. Only those old-timers of the divine Tao knew what godly lord represented. There were only three heaven-defying divine masters in the entire heavenly divine realm. They were the three magnates of the central divine realm, Long Tsong, Tung Yi, and their boss, Qian Yu. Nine-side divine master was only a young divine master. At this time, Gu Fei's army was about to enter the central divine realm. However, a mysterious expert suddenly appeared just as the army was about to set out. The mysterious expert was so powerful that even Nine-Side Divine Master was shocked. Gu Fei had no choice but to take action himself, because the others weren't a match for this mysterious expert. Do people in the central divine realm like to hide their heads and show their tails? High up in the sky, Gu Fei said to the mysterious expert, "Humph, I have never changed my name or surname. I am Qian Yu." The mysterious expert said coldly, "What, that's Qian Yu? The boss of the three magnates?" Someone exclaimed. Ordinary cultivators didn't know who Qian Yu was, but the ancient divine experts in the heavenly divine realm knew how powerful and terrifying he was. Is it really Qian Yu? Who else could it be? He's the only one in the entire heavenly divine realm who's qualified to fight against Gu Fei. Someone said. The news of Qian Yu's arrival quickly spread across the entire southern divine region and the heavenly divine realm. "So it's the boss of the three magnates. Very well, it'll save me a lot of trouble if I defeat you," Gu Fei said as he attacked. A misty divine light surged out of his hands. He clenched his right fist as if he was holding a part of the world. Then he punched at Qian Yu. Rumble. The entire world shook along with Gu Fei's punch, and pitch-black spatial cracks continuously appeared in the void. "You want to defeat me? Let's see if you have the ability." Qian Yu coldly spoke as a shocking killing intent gushed forth from his body, causing the weather to change. When Gu Fei punched at him, he also punched at Gu Fei's fist. A ball of blue light surged out from his fist, like a blue sun appearing between heaven and earth. Boom! With a loud bang, the two fists collided in an instant, and the resulting shockwaves spread out. The void within a radius of 1,000 miles directly shattered, turning into a black hole. Everything that this destructive power enveloped was obliterated, leaving nothing behind. Fortunately, 9 Death's hierarch saw that the situation was not good, and immediately led the armies away from Heaven Battling City and stationed them far enough away. Otherwise, the armies of the southern divine region would have been finished. In front of super experts like Gu Fei and Qian Yu, no army could withstand a single blow from them. This was the confidence of the three magnates. As long as they were strong enough, they could destroy an entire army with a single punch. The two figures immediately separated. In this exchange, neither of them had gained the upper hand. "You can actually block my punch," Gu Fei said with some surprise. Although he hadn't used his eternal power, yet The power of this punch wasn't something that just anyone could withstand. Qian Yu was sent flying thousands of miles away. He was also very surprised. This human seemed to have an unimaginable power in his body that could actually contend with him. Among the three magnates of the heavenly god realm, the strongest was the heaven-defying divine master. Even if Long Tsang and Teng Yi joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for Qian Yu. Then you can only blame yourself for defeating Teng Yi and killing Long Tsang. With your cultivation, you can definitely become a divine master. Qian Yu stared at Gu Fei and said indifferently, "What is a divine master?" Gu Fei said disapprovingly, "Submit to me, and I will let you sit in the position that originally belonged to Long Tsang." Qian Yu said, What if I want to sit in your position?" Gu Fei suddenly laughed. "Then you can go die." Qian Yu's voice turned gloomy. "There can't be two masters in a world. A battle between us is unavoidable, so let's cut the crap. Let's talk with strength." Gu Fei clenched his fists, and a monstrous battle intent immediately erupted from his body. "Very well, let's fight," Qian Yu said as he took a step forward. In an instant, he traversed thousands of miles and appeared in front of Gu Fei. He then threw a punch at Gu Fei. As Qian Yu threw his punch, it seemed as though all the energy in the world was moved by him. From Gu Fei's point of view, it was as though the entire world was pressing down on him. His entire body was confined, and he could only watch as the other party's fist flew towards him. Just as Qian Yu's fist was about to land on Gu Fei, a ball of divine light suddenly appeared on Gu Fei's chest. That ball of divine light immediately blocked the confining energy that was enveloping Gu Fei. Gu Fei could move now. He reached out with his right hand and grabbed Qian Yu's fist. What? Qian Yu was shocked. He immediately exerted force in an attempt to break free from Gu Fei's grip. However, in the next moment, he was already sent flying by Gu Fei. At the same time, Gu Fei's legs were faster than lightning, and they landed on Qian Yu's body. Sounds of collisions and bones breaking rang out. In that instant, even Qian Yu himself did not know how many times he had been kicked by Gu Fei. He felt as though there wasn't a single bone in his body that was intact. Bam! Gu Fei's leg flew up and kicked Qian Yu's head. Qian Yu's head exploded like a watermelon. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it. Qian Yu was the strongest, heaven-defying divine master in the heavenly god realm. How could he be defeated by Gu Fei? Just like that. Bam! Under Gu Fei's attack, Qian Yu's body exploded and turned into a mist of blood. Qian Yu, the leader of the three big shots of the heavenly god realm, was actually defeated by Gu Fei. Although it couldn't be said that Qian Yu's reputation was undeserved, he was defeated too quickly. Leader. Chapter 4187. Gu Fei had actually destroyed Qian Yu's divine body. This scene stunned everyone who was watching the battle from afar. Everyone found it hard to believe. One had to know that Qian Yu was one of the three strongest powerhouses of the heavenly god realm's central divine region. Boss lost. Teng Yi, who had been watching the battle from afar, was scared out of his wits. If even his boss wasn't a match for Gu Fei, wouldn't he be sending himself to his death if he were to fight Gu Fei? Teng Yi turned around and was about to leave. At this moment, countless figures suddenly appeared around Gu Fei without any warning. In the next instant, countless fists smashed into his body. So, Qian Yu wasn't killed by Gu Fei. The sound of bones shattering rang out. This time, the tables had truly turned. Gu Fei had just destroyed Qian Yu, but now all of his bones had been shattered by Qian Yu. Of course, apart from his sternum. Not only was Gu Fei's sternum not shattered by Qian Yu, it even devoured all of Qian Yu's power. This was because it was the eternal true bone. With Qian Yu's cultivation, It was absolutely impossible for him to shatter Gu Fei's eternal true bone. At the same time, the figures that filled the sky disappeared. Qian Yu appeared in everyone's line of sight once again. The hazy feeling on his body had disappeared. The strongest divine master in the heavenly god realm was actually a fatty. Moreover, this fatty actually looked somewhat similar to the fatty who was known as the realm master. Ha ha! I just knew that boss wouldn't die so easily. Tung Yi, who was watching the battle from afar, clenched his fists tightly. His palms were all sweaty. One had to know that the battle between Qian Yu and Gu Fei would decide everyone's fate. If Qian Yu lost, the heavenly god realm would have a new master. Not all the god emperors of the southern divine region hoped that Gu Fei would win. If Gu Fei died, they would be free, and their fates would no longer be controlled by others. However, if they knew that once Gu Fei died, they would also be buried with him, who knew if they would still want Gu Fei to die? At this moment, Gu Fei's bones were rapidly recovering. In just a few breaths of time, the bones that were shattered by Qian Yu had completely recovered. What? Could it be that you have the immortal godly body? Qian Yu couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. What is the undying godly body? Gu Fei said somewhat disdainfully. The so-called immortal divine body was just a kind of heaven-defying physique. In the heavenly god realm, it was impossible to achieve true immortality. One should know that even an immortal supreme existence would fall one day, let alone an immortal godly physique. What an arrogant fellow! Qian Yu was enraged because he himself possessed the undying godly physique. Gu Fei actually dared to look down on his undying godly physique. Kill! Qian Yu roared and pounced towards Gu Fei once again. You want to fight me in close combat? Are you courting death? Gu Fei smiled disdainfully. In the next moment, his figure disappeared into the void. What? Qian Yu was taken aback. Then, he was directly trampled down from the sky by a giant foot. This heavenly god, realm magnate, smashed down towards Heaven Battling City like a meteorite. Gu Fei was a cultivator. Qian Yu had definitely made a fatal mistake by fighting Gu Fei in close combat. One must know that cultivators were best at close combat. Roar! Qian Yu was enraged. Terrifying divine energy erupted from his body. The whole world seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Even the defensive array of Heaven Battling City started to collapse. Seeing this scene, countless cultivators hiding in Heaven Battling City were scared out of their wits. Once the defensive array completely collapsed, Heaven Battling City would be directly wiped off the ground by the destructive force from the sky. Countless cultivators in the city would naturally die as well. This was not what Gu Fei wanted to see. Just before Heaven Battling City's city defending array was about to be smashed by Qian Yu, a massive ancient cauldron phantom rushed out from the city lord's mansion of Heaven Battling City and enveloped the entire city. The terrifying force from the sky was directly blocked by the ancient cauldron's shadow. The ancient cauldron's illusory figure was faint and illusory, as if it could dissipate into the void at any time. However, it was this ancient cauldron's illusory figure that blocked the destructive power that descended from the sky. Qian Yu couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. Boom! Qian Yu ruthlessly smashed into the ancient cauldron's shadow. In the next moment, he was actually blasted into a cloud of blood mist by the recoil. All the cultivators in the city who witnessed this scene were stunned. There was no doubt that Qian Yu was powerful. It could only be said that Gu Fei was stronger than Qian Yu. When Gu Fei stepped on the number one heaven-defying divine master in the heavenly god world, his power was earth-shattering. The invincible aura he displayed convinced countless people. In the next moment, Qian Yu instantly reformed his divine body. He possessed the immortal divine body. Although he couldn't achieve true immortality, it wouldn't be easy to kill Qian Yu. In order to kill Qian Yu, he had to use extreme methods. Ha! Don't waste your energy. I can't be killed. Qian Yu laughed crazily as he soared into the sky and once again appeared in front of Gu Fei. Can't be killed? Is that true? Gu Fei looked at Qian Yu and the corner of his mouth curled up. At the same time, a vertical purple mark suddenly appeared on Gu Fei's forehead, as if a peerless divine eye was about to open. This is Qian Yu couldn't help but be shocked when he sensed the energy fluctuation coming from the vertical mark on Gu Fei's forehead. This was the eternal true I that Gu Fei had cultivated. This was the first time he used the eternal true I to fight with someone. He didn't know how powerful the eternal true I was. Qian Yu instinctively felt the danger. How is this possible? Does this guy really have the power to threaten me? Qian Yu was in disbelief. Swish! At this moment, a ray of divine light shot out from the vertical mark on Gu Fei's forehead. The speed of the divine light was indescribably fast. Qian Yu felt a chill on the left side of his body. He lowered his head and saw that the left side of his body had disappeared. There was no blood flowing out from the wound. The left side of his body seemed to have disappeared into thin air. It was completely obliterated. What? Qian Yu's shock was no small matter. This was the most thorough annihilation. His blood, flesh, tendons, and bones, along with the essence, energy, and spirit that had been fused into his blood, flesh, tendons, and even his life imprints were all annihilated. Even if Qian Yu had the immortal divine body, it was impossible to recover from such a thorough obliteration. How? How is this possible? Qian Yu was truly frightened this time. Chapter 4188. Southern Divine Region. Heaven Battling City, the place where Gu Fei was temporarily staying. It was also Gu Fei's main camp in the Heavenly God realm. Gu Fei unified the Southern Divine Region and was preparing to conquer the Central Divine Region. He only had one goal, and that was to obtain the origin energy of the Heavenly God realm to increase his own cultivation. Of course, he wouldn't do something like annihilation. He wouldn't directly take away the origin energy and cause a superior world like the Heavenly God realm to gradually lose its vitality and die. Even heaven and earth would die at some point. The origin energy of a heaven and earth was the foundation of its existence. Once it lost its origin energy, the heaven and earth would slowly die as well. The billions of living beings that lived in this heaven and earth would be buried along with it. At this moment, Gu Fei was high up in the sky, fighting against the strongest, heaven-defying divine master in the Heavenly God realm, Qian Yu. Violent energy spread in all directions, destroying everything in its path. The battle between such powerful existences directly caused a great calamity. The land within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers was turned into ruins, and all the mountains were razed to the ground. Even the void was hit by black holes. Primal chaos energy seeped out of those black holes, and the void was filled with pitch-black spatial cracks. Everyone had already retreated far enough to watch the battle, not daring to get close. If they were caught in the shock waves of such a world-destroying battle, even a divine venerable would die, let alone a god emperor. Even 9 deaths, God didn't dare to watch the battle from a close distance and retreated far away. At this moment, everyone watching the battle was shocked by the divine ability Gu Fei had displayed. What kind of divine ability is that? 9 deaths, God stared at Gu Fei in the distance, his eyes shining brightly. Just now, a beam of divine light had shot out of Gu Fei's glabella and hit the left half of Qian Yu's body. As a result, the left half of Qian Yu's body, who was known to have an immortal divine body, disappeared, and it couldn't be restored. How is this possible? the other divine master of the heavenly god realm, Tung Yi, was stunned by this scene. Qian Yu was the strongest big shot in the heavenly god realm. Even if Long Tsang and Tung Yi joined hands, they wouldn't be his opponent. But now he had met his match. At this moment, the purple scar between Gu Fei's eyebrows vibrated, as if it could open up at any time. Qian Yu was scared out of his wits. He immediately soared into the sky and tried to escape. Just now, the divine light that had shot out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows had directly swept across the left side of his body, directly obliterating the left side of his body. If he was hit by the divine light that shot out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows, he would really die. Qian Yu was shocked to the extreme. This fella, named Gu Fei, actually cultivated a supreme sacred art that could obliterate the undying god physique. This way, Qian Yu would lose his greatest support. Do you think you can escape? Gu Fei stared at the escaping Qian Yu. In the next instant, a beam of divine light shot out from his glabella and swept towards the escaping Qian Yu. The eternal true eye possessed heaven-defying power. A beam of divine light flashed across the void. Then, Qian Yu's entire body disappeared, leaving only his head behind. Roar! Qian Yu desperately used his divine power to break through the void in an attempt to escape into the primal chaos. At this moment, the purple scar between Gu Fei's eyebrows lit up again. No, Qian Yu directly rushed into the primal chaos. However, a beam of purple light flashed by, and Qian Yu's head was instantly swept away. In the next instant, the head turned into a skull. It wasn't completely obliterated. Within the skull, there was a ball of divine light that was flickering. Gu Fei was a little surprised. Although the eternal true eye that he had cultivated wasn't powerful enough to destroy everything, it wasn't something that just anyone could block. I see. Gu Fei took a closer look and saw a ball of hazy divine light spreading from within Qian Yu's head, protecting his skull. It was this seemingly weak divine light that had actually blocked the attack of his eternal true eye. After all, the eternal true eye used the power of eternity. That is, when Gu Fei sensed a familiar aura, he suddenly thought of the immortal heart that he had obtained in the Dark Night continent. Let's see what that is. Gu Fei moved. He took a step forward and instantly rushed into the primal chaos. He broke through the layers of primal chaos and chased after the escaping skull. The skull was extremely shocked. It had never expected that Gu Fei would be strong enough to walk in the primal chaos. Qian Yu still wanted to resist, but Gu Fei reached out with his right hand and grabbed his skull. A powerful force emanated from his hand and suppressed the skull. Spare me. At this moment, the number one heaven-defying divine master of the heavenly god realm had no choice but to beg for mercy from Gu Fei in order to save his life. He did not want to be killed by Gu Fei just like that. Gu Fei sneered and did not say anything. His gaze pierced through the skull and looked inside. There was actually a pearl in Qian Yu's skull. It was a bone pearl the size of a thumb, and it was emitting a hazy divine light. Could it be something that belongs to the same person? Gu Fei muttered to himself. At this moment, Qian Yu was extremely frightened. He was afraid that Gu Fei would kill him. Where did you get that bone bead in your head? Gu Fei thought for a moment before asking. I got it from an ancient site in the Central Divine Territory. Qian Yu quickly answered. It seems like you don't know either. Gu Fei was a little disappointed. In the next moment, he exerted some force with his right hand and extracted the bone pearl from Qian Yu's skull. Master, don't kill me. I'm willing to be your slave. Qian Yu did not care about anything in order to survive. Spare you? Gu Fei thought to himself. I'm not familiar with the Central Divine Territory, and I'm missing a guide. Then I'll spare your life. After saying that, Gu Fei directly planted a restrictive technique on Qian Yu's soul. If Qian Yu showed any signs of betrayal, Gu Fei would only need a single thought to destroy his body and soul, causing him to perish. Thank you for sparing my life, Master. Thank you for sparing my life. Qian Yu was both surprised and happy. As long as he was alive, everything was possible. When Gu Fei walked out of the shattered void with a skull in his hand, the whole place went silent and everyone's jaws dropped. Qian Yu lost? The heaven-defying divine Master Qian Yu lost? Everyone found it hard to believe, but they had no choice but to believe it because they had seen it with their own eyes. The news of Gu Fei defeating Qian Yu spread across the entire heavenly divine realm and shocked the whole world. In particular, the major forces in the central divine territory were terrified. They were afraid that Gu Fei would kill his way into the central divine territory. Chapter 41:89. What? Our Lord God was defeated by that Gu Fei? When the news reached the central divine area, the entire place boiled up. Everybody couldn't believe it. Qian Yu was the strongest God Lord. However, when Qian Yu sent a message back asking all the forces in the central celestial realm to surrender, the experts of the major forces in the central celestial realm knew that Qian Yu had really been defeated by Gu Fei. As a result, quite a big riot broke out in the central divine realm. On the third day after Gu Fei defeated Qian Yu, he sent someone to deal with the central divine area's affairs. Qian Yu was extremely gloomy when he returned to the central divine area. When he had left the central divine area, he was still the supreme #1 expert in the heavenly God realm. However, when he returned, he had become someone else's slave. I have traveled the world and defeated all the invincible experts in the heavenly God realm. I didn't expect that I would be defeated by that guy. Qian Yu was resentful. Kill them if they don't surrender. Qian Yu directly sent out the message. What? All the forces in the central divine area were watching. Shortly, the place where Qian Yu was staying was packed with people. Everybody wanted to live. However, some would rather die than surrender. With regards to these people, Qian Yu's method was simple. He would kill them all. With Qian Yu leading the way, Gu Fei didn't need to spend much effort to get to the central divine area. After Qian Yu had reconstructed his body, his cultivation base seemed to have become stronger. The heavenly God realm's origin of heaven and earth was at the incipient God Mountain. This time, Gu Fei only brought the Dark Knight Emperor, Death God 9, and the True Dragon Emperor to the central divine area. Besides Death God 9, the other two had never been to the incipient God Mountain before. They were very curious about the sacred mountain of the heavenly God realm. When Qian Yu brought Gu Fei's group to the foot of the incipient God Mountain, besides Gu Fei and Death God 9, the Dark Knight Emperor and the True Dragon Emperor were stunned by the sacred mountain. The mountain was so tall that it reached the clouds. They couldn't see the peak. The heaven and earth spirit energy around the sacred mountain was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. Cultivating in this divine land would yield twice the result with half the effort. Qian Yu led everyone up the mountain, and very quickly they reached the peak. At the peak of the mountain, there was a large hall. Qian Yu walked directly towards the main hall and brought everyone to the front of the main hall. Master, please follow me. Qian Yu pushed open the door and walked in. There was nothing in the main hall except for a huge formation diagram on the ground. This formation diagram seemed to have been created by nature. Each rune contained a powerful aura. Teleportation array. At a glance, Gu Fei could tell that the array on the ground was a teleportation array. However, this teleportation array seemed to have not been activated for a long time. Master, please. Qian Yu said as he walked into the teleportation array. Gu Fei glanced at Qian Yu before following suit. The Dark Knight Emperor and the others wanted to go forward, but they were stopped by Gu Fei, who asked them to wait here. Qian, you activated the teleportation array. The entire array lit up, and in the next instant, a ball of divine light appeared as the two of them disappeared from the great hall. Just as Gu Fei appeared in the void, something suddenly attacked him. The surroundings were dark, and the mysterious living being was hidden in the darkness. Qian, you was nowhere to be seen. Brat, are you here to die? At this moment, an eerie voice rang out in the darkness. Who are you? Gu Fei said coldly. Who am I? I've lived for too long. I don't even know who I am anymore. That voice rang out. Where's Qian Yu? Gu Fei asked. Qian Yu? That little brat brought you here? You're thinking of stealing the origin energy of heaven and earth. The voice of the person in the dark turned cold. So what if I am? Gu Fei said indifferently. At this moment, a vertical mark appeared on his forehead. The origin energy of heaven and earth is mine. Go to hell. The person in the dark roared. In the next moment, a black shadow appeared behind Gu Fei. Without a sound, the black shadow stretched out its right hand and grabbed towards Gu Fei. The 5 fingers of the person emitted a dark light that pierced through the void like a sharp sword. However, in the next moment, Gu Fei's figure disappeared in the void. The mysterious person's attack missed. At the same time, Gu Fei's fist had already arrived in front of the mysterious man. Although the fist energy was contained within it, it did not explode. However, if this fist hit the target, the power contained within the fist would instantly explode. The tyrannical power was enough to blast anyone apart. The mysterious person was obviously shocked. He never thought that Gu Fei would be so powerful. The mysterious person floated away like a ghost. Gu Fei's punch also landed in the void and did not hit anything. Qian Yu, that brat. At this moment, Gu Fei finally knew what Qian Yu was planning. Was he trying to get someone else to do his dirty work? However, he could already feel the existence of the origin energy of heaven and earth. The origin energy of heaven and earth was definitely nearby. As long as he defeated this guy, he would be able to obtain the origin energy of heaven and earth. Rumble. Gu Fei was ruthless. A strong wave of energy immediately spread from his body. The surrounding void rippled like transparent water. Go to hell. Gu Fei's hands moved in front of him. Rays of divine light appeared in the void and directly turned into divine swords that pierced towards the mysterious person. Sword principle. The person seemed a little surprised. He suddenly opened his mouth and inhaled. The countless sword lights that pierced towards him were all swallowed by him. Gu Fei's heart moved. This guy actually dared to swallow his sword lights. It was really despicable. After the sword lights were swallowed by this guy, he could not sense them anymore. Swoosh! Gu Fei did not waste any time and directly punched. His fist moved quickly and rubbed against the air, creating a piercing sound. The mysterious person immediately retreated. He was not willing to fight with Gu Fei because he could already see that Gu Fei had a strong divine body and strength. Humph! Gu Fei was very disdainful. These guys were the most annoying. There was no other way. He had to end this quickly. As Gu Fei said this, he directly used the eternal real eye. In the next moment, a ray of divine light rushed out from between his eyebrows and turned into a divine sword that slashed towards the mysterious person. The sword shadow flashed in the void, and one of the mysterious person's arms fell off. Roar! The mysterious man roared into the sky. His broken arm turned into ashes, and in the next moment, a new arm grew out of his body. In just a few seconds, the mysterious person's broken arm was completely restored. Go to hell! Chapter 4190. Gu Fei was brought to the origin of heaven and earth by Qian Yu. It was a dusky void, but the heaven and earth spiritual energy was abundant. The concentration of heaven and earth spiritual energy was higher than anywhere else in the heavenly God world. Cultivating in such a place would naturally yield twice the result with half the effort. Even if a pig was thrown into this place, it would become a god after a long time, let alone those powerful creatures. However, not everyone could enter this place, because this was the most central place of the heavenly God realm. The entire heavenly God realm was gradually formed with this place as the starting point. Here, the origin of heaven and earth spiritual energy was condensed. This origin of heaven and earth spiritual energy was exactly what Gu Fei needed. However, after entering this place, Qian Yu disappeared. Then, a mysterious person suddenly attacked Gu Fei. Preposterous. Gu Fei came to his senses in an instant and couldn't help but be furious. Qian, you actually dared to play this trick, trying to trick him. This was too despicable. This was killing with a borrowed knife. Qian, you wanted to use the mysterious person in the ancestral earth vein to kill Gu Fei. Swoosh! A ray of purple light suddenly appeared in the dusky heaven and earth. As the purple light flashed, a figure fell out of the void. The mysterious person, was indescribably shocked. This fella's divine ability was so powerful. No wonder Qian Yu and the other two weren't his match. On the mysterious person's shoulder, there was a wound so deep that the bone could be seen. There was blood flowing out of the wound. The mysterious person circulated his mysterious technique to heal his wound. However, he soon realized that there was a force attached to the wound, making it hard for it to heal. At this time, a figure walked out of the dusky void. Didn't you want to kill me? I'll stand here and let you kill me. Gu Fei came to the opposite side of the mysterious person and looked at him indifferently. What an arrogant fella! The mysterious person was shocked and angry. At this time, his body released a divine fire, instantly illuminating the dusky void. The wound on his shoulder was slowly healing. The force attached to the mysterious person's wound was gradually being erased. Seeing this, Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. This guy was quite capable. One must know that the power of the eternal gods. I wasn't so easily extinguished. However, Gu Fei quickly understood. He could feel that this mysterious person had actually become one with the surrounding world and could draw upon the surrounding energy at will. This was the power of origin of heaven and earth. In fact, the most precious part of the power of heaven and earth was the primordial violet qi. It was the ancestral qi of heaven and earth that evolved all things in the world. What Gu Fei wanted was the primordial violet qi. The primordial violet qi was a supreme treasure that countless powerhouses yearned for. If they could refine the primordial violet qi, they could become the master of a world. However, it seemed like no one in the heavenly God realm could refine the primordial violet aura. The mysterious man had been guarding the ancestral earth vein for countless years, but it seemed like he could only borrow the primordial energy for a short period of time, and he couldn't do it for long. It was unknown how long it would take for him to truly refine the primordial violet qi. Boom! In the next moment, an even stronger force erupted from the mysterious man's body. His entire body seemed to be on fire, and there were vague divine runes within the divine fire. Little guy, I was just warming up. The mysterious man said coldly, Is that so? Gu Fei smiled and said, I didn't even use 10% of my strength just now. I think I'll probably use 20% of my strength to deal with you. What did you say? The mysterious man was really angry. This guy actually dared to look down on him. This was really too despicable. One should know that even Qian Yu, Long Tsang, and Tang Yi had to consider themselves as juniors in front of him. In front of him, they were just three little guys. All right, show me what you've got, Gu Fei said impatiently. Go to hell. The mysterious man was enraged. In the next moment, he turned into a divine beast and pounced towards Gu Fei. A violent force erupted from the divine beast, causing the surrounding space to distort from the heat. It was a divine beast that looked like a qilin, a four-legged snake, and a dragon. Even though Gu Fei was experienced and knowledgeable, he had never seen such a fire-type divine beast. Puffed. Is this a divine beast that doesn't look like one? Gu Fei said disdainfully. It looked like one, and didn't look like one at the same time. He directly gave this divine beast a name, None. As Gu Fei spoke, he separated his hands, and a ball of divine light emerged from his body. The divine beast directly collided with the divine light around Gu Fei's body. It was as if it had collided with an immortal divine mountain, and the entire space exploded. Gu Fei did not move at all. He was like an immortal divine mountain that had existed since the beginning of time. The divine beast that didn't look like one was in a miserable state. It was directly sent flying, and its head was bleeding. What? The three odd divine beasts were shocked to the extreme. At this moment, Gu Fei took a step forward and stepped on the divine beast's head, causing it to fall from the sky. Boom! The divine beast that fell from the sky directly smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. This wasn't an ordinary place. This was the place where the Earth Ancestors vein was located. Every piece of rock here was extremely hard. Even if one used a divine weapon, it would be very difficult to split the rocks here. However, the force of the divine beast's smash actually created a huge pit in the incomparably hard ground. This was absolutely shocking. Your skin is thick, and you can even use primordial energy for your own use. You are much stronger than Qianyu. Gu Fei looked down at the odd divine beast on the ground with his hands behind his back. The divine beast almost died from anger. Roar. The divine beast roared and opened its mouth to spit out a mouthful of divine fire at Gu Fei. Boom. An endless amount of fire exploded and instantly enveloped Gu Fei. The monstrous divine fire directly engulfed Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't dodge at all. He still stood with his hands behind his back. However, a ball of divine light emerged from his chest and enveloped his entire body. This was a protective divine light formed from the power of eternity. No matter how powerful the divine flames of the three odd beasts were, burning the void to the point of annihilation, they could not break through his defenses. "Ha! You're still not dead yet?" The odd divine beast laughed crazily. This divine flame was the true life flame that he had cultivated for countless years. A single breath of true fire could destroy the heavens and the earth. However, very quickly, the divine beast couldn't laugh anymore. How is this possible? The divine beast stared at Gu Fei, who was standing with his hands behind his back. It was extremely shocked. How is this possible? My fire actually... The divine beast was dumbfounded. "I don't care about you at all. Since I'm in a good mood, you'd better kneel down and beg for mercy," Gu Fei said with a faint smile. At this moment, the divine beast was really panicking. However, he would rather die than kneel and beg for mercy as the ruler of a realm. "If you don't beg for mercy, then die," Gu Fei said, and was about to attack. Wait, the odd divine beast jumped up from the ground and transformed into a human. What's wrong? Gu Fei's hand stopped in the air. "Master, my master, please spare my life." The divine beast knelt at Gu Fei's feet. Gu Fei was a little surprised to see this. This guy actually admitted defeat just like that. Good, very good. As Gu Fei spoke, he pointed a finger and a ray of divine light rushed into the divine beast's body. What's that? The divine beast was shocked. He was just pretending to admit defeat. He didn't really want to submit to Gu Fei, nor did he really want to serve Gu Fei as his master. This was just a stopgap measure. That's a forbidden technique. As long as you obediently work for me, everything will be fine. If you dare to betray me, I can destroy your body and soul with just a thought. Gu Fei said indifferently. However, Gu Fei's words were like a bolt from the blue to the divine beast's ears. He collapsed to the ground. What? The divine beast's intestines turned green with regret. All right, bring me to the source of heaven and earth. Gu Fei said indifferently. Yes, master. Although the divine beast was extremely unwilling, he didn't dare to joke around with his life. He could only endure for the time being and wait until he figured out what was going on. Determining the life and death of a person with a thought. Was there really such a divine ability in this world? The divine beast regained his senses and carefully brought Gu Fei to the depths of the earth ancestral vein. The underground space was huge and spacious. It was filled with endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If he could refine all of the spiritual energy here, he would become the strongest existence in the heavenly god realm. However, these three odd beasts had been guarding the earth ancestral vein for countless years, yet they could only draw a trace of primordial energy for their own use. This trace of primordial energy was enough to defeat an incomparably powerful existence like Qian Yu and become the true #1 expert in the heavenly god realm. However, Gu Fei cultivated the eternal energy, which was even more powerful than primordial energy. Very soon, Gu Fei and the others arrived in front of a giant pearl. The pearl was floating in the void, and there were actually iron chains locking it tightly. There was actually a dragon sealed inside the pearl. It was a purple dragon. This is the source of the heavenly god realm. Gu Fei looked at the pearl in front of him. He didn't show any signs of surprise, and his face was still calm. The divine beast that had been paying attention to Gu Fei was extremely shocked to see Gu Fei's calmness in front of the pearl. Could this fella be some kind of super antique? At this moment, Gu Fei extended his right hand and made a grabbing motion at the divine orb of origin in front of him. The purple dragon within the orb suddenly charged out and rapidly shrank before landing on his hand. The divine beast was stunned. It had waited here for countless years just to obtain the purple dragon in the pearl. It didn't expect Gu Fei to just wave his hand, and the purple dragon was already in his hand. Chapter 40, 191. Deep inside the earth ancestor vein, in the heavenly god realm, Gu Fei waved his hand. A purple dragon that had been imprisoned in the heaven and earth origin divine bead flew out. As soon as the purple dragon flew out, the entire earth ancestor vein was filled with a terrifying pressure as if the supreme ancestor dragon had arrived. Rumble. In the outside world, the towering incipient god mountain suddenly shook violently. The Dark Knight Emperor, Death God, and True Dragon Emperor, who were waiting at the peak of incipient god mountain, were all shocked. They could feel a terrifying aura coming from the foot of incipient god mountain, which made them shudder. That is, Nine Deaths God seemed to have thought of something, and his expression immediately turned ugly. What happened? The Dark Knight Emperor asked Death, Supremacy. How would I know? Death God said indifferently. He vaguely knew what had happened. Ha ha! Right at this moment, a loud laugh came. A figure walked out of the deep starry sky and arrived above the peak of incipient god mountain, looking down at the three experts. God Lord Tung Yi, Nine Deaths divinity, was shocked when he saw that person. Little Nine, you did a good job. It was God Lord Tung Yi, one of the three giants of the heavenly god realm. As a heaven-defying god lord, although Tung Yi was not a match for Gu Fei, he could almost sweep the entire heavenly god realm. This Death God's face changed dramatically. Even the Dark Knight Emperor and True Dragon Emperor were very nervous. It should be known that Tung E was a giant in the heavenly god realm. He was almost invincible. Back then, the Dark Knight Emperor had been defeated by Tung E. Now, these two enemies were very jealous when they met again. Boom. The next moment, a terrifying dark power rushed out of the Dark Knight Emperor's body, and the whole world immediately became dark. The Dark Knight Emperor seemed to have turned into a black hole, swallowing the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The heaven and earth spirit chi here was much thicker than in other places in the heavenly god realm. Every breath was taken into the body, and then the impurities were expelled. What's wrong, Dark Knight? Have you forgotten the lesson you received back then? Tung E coldly stared at the Dark Knight Emperor as he spoke in disdain. In the battle back then, he did not use his full strength to chase the Dark Knight Emperor away. Back then, he did have the ability to kill the Dark Knight Emperor. However, after hesitating for a moment, the Dark Knight Emperor managed to escape. Of course, whether he killed the Dark Knight Emperor or not, in his opinion, was a trivial matter. That palm strike from back then is still fresh in my mind. Today, I will settle the score with you. The Dark Knight Emperor stared at the figure in the sky and said coldly, "This time, you won't be as lucky as before." Tung E stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, he was high and mighty, looking down at the Dark Knight Emperor like he was looking at an ant. Boom! The Dark Knight Emperor's body shook, and an even more powerful dark force immediately erupted from his body. A hideous shadow of a dark mythological beast emerged from his body, roaring its soaring wings in the sky. Back then, he had not activated the supreme bloodline in his body, so the Dark Knight Emperor was very unwilling to accept his defeat. Now that the bloodline of a peerless divine beast in his body had awakened, he would even dare to fight Tung E, a heaven-defying divine master of the heavenly divine realm. Did this guy eat a heavenly beast bile? At this moment, Death Hierarch couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It should be known that even he did not dare to say such words in front of divine master Tung E, because that would be courting death. You are a descendant of a dark mythological beast. Tung E couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the shadow of a beast emerging from the Dark Knight Emperor's body. A dark mythological beast was a legendary supreme beast. The dark mythological beasts were already extinct. There were no dark mythological beasts in the heavenly divine realm. Even the descendants of the dark mythological beasts were all killed. Who would have thought that a descendant of the dark mythological beast would appear today? So what if I am? The Dark Knight Emperor stared at Tung E in the sky with a gloomy face. A descendant of a dark mythological beast, Death Hierarch was also dumbfounded. The dark mythological beast was a tyrant in the antiquity time. It even wanted to attack the central divine area and become the master of the heavenly divine realm. However, in the end, it aroused public anger and became the public enemy. In the end, it was killed by the three magnates. Even its descendants were killed by the three magnates. It wasn't without reason that the Dark Knight Emperor attacked the heavenly divine realm and slaughtered everyone. It was a great enmity. Only then did the true Dragon Emperor know that the Dark Knight Emperor was a descendant of the dark mythological beast. A descendant of the dark mythological beast. Everyone has the right to kill you. Kill. Tung E roared angrily. He extended his right hand and grabbed at the Dark Knight Emperor on the mountain. A vortex appeared on his palm. A powerful devouring power gushed out from the vortex, as if it wanted to devour the entire incipient God Mountain. Roar. The Dark Knight Emperor roared angrily. The next moment, the shadow of a beast rushed out of his body and directly collided with the big hand that was grabbing at him. His roar shook the entire world. The entire void, shook hard. Many pitch-black space cracks extended far away. 9 deaths, divine lord and true dragon emperor, released a protective divine light that blocked the cracks in the space. With their cultivation base, of course, they weren't afraid of the space cracks. However, if it were an ordinary emperor god, they wouldn't be so calm. Boom! The shadow of the beast and the giant hand collided. The shadow of the beast and the giant hand dissipated at the same time, turning into 2 shocking forces. These 2 forces destroyed each other, forming a destructive storm that swept out in all directions. This true dragon emperor and death hierarch couldn't help but be moved. They directly soared up into the sky and retreated to the distant sky. The incipient god mountain shook again. The peak of the mountain cracked, and countless rocks were blown away. At this moment, the incipient god mountain was in a mess. Countless god path experts cultivating on the mountain were alarmed. They all rushed out. Even the old fellows who were cultivating in seclusion jumped out. They didn't want to stay in seclusion anymore. What happened? Why did the ancestral vein move all of a sudden? An antique deity realm powerhouse exclaimed in horror. What? The ancestral vein is moving? Someone screamed in fear. The ancestral veins movement was terrible. The last time it had happened was 8,000 years ago. At that time, the ancestral vein had flipped over and almost overturned the incipient god mountain. Many people had died. To the old antiques cultivating on the incipient god mountain, 8,000 years was just a blink of an eye. It's only been 8,000 years, and the ancestral vein is moving again. Some old antiques were restless. The movement of the ancestral vein was an earth-shaking event. Chapter 4192. The strange movement of the ancestral vein shocked everyone. Not only the incipient god mountain was shaking, but the other branches of the ancestral vein were also shaking. The entire central celestial area was shaking. Countless creatures were terrified. All the forces in the central celestial area were panicking. The central celestial area was like the end of the world. At this time, Gu Fei took away the Hongmeng purple aura from the divine pearl of heaven and earth origin. How could he take away the ancestral qi so easily? The 3 odd divine beasts who were watching from the side were immediately dumbfounded. This was too much of a bully. It had guarded this place for countless years. What was the purpose of it? Wasn't it to get a wisp of ancestral qi from the divine pearl of heaven and earth origin? The thing it had wanted for its entire life was easily obtained by someone else. It was so annoying. At this time, Gu Fei opened his mouth and inhaled. The purple dragon in his hand flew into his mouth and was swallowed. When the 3 odd-looking godly beasts saw this scene, they were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out. He swallowed it in one gulp. This was the first time the divine beast had seen someone so crazy that he swallowed a wisp of ancestral qi. This was the ancestral qi of heaven and earth. One wisp could crush a mountain range. Even the divine beast wouldn't dare to do this. This was simply courting death. His body would explode, and even his spirit would be destroyed. While the divine beast was waiting to see Gu Fei's body explode, Gu Fei suddenly licked his lips. "It doesn't taste good," Gu Fei said. What? Hearing this, the odd divine beast staggered and almost fell. At this time, the Hongmeng purple aura was refined by Gu Fei and integrated into his blood vessels and bones. Most of the Hongmeng purple aura was absorbed by the eternal real bone in his chest. The eternal true bone transformed the primordial purple haze into eternal essence qi, using the power of eternity to temper his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones. Gu Fei could feel that his cultivation seemed to have improved, and his martial body had also become slightly stronger. "It's so hard to recover my cultivation," Gu Fei sighed. recover my cultivation? The odd divine beast couldn't help but think when it heard this. Could it be that this isn't this fellow's true cultivation? All right, let's go. Gu Fei looked at the heaven and earth origin divine beads and said he had no interest in the divine pearls of heaven and earth origin, because the moment he touched them, the heavenly divine realm would be finished. Gu Fei could not do something like exterminating an entire world. Of course, if he refined the heavenly origin divine pearl, his cultivation would definitely recover a little. As long as the divine orb of heaven and earth was not taken away, the divine orb of heaven and earth would condense the primordial violet aura again after some time. Gu Fei turned around and left. The three odd divine beasts hurriedly followed. This fellow rejoiced inwardly. From the point of view of this odd divine beast, the most precious thing in the heavenly god realm was the divine pearl of origin of heaven and earth. It was an item that could produce the ancestral chi of heaven and earth. This fellow had only taken the ancestral chi of the world, and had not taken the divine pearl of world origin. Did this guy get kicked in the head by a donkey? Are you stupid? The three odd divine beasts truly could not understand. While Gu Fei was taking away the primordial violet aura, the outside world was in chaos. Boom, bam. At the peak of incipient God Mountain, two figures were rapidly moving in the sky, violent energy wreaking havoc in the world. The Dark Knight Emperor and God Lord Soaring Wing were locked in a fierce battle. The entire ancestral land was quaking. If not for the supreme array protecting it, even incipient God Mountain would have been destroyed by these two, and the ancestral vein would have been affected. This Dark Knight Emperor has been hiding his strength. God Nine Deaths couldn't help but be surprised by this sight. The Dark Knight Emperor was too good at pretending. This fellow, the true Dragon Emperor, was also stunned by this sight. Kill! The Dark Knight Emperor roared again and again. The hatred of the destruction of his race was absolutely irreconcilable. He attacked with all his might, wanting to kill God Lord Soaring Wing. However, God Lord Soaring Wing was no weakling. Although he was not a match for Gu Fei, he could still sweep through the world. Destruction Fist. God Lord Soaring Wing punched, causing the entire world to tremble beneath his fist. Dreadful destructive energy erupted from God Lord Soaring Wing's fist, shattering the surrounding space. Heaven-sundering slash. The Dark Knight Emperor roared, his right hand slashing at the incoming fist. A dazzling divine light shot out of his hand and slashed at God Lord Soaring Wing's fist. Bang! With a massive explosion, the two figures were separated. A massive spatial fissure appeared between the two. Good, very good. Soaring Wing's figure appeared in the air. He lowered his head and saw that there was a bloody wound on his fist. The Dark Knight Emperor's slash had actually cut through Soaring Wing's flesh and injured him. Although it was just a small wound, the mighty god Soaring Wing, one of the three titans of the celestial god world, had actually been injured. Preposterous. Soaring Wing was enraged, truly enraged. Ha! The sight of Soaring Wing's rage was very satisfying for the Dark Knight Emperor, but this was far from enough. Since the three titans had destroyed the darkness god beast race, the Dark Knight Emperor would destroy the three titans and their race as well. Kill! Soaring Wing went mad with rage, and a moment later, he transformed into a strange beast. A divine eye appeared on the beast's forehead and then opened. Swish! A beam of destruction divine light shot out of Soaring Wing's divine eye and pierced toward the Dark Knight Emperor. But a moment later, the space around the Dark Knight Emperor collapsed into primal chaos, and the beam of primal chaos divine light shot into the primal chaos. What? Soaring Wing was stunned by this sight. Darkness whirled. The Dark Knight Emperor roared as he used his trump card. Darkness energy surged out of the Dark Knight Emperor's body and instantly engulfed the world. The vast power of darkness swallowed Tung Yi in an instant. Humph, it's just a petty trick. God Lord Soaring Wing coldly sneered. A ball of divine light emerged from his body and protected him, blocking off the tenebrous energy surging toward him. Is that so? The Dark Knight Emperor's voice resounded, and then countless divine spears formed by divine light shot toward Soaring Wing. Break for me. God Lord Soaring Wing bellowed. An extremely berserk power surged out of his body in an attempt to break the Dark Knight Emperor's sealing power. But the Dark Knight Emperor's darkness domain was extremely powerful, and not just anyone could break it. The terrifying energy only caused the entire domain to tremble. Chapter 40, 193. The heaven-shaking battle between God Lord Soaring Wing and the Dark Knight Emperor shook the world. Countless experts of the four divine realms heard the news and rushed to the central divine realm like they had been injected with stimulants. This was a battle between God Lords. It had been many years since such a battle had occurred. In the cultivation history of the heavenly God realm, a great battle between divine masters had only broken out during the darkest period of the heavenly God realm. That battle had nearly destroyed the heavenly God realm. The original heavenly God realm was not like this. Before the Dark Ages, the heavenly God realm was an incomparably huge continent. During the later stages of the Dark Ages, a great battle between divine masters broke out, and the heavenly God continent was split into 5 pieces. This was the origin of the 5 great divine regions of the heavenly God realm. A battle between divine masters could destroy the heavens and the earth. A high-class world like the heavenly God realm could not withstand a battle of this level. After that battle, the heavenly axiom of the heavenly God realm was damaged, and the power of the heaven and earth law became weaker. As a result, it became more difficult for the cultivators of the heavenly God realm to become an ultimate God. Not to mention an ultimate God. Even an emperor god could not become an emperor god since the Dark Ages. Wang Xuanji was the first person to become a god emperor in tens of thousands of years. The more difficult it was to cultivate, the more transcendent the Tao fruit would be, and the stronger one's combat strength would be. This was the reason why Wang Xuanji was able to compete with veteran god emperors as soon as he became a god emperor. Rumble, at this moment, the Dark Knight Emperor circulated his tenebrous domain with all his might, wanting to obliterate the trapped divine Lord Soaring Wing. He had a great enmity with the 3 big shots of the heavenly God realm. He couldn't wait to tear the 3 big shots into 1,000 pieces. However, Tung Yi was still one of the 3 heavyweights, the publicly acknowledged divine master of the heavenly God realm. It would not be easy for the Dark Knight Emperor to kill divine master Tung Yi. Open! God Lord Soaring Wing roared angrily. He spread his hands apart, and a powerful surge of divine Tao energy surged out of his body in an attempt to forcibly break open the domain of darkness. However, the Dark Knight Emperor's dark realm only shook a little. God Lord Soaring Wing's divine light was only able to create a radius of several dozen feet around him. What God Lord Soaring Wing was rather moved. That kid from back then had actually grown to this level? He could actually contend against me? How was this possible? Back then, if it wasn't for Tung Yi's carelessness, the Dark Knight Emperor would have died in his hands. Back then, it was as easy as flipping his hand for Tung Yi to kill the Dark Knight Emperor. He did not take the so-called #1 powerhouse of the Dark Knight continent seriously at all. The #1 expert of the Dark Knight continent was nothing more than a joke in God Lord Soaring Wing's eyes. But now, this scoundrel was actually able to fight against him. This left God Lord Soaring Wing stunned. Ha! Show me what you've got. Otherwise, You won't have a chance." In the darkness, the Emperor of the Dark Knight's arrogant laughter could be heard. "Who do you think you are? You want to kill me? You don't have that ability yet." Ting Yi bellowed. "Humph, whether I have the ability or not, you will soon find out." The Dark Knight Emperor sneered. In the next moment, a dazzling divine light appeared in the absolute darkness of the void. The divine light tore through the dark void and pierced towards Tung Yi. This was a divine ability cultivated by the Dark Knight Emperor, a supreme divine light condensed from absolute darkness. Each of these beams could easily pierce through the divine body of a divine sovereign. These divine lights pierced through Tung Yi's protective divine light. Tung Yi was in the Dark Knight Emperor's domain of darkness, so he had nowhere to hide. Tensum divine lights struck his body. Roar! God Lord Soaring Wing's body trembled as bloody light appeared on his body. Although these divine lights had not pierced through his divine body, they had still managed to injure him. He was madly enraged. God Lord Soaring Wing's body trembled as he revealed his true form. This was a strange beast with the upper body of a man and the lower body of a snake. This strange beast even had a vertical eye on its forehead. "Open for me." God Lord Soaring Wing's God, I suddenly opened, and a terrifying beam of destructive divine light shot out of it, piercing through the dark void. What? The Dark Knight Emperor's cry of alarm came from the dark void. At this moment, God Lord Soaring Wing laughed and transformed into a beam of divine light that charged through the broken passage. Divine Eye of Annihilation? The Dark Knight Emperor had a deep understanding of the three titans. It had to be known that only by knowing one's enemy could one emerge victorious in 100 battles. He was a very cautious person. Otherwise, the Dark Knight Emperor would never have been able to unify the Dark Knight continent. Preposterous! The Dark Knight Emperor retracted his tenebrous domain. At this moment, a gigantic palm descended from the sky, slamming down at him with a violent force that shook the entire world. Bam! The Dark Knight Emperor raised his palm, and the two palms collided. Damn it! The Dark Knight Emperor felt the unstoppable power erupting from his opponent's hand, and a moment later, he was sent flying backward. "Little guy, you're still too inexperienced." Tung Yi's disdainful voice rang out in the Dark Knight Emperor's ear. Whoosh! A beam of divine light of annihilation pierced through the Dark Knight Emperor's divine body. There was a flash of blood, and the Dark Knight Emperor fell from the sky. God Lord Soaring Wing's divine eye of annihilation was extremely powerful. Even Long Tsang, who was also a God Lord, did not dare to take it head-on. At this moment, Tung Yi's forehead lit up once more. Whoosh! A second beam of divine light of annihilation shot out of Tung Yi's forehead. This time, Tung Yi's target was the Dark Knight Emperor's forehead. He wanted to destroy the Dark Knight Emperor's Yuan spirit and wipe him out in both body and soul. Just as Tung Yi's divine light of annihilation was about to reach him, an axe suddenly shot out of the Dark Knight Emperor's forehead. Clang! Tung Yi's divine light of annihilation struck the axe. Tung Yi was shocked by this sight. While Tung Yi was still reeling in shock, the Dark Knight Emperor had already grabbed the axe. In the next moment, a powerful aura suddenly appeared. The weather changed, the sun and moon dimmed, and even the sky seemed like it was about to be overturned. The Dark Knight Emperor instantly entered the state of one with the axe, fusing his own power with the power of the divine axe, and exploding with a power that surpassed his own. Interesting. Tung Yi's eyes lit up. This guy really came prepared. The Dark Knight Emperor gripped the heaven-shattering axe and swung it at Tung Yi with all his might. A resplendent blade of light shot out from the divine axe in Gu Fei's hand and tore through the void. The blade of light soared for thousands of zhang, as if it could split the entire world in half. "I'll let you see what it means to be invincible." As Tung Yi spoke, he opened his mouth and spat out a beam of divine light that met the incoming blade of light. Whoosh! The blade of light was directly dispersed by the divine light released by tongue E. After the divine light dispersed the blade of light, it directly pierced toward the Dark Knight Emperor. Humph! The Dark Knight Emperor sneered coldly. His figure suddenly blurred and became transparent. The exterminating divine light that Tongue E had shot out was so powerful that it directly pierced through the Dark Knight Emperor's body. The Dark Knight Emperor could only watch the exterminating divine light pierce through his body. At this moment, the gate of the divine hall on Incipient God Mountain suddenly opened. Two figures walked out. True Dragon Emperor and Death God Master didn't notice the divine hall behind them. "Oh, it's so lively outside." The black-clothed young man who walked out of the divine hall said, with surprise. This black-clothed young man was Gu Fei, and the one behind Gu Fei was the human that the divine beast had transformed into. "Greetings, Master." At this moment, Death God Master and True Dragon Emperor heard the commotion and hurried to greet Gu Fei. This is when Death God Master saw the person behind Gu Fei. He was startled, but he didn't say anything. "Where's Qian Yu? Has he come out?" Gu Fei calmly looked at Nine Death God and said, "Master, this subordinate didn't see Qian Yu come out." Death God Master couldn't help but sweat as Gu Fei stared at him. "Humph! He dared to trick me. Go and capture him," Gu Fei said to the divine beast behind him. Yes, the divine beast turned and walked into the divine hall. This Death God Master and True Dragon Emperor looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Qian Yu was the boss of the heavenly god realm's 3 big shots. He was extremely powerful. He just didn't want to ascend to the celestial realm. If he wanted to, he could attract an ascension tribulation and ascend at any time. At this moment, Gu Fei looked at the Dark Knight Emperor and God Lord Soaring Wing, who were fighting in the sky. As expected, Gu Fei was angry, truly angry. This Qian Yu had dared to plot against him and work with God Lord Soaring Wing to kill all the people he had brought with him. This plan was ruthless, but Qian Yu had severely underestimated Gu Fei and the Dark Knight Monarch. No one knew that the Dark Knight Monarch was also an expert in disguising himself as a pig to eat the tiger. He had actually concealed his strength so deeply. Even in his battle with Gu Fei on the Dark Knight continent, the Dark Knight Emperor hadn't used the power of the Darkness God Beast's bloodline. This was his greatest secret. One had to realize that the Darkness God Beast was a public enemy in the heavenly god realm. If anyone found out that he was a descendant of the Darkness God Beast, he would face a calamity. But it was different now. He was now Gu Fei's subordinate, and Gu Fei was a ruthless person who could easily kill divine venerables. In the heavenly god realm, who else besides the 3 big shots would dare to attack Gu Fei? Thus, the Dark Knight Emperor no longer needed to hide his identity. "That damned fellow! All of you go together and capture him." Gu Fei roared at Death God Master and True Dragon Emperor. "Master, the other party was a god lord. The seal on the incipient God Mountain had been activated, and there was a supreme power protecting the divine mountain. That was why they dared to come back to watch the battle. Otherwise, they would still be watching from 100,000 miles away." Chapter 4194. A battle between god lords could shake the heavens and earth. Even those at the peak of Incipient God Mountain had to endure enormous pressure. The 9-death ultimate god and the True Dragon Emperor had retreated a long time ago. However, a battle of this level was extremely tempting to them. They had even risked returning to the peak of Incipient God Mountain to watch this battle. If they could gain some sort of enlightenment from this battle between the Dark Knight Emperor and God Lord soaring wing, they might be able to take that final step towards becoming a god lord. But now, their master, Gu Fei, was telling them to fight God Lord Soaring Wing? Wasn't this just sending them to their deaths? But at this moment, the sky fiercely quaked, and then a pitch-black hole appeared in the air. Someone shattered the void. Still want to run? Gu Fei's eyes flickered when he saw this. In the next moment, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at the sky. Broom! The entire sky seemed to be pulled down by Gu Fei's hand, and a figure was pulled out of the shattered void. Roar! This figure desperately struggled, boundless divine power erupting from its body. But no matter how much this person struggled, he couldn't escape Gu Fei's grasp. He was pulled down from the sky and then slammed to the ground by Gu Fei. This person was none other than God Lord Soaring Wing. This, the true Dragon Emperor and 9 Deaths God, were dumbfounded. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Gu Fei. Master, the Dark Knight Emperor hurriedly bowed to Gu Fei. So you were also hiding a hand. Not even I could tell that you were a descendant of the darkness god beast. Gu Fei glanced at the Dark Knight Emperor and indifferently said, "This." The Dark Knight Emperor couldn't help but tense up, a layer of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Bang! God Lord Soaring Wing's body exploded with immense power as he tried to escape. But Gu Fei extended his right hand and pressed it down on God Lord Soaring Wing. God Lord Soaring Wing was immediately pressed to the ground, motionless. God Lord Soaring Wing was both shocked and infuriated. Gu Fei had come out, but Boss had disappeared. Had Boss failed and been killed by Gu Fei? God Lord Soaring Wing couldn't help but despair at this thought. Qian Yu and Teng Yi's plan to get rid of Gu Fei had been foolproof, but to God Lord Teng Yi's surprise, Gu Fei had come out. To God Lord Teng Yi's shock, the person accompanying Gu Fei was the Patriarch. In the entire heavenly god realm, there was only one person who could be addressed as ancestor by Teng Yi, and that was this odd divine beast that Gu Fei had subdued. In the entire heavenly god realm, only the 3 big shots knew of its existence. However, the 3 big shots were just like children in front of it. The 3 powerhouses all referred to the 3 odd divine beasts as their ancestors. He was the number 1 expert of the heavenly god realm god ancestor, Zhou Qian. The 3 magnates regarded god ancestor Zhou Qian as the guardian of the heaven divine realm. However, they did not know that the reason why god ancestor Zhou Qian had been guarding the ancestor vein of the heaven divine realm for so many years was not to protect the ancestor vein from being harmed, but to refine the ancestor vein and become a real immortal expert. You can die now. As Gu Fei spoke, he pressed down with his right hand. With the sound of bones cracking, God Lord Soaring Wing turned into a bloody mist. Master, it's a pity to kill him. God Ancestor Zhou Qian sighed. This, the true Dragon Emperor, and the Dark Knight Emperor's expressions changed. Especially the Dark Knight Emperor. If Teng Yi died in Gu Fei's hands, it would be a great regret for him. Do you think he can still live after scheming against my people? Gu Fei said indifferently. Then, he used a mysterious technique to devour God, Lord Soaring Wing's essence, chi, and spirit. Even his primordial spirit was devoured. This was a god lord. Although Gu Fei devoured a god lord, his cultivation did not recover much. God Lord Soaring Wing died at the hands of Gu Fei. As for Gu Fei, he had used a single hand to kill a god lord like Teng Yi and Qian Yu. Gu Fei gritted his teeth. God Ancestor Zhou Qian did not find Qian Yu in the ancestral vein. Qian Yu had left long ago. He had planted a restrictive technique on Qian Yu's body. With a single thought, he could destroy Qian Yu's body and primordial spirit. However, Qian Yu was lucky to die like this. Although Gu Fei was furious, he did not kill Qian Yu just like that. I'll give you 3 days to capture Qianyu. Gu Fei glanced at everyone and said, "Yes, master, God Ancestor Jiu Qian," and the others quickly accepted the order. Soon, the news spread and shocked the entire world. The heavenly divine realm finally has a new master. At this moment, in the sky 10,000 miles away from the incipient God Mountain, a fat man carrying a halberd looked in the direction of the incipient God Mountain with a solemn expression. Boss is really arrogant. Even the guy guarding there is not a match for Boss. The fat man was shocked. Even the current him was no match for that existence. Why don't we go and take a look? The fat man turned into a ray of divine light and rushed towards the incipient God Mountain. At this moment, there was only Gu Fei on the incipient God Mountain. The others had gone to kill Qianyu. To Gu Fei, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was time for him to leave. He had devoured the origin chi of heaven and earth. There was nothing else that Gu Fei needed in the heavenly divine realm. Besides the origin chi of heaven and earth, he had also obtained an immortal heart and a bone bead. Gu Fei vaguely guessed that these 2 items might belong to the same person. Of course, it was just a guess. Boss, at this moment, a voice pulled Gu Fei back from his thoughts. Gu Fei looked up and saw that it was the fat man. The fat man was so mysterious that even Gu Fei could not see through him. Swoosh! A figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Gu Fei. "What are you doing here?" Gu Fei frowned and said, "I want to attack the incipient God Mountain with Boss." The fat man said, "All right, since you're here, go and capture Qianyu." Gu Fei said, "You want to capture Qianyu?" The fatty was shocked. This God Lord Qianyu was the strongest existence of the 3 heavyweights, the boss of the 3 heavyweights. Of course, the heavenly divine realm no longer had the 3 giants because Long Tsong was dead. "He dared to betray me. Do you think he can still live?" Gu Fei said ruthlessly. Hearing this, the fatty's expression immediately became solemn. Just as the fat man arrived in a desolate mountain hundreds of thousands of miles away from the incipient God Mountain, "Qianyu, surrender and follow me back to see Master. Otherwise, today will be the day of your death." A powerful aura spread over the mountain. There was a confrontation. "You want me to surrender?" Impossible. Qianyu was the boss of the 3 giants. How could he surrender just because of one sentence? "Then I'm sorry." That person directly attacked Qianyu. Boom! That armored god general punched out, causing the entire world to tremble. This punch shook the heavens and earth. Qianyu was taken aback. He didn't think that this group of people would have such a powerful cultivation base. The person in the lead even displayed a powerful battle prowess. There was no time to think about why. Qianyu also punched out. Boom! The 2 fists collided in an instant, causing a loud bang. The sound spread out in all directions, and the surrounding void immediately rippled like water. The 2 figures separated in an instant, but immediately collided with each other. Impossible! How could this be? Qianyu became more frightened as he fought. This god general was his subordinate, and only had the cultivation of a god emperor. How did this guy's cultivation suddenly become so strong? It should be known that he was a god lord. It was easy for him to kill a god emperor. But now, he couldn't even defeat a puny god general. He was too useless. At this moment, a powerful wave of energy rippled, startling many people. Gu Fei's bounty caused everyone's eyes to turn red. Therefore, at this moment, almost every cultivator was searching for Qianyu, because as long as they found and captured Qianyu, they would be able to obtain the item they yearned for even in their dreams. Moreover, the people chasing after Qianyu all went to Gu Fei to obtain a Dao talisman. This wasn't an ordinary Dao talisman. After using this Dao talisman, one could obtain great power. However, this power couldn't last for long. The god general who was fighting with Qian Yu had used one of Gu Fei's talismans to gain the strength to fight against Qian Yu. Of course, there was a price to pay for using this power. In this world, there was no such thing as reaping without sowing. If one wanted great power, one had to pay the corresponding price. No one could succeed casually. It's Qian Yu. Ha! We're rich this time. Some of the experts who rushed over were elated when they saw Qian Yu. Someone crushed the Dao talisman and charged towards Qian Yu. He's mine. Unwilling to fall behind, someone crushed the Dao talisman and fought Qian Yu. One should know that Qian Yu was like a peerless divine medicine. Right now, everyone wanted a bite of him. This gave Qian Yu a chance to escape. Two fists couldn't fight against four hands. Very quickly, Qian Yu's shoulder was hit by a fist, sending him flying. I'm not going to keep you company. Borrowing the strength of his opponent's punch, Qian Yu disappeared instantly. What? The crowd was dumbfounded and chased after him. However, in the next moment, they stopped because they had already used the power that Gu Fei left for them. This power couldn't last long and could only last for a short period of time. Chapter 4195. Qian Yu was the #1 divine lord in the heaven god world. He was extremely powerful, and his cultivation base was only second to Zhou Tian. Although Gu Fei had issued a kill order to Qian Yu, there were not many people in the heaven god world who could stop him if he wanted to run for his life. However, although the heaven god world was huge, there was no place for Qian Yu. Countless experts in the heaven god world searched for Qian Yu crazily under Gu Fei's reward, because Gu Fei's reward was too great. Even the 9 Deaths god and the Dark Knight Emperor could not hold themselves back and went after Qian Yu. The true Dragon Emperor naturally did not want to be left behind. They brought Gu Fei's talismans with them. As long as they crushed the talismans, they would be able to fight against a divine lord. In fact, only God Path experts above the Emperor God realm could use the Dao talisman that Gu Fei refined. Cultivators below the Emperor God realm could not withstand the power of the Dao talisman at all. If a cultivator below the God Emperor realm tried to use the talismans, the worst outcome would be their body exploding. The luckiest one would lose his physical body and divine body. Only his primordial spirit would be left, and it would take a long time for him to recover his cultivation base. Gu Fei was really angry. He did not hesitate to refine dozens of talismans just to capture Qian Yu. At this moment, Qian Yu was like a street rat. No matter where he went in the heaven god world, he would be attacked. Just like that, Qian Yu fled for 2 days. On the 3rd day, he was blocked by 3 experts in a valley. The #1 divine lord of the heaven god world stood on a huge rock in the valley with his hands behind his back. An imposing aura surged from his body. Little 9, Dark Knight, and this little worm, how dare you come here to die? Qian Yu did not care about the 3 experts at all. Qian Yu, you better follow me back to see Master. Don't make things difficult for us. The 9 Deaths god looked at Qian Yu coldly. That's right. Teng Yi is dead. You don't want to end up like him, right? The Dark Knight Emperor continued. As long as you come back with us, we can help you plead in front of Master. Perhaps once Master's anger subsides, he might spare your life. The true Dragon Emperor said. Ha! Qian Yu glanced at the true Dragon Emperor before bursting into laughter. What are you laughing at? The true Dragon Emperor's face immediately darkened. Do you think I'm a fool? Go back with you? Ha! Qian Yu laughed. These fellows actually wanted to trick him? How laughable. Then we can only capture you and bring you back. As Divine Monarch 9 Deaths spoke, he crushed a Dao talisman in his hand. In the next moment, he felt a surge of energy explode in his body. This energy was so strong that it instantly expanded the meridians in his body by several times. Boom! A violent wave of power erupted from 9 Death's Divine Lord's body. Countless pitch-black spatial cracks immediately appeared in the surrounding void. Qian Yu's pupils shrunk upon seeing that. Although he had been running for his life for the past 2 days, he noticed that those fellows who were chasing after him had suddenly increased their combat strength before fighting him. It was definitely not a secret technique. There was no secret technique in the Heaven Divine world that could directly increase an Emperor God's cultivation and combat strength to the ultimate God realm or even the Divine Lord realm. The true Dragon Emperor and the Dark Knight Emperor also crushed the Tao talismans in their hands. Roar! The true Dragon Emperor roared into the sky as a giant dragon shadow directly rushed out from his body and circled in the sky. Kill! Qian Yu roared. In the next moment, he exerted strength in his feet and crushed the boulder under his feet. At the same time, his entire body turned into a divine light and soared into the sky in an attempt to escape. He did not want to be entangled by those 3 fellows. Once he was entangled by those 3 fellows, the other experts would swarm in. By then, it would be impossible for him to fight against dozens of ultimate gods alone, no matter how strong he was. Trying to escape, the Nine-Slayer ultimate god waved his right hand, and a Tao diagram immediately fell from the sky and suppressed the divine light that soared into the sky. What? Qian Yu's figure appeared in the void. Trying to escape? Dream on. The true Dragon Emperor laughed out loud as he directly showed his original form and fiercely pounced toward Qian Yu in the sky. The power of his pounce caused countless cracks to appear in the void. If it was not for the mighty power of the Tao diagram in the sky that suppressed the void, the true Dragon Emperor's pounce would have shattered the entire void. What's going on? Qian Yu's expression was extremely ugly. Those fellows really came prepared. Boom! He directly blocked the true Dragon Emperor's dragon claw with a punch. At the same time, the Dark Knight Emperor also made his move. A divine axe directly rushed out from his body and turned into an immortal divine blade that slashed toward Qian Yu's head. The blade of the axe split the void between heaven and earth. Clang! Qian Yu waved his hand and blocked the heaven-shattering divine axe. Seeing that scene, the Dark Knight Emperor could not help but be shocked. Qian Yu's divine body was too strong to be able to block the attack of the heaven-shattering divine axe. One should know that the heaven-shattering divine axe was the #1 divine weapon in the Dark Knight continent. It could easily kill an ultimate god. Emperor gods were as weak as ants in front of the heaven-shattering divine axe. Boom! The Nine-Slayer Divine Lord's Nine-Slayer Divine fist landed heavily on Qian Yu's chest. Crack! The sound of bones breaking immediately came from Qian Yu's body. His entire chest had collapsed inwards from the Nine-Slayer Divine Lord's punch. Qian Yu blocked the true Dragon Emperor's dragon claw and the Dark Knight Emperor's heaven-shattering divine axe. However, he could not block the Nine-Slayer Divine Lord's punch. This was the Nine-Slayer Divine fist created by the Nine-Slayer Divine Lord. One punch could shake the heavens and earth. Roar! Qian Yu was enraged. In the next moment, an even more tyrannical wave of energy erupted from his body, directly sending the 3 experts flying. What? This guy, the Dark Knight Emperor, the Nine-Slayer Divine Lord, and the others were shocked. Qian Yu was indeed worthy of being the #1 Divine Lord in the heavenly divine realm. He was too strong. If they were to fight one-on-one, they might not be his match. Of course, under such circumstances, the Dark Knight Emperor and the others would not be so stupid to fight one-on-one with him. Boom! After Qian Yu sent the 3 experts flying, he crazily attacked the Tao pattern in the sky. The Tao pattern immediately shook. He actually shook the Tao pattern. Chapter 4196. Qian Yu was extremely ferocious. He was able to push back 3 experts at the same time. His battle prowess was definitely number 1 in the heavenly god realm. If they were to fight one-on-one, it would be impossible for 9 Deaths, Hierarch the Dark Knight Emperor, or the true Dragon Emperor to defeat Qian Yu. Rumble. At this moment, Qian Yu turned into a ball of divine light that looked like a sun. He soared into the sky and collided fiercely with the Tao diagram in the sky. The entire Tao diagram trembled. Countless divine runes appeared on the Tao diagram. Countless divine runes intertwined on the Tao diagram. The vast power that was released froze the void and sealed a part of the sky. The divine light that Qian Yu turned into was pushed back continuously. However, he did not stop. He continued to crazily collide with the Tao diagram in the sky. He wanted to break out of the Tao diagram. Don't waste your energy. This is Master's item. How can you break it? The true Dragon Emperor sneered. This Tao diagram was the one that Gu Fei had given to 9 Deaths Hierarch for the time being. The mountain and river diagram was an extreme divine tool. Even if Qian Yu was 10 times stronger, he would not be able to break the seal of the mountain and river diagram. What? Qian Yu couldn't help being startled. No wonder this Tao diagram was so powerful. It turned out that it belonged to Gu Fei. Die. 9 Deaths Hierarch did not say anything else. He immediately used the 9 Deaths godly fists. 9 fist shadows rushed out from his fists and smashed the void. The 9 fists landed fiercely on Qian Yu's body. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from Qian Yu's body. Such power! Qian Yu stared at 9 Deaths Hierarch with a crazed look in his eyes. After being hit by the 9 Deaths godly fists, his body was immediately covered in blood. Some parts of his body even revealed his bones. However, the next moment, the wounds on Qian Yu's body were healing rapidly. The broken bones were reconnected. In just a few breaths' time, the wounds on his body were completely healed. A wave of power that was stronger than before spread out from Qian Yu's body. This is 9 Deaths divine. Lord suddenly thought of something when he saw this, and his expression became even worse. Such a strong recovery ability. Even the Dark Knight Emperor couldn't help but exclaim. So what if he has a strong recovery ability? Do you think he can escape? True Dragon Emperor said disapprovingly. Qian Yu stared at Death God 9 and said coldly, "The power you borrowed is not your own. Let's see how I kill you one by one." Is that so? Then bring it on. Hierarch 9 Deaths gave tit for tat. At this moment, he was no longer afraid. He wanted to borrow Gu Fei's power to get rid of Qian Yu, who was known as the number 1 divine master in the heavenly god realm. Buzz. At this moment, Qian Yu's body shook. In the next moment, countless figures rushed out from his body and pounced towards the Dark Knight Emperor and the others. Every single one of them was emitting extremely powerful energy ripples. What the hell? The Dark Knight Emperor and Ultimate God 9 Deaths were shocked when they saw this. At this moment, there was no time for them to think too much. In the next moment, they were drowned by Qian Yu's countless figures. Roar! The 9 heavenly dragons that the true Dragon Emperor had transformed into shook violently. Countless Qian Yu's figures were immediately blasted away and exploded in the void. However, at this moment, the true Dragon Emperor suddenly let out a roar of despair. In the next moment, his head exploded, followed by his body. Boom, 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 boom. 9 sounds were heard in a row. Violent energy exploded, and the huge body of the 9 true dragons that the true dragon emperor had transformed exploded into a mist of blood. Not even his bones and scales were left. The primordial spirit of the true dragon emperor rushed out. However, in the next moment, the primordial spirit of the true dragon emperor also exploded. What Death God 9 Deaths and the Dark Knight Emperor were extremely shocked when they sensed this. After all, the true Dragon Emperor's cultivation and combat power were not inferior to theirs after he used Gu Fei's Dao Talisman. The true Dragon Emperor had died. He had been killed by Qian Yu. You can't even take a punch from me, and you still want to kill me? What a joke. Qian Yu's voice reverberated in the void. Even the powerful death god 9 Deaths and the Dark Knight Emperor couldn't sense his whereabouts. Damn it! The Dark Knight Emperor and the death god 9 Deaths were both frightened and enraged. Qian Yu had killed the true Dragon Emperor with one punch. They were in danger. At this moment, Qian Yu's countless figures filled the void. No matter how hard the Dark Knight Emperor and the death god 9 Deaths attacked, they couldn't escape. If you want to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed by me. Qian Yu's voice arose again. The moment Qian Yu killed the true Dragon Emperor with one punch, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on a big rock on the peak of Incipient God Mountain, suddenly opened his eyes. The true dragon is killed, Gu Fei muttered to himself. He was a little surprised. The true dragon Great Emperor had brought along the Dao Talisman that he had refined himself. As long as he used the Dao Talisman, he would obtain the strongest power and be able to contend against the god ancestor. Then he closed his eyes. His subordinates wouldn't die that easily. Humph! It's too early for you to be happy. Right at this moment, the death god 9 Deaths sneered in the valley. What? Qian Yu was bewildered. Rumble, the void, suddenly shook. Then, something that Qian Yu couldn't believe happened. The true Dragon Emperor's primordial spirit was being reconstructed. The specks of soul light condensed together once more. After that, Qian Yu's primordial spirit was reconstructed, followed by his dragon body. The exploded dragon body appeared in the mist of blood, reconstructing the primordial spirit and the dragon body. Qian Yu was stunned. It was a heaven-defying technique. Boom! When the true Dragon Emperor's primordial spirit and the dragon body fused together, an unprecedented pressure burst out from his body. Qian Yu died. The true Dragon Emperor roared and attacked Qian Yu. He spat out a divine bead, and a terrifying divine flame burst out from it. Instantly, the void that was suppressed by the mountain and river diagram turned into a sea of fire. This was the true dragon divine flame that the true Dragon Emperor had condensed. The true dragon divine flame could burn the sky and boil the sea. It burned the void silently on the body of the true Dragon Emperor. The power of the Dao Talisman that Gu Fei had refined was activated to the extreme. The countless figures that Qian Yu had conjured were burned by the true dragon divine flame and disappeared in the sea of fire. In the end, only one figure was left standing in the sea of fire. The true Dragon Emperor had broken Qian Yu's technique. Chapter 4197. With the true Dragon Emperor's cultivation base, he was definitely not a match for Qian Yu, the #1 divine lord in the heavenly divine realm. However, the true Dragon Emperor had triggered Gu Fei's power. In this case, it wouldn't be easy for Qian Yu to kill the true Dragon Emperor. Preposterous! Qian Yu was shocked and furious to see that the true Dragon Emperor had not only reformed his primordial spirit, but also his physical body. Moreover, the true dragon divine fire had turned his clones into smoke. Die! The true Dragon Emperor roared and pounced towards Qian Yu. Both of his hands turned into dragon claws as he slashed towards Qian Yu. The void was as fragile as a thin piece of paper under his dragon claws. How is this possible? Qianyu was shocked. The true Dragon Emperor's battle prowess had increased to a level where he could threaten him. How did Gu Fei do it? Gu Fei's technique had shocked Qianyu to the extreme. Swoosh! Qianyu moved and retreated. His body moved rapidly in the void, leaving behind a series of afterimages. The true Dragon Emperor's dragon claws tore the afterimages apart and chased after Qianyu. Violent energy was released from his body, causing the void to tremble. At that moment, the Nine-Death Hierarch activated the mountain and river diagram with all his might. The Extreme Path Saint item did not awaken, and only revealed a trace of its aura. The Extreme Path Saint item was not something that the Nine-Death Hierarch could use. However, even a strand of the mountain river diagram's aura was enough to suppress the entire heavens and earth, causing Qianyu to be unable to escape. This diagram, Qianyu had been in the heavenly divine realm for countless years. He had started his cultivation earlier than the other two magnates. However, he had never seen such a treasure diagram that could suppress the universe. Could it be that Gu Fei is from the upper realm? Qianyu's heart was in turmoil as he thought about it. Qianyu naturally knew about the existence of the upper realm. The upper realm was a higher realm than the heavenly divine realm. That world was the cultivation goal of countless cultivators in the heavenly god realm. Everyone wanted to cultivate to the hierarch realm, then shatter the void and enter the upper realm. However, from ancient times until now, there were not many living beings who could cultivate to become a divine venerable, especially after the Dark Ages. It became harder for the heavenly god realm to produce a divine venerable. Even among the god emperors for tens of thousands of years, there was only one Wang Xuanji. Boom, bam. Muffled sounds of collisions rang out continuously. The true Dragon Emperor and Qianyu continued to clash against each other. Violent energy rippled out in all directions, engulfing the heavens and the earth. If it weren't for the mountain and river diagrams stabilizing the space between heaven and earth, an area of tens of thousands of miles would have been reduced to ruins. One had to realize that this was a battle between god lords. The Dark Knight Emperor stared at Qianyu, who was in the midst of a great battle. He tightened his grip on the heaven-shattering axe. He was waiting for an opportunity to kill Qianyu in a single blow. On the heaven-shattering axe, there were divine runes faintly appearing and intertwining. A powerful force burst out from the axe in the Dark Knight Emperor's hand. The entire void was trembling. The battle strength that the true Dragon Emperor had displayed was not his own strength. After a series of fierce attacks, he was sent flying by Qianyu's punch. The true Dragon Emperor's blood rained down from the sky. Now, two beams of dazzling divine light shot out from the Dark Knight Emperor's eyes. In the next moment, the heaven-shattering axe in his hand turned into an immortal divine light and slashed at Qianyu. Whoosh! Wherever the divine light passed, blood splattered. Half of his body was split open by the divine light, and he was almost split in half. Nine Death's deity fist. Nine Death's deity made his move upon seeing this. A violent, destructive fist force landed on Qianyu's body. In the next moment, Qianyu screamed in pain as he was blasted into a bloody mist by Nine Death's deity's punch. He's still not dead. Nine Death's deity sneered. Boss, Master wants him alive. The Dark Knight Emperor said to Nine Death's deity. What? Hearing this, Nine Death's deity's expression changed. They knew that Gu Fei had also planted a restrictive technique on Qianyu. If Gu Fei wanted to kill Qianyu, he could do it effortlessly with a single thought. However, Gu Fei wanted him alive. Whoosh! The Dark Knight Emperor made his move again. A beam of black light shot out from hell toward Qianyu's use primordial spirit. Didn't you say that Master wants him alive? Seeing this, Nine Deaths deity quickly blocked the Dark Knight Emperor's beam of death deity. Let's beat this guy half to death first. The Dark Knight Emperor explained. Hearing this, Nine Deaths deity was speechless. If they accidentally killed this guy, they would be punished by Gu Fei when they returned. Forget it. Let's kill him first. Nine Deaths deity immediately made his move and knocked Qian Yu's primordial spirit away. All of you, move aside. Let me do it. At this moment, an old voice was heard. Then, a guy rushed over from afar and grabbed Qian Yu's primordial spirit. Seeing this, Nine Deaths deity and the Dark Knight Emperor almost went crazy. They almost cursed when they saw the fat meat that was about to be in their mouths flying away. However, when they saw that guy, they immediately swallowed the words they wanted to say. It was as if they had swallowed a fly. Greetings, old ancestor Zhu Tian, Nine Deaths deity, and the others quickly bowed to the newcomer. I want this guy's primordial spirit. You have any objections? Old ancestor Zhu Tian glanced at Nine Deaths deity and the others and said indifferently, No objections, no objections. Nine Deaths deity and the others quickly said they did not dare to have any objections. This guy was old ancestor Zhu Tian, who was even more powerful than the three magnates of the heaven god world. Even the three magnates did not dare to act presumptuously in front of him. If you have no objections, I'll take my leave. Old ancestor Zhu Tian waved his sleeve and soared into the sky, disappearing into the void. This Nine Deaths deity and the others looked at each other. They were unwilling and angry, but there was nothing they could do. Old ancestor Zhu Tian's fist was stronger than theirs. Damn it! The true Dragon Emperor was furious. They were fighting Qian Yu with their lives on the line. Just as they were about to capture Qian Yu, who knew that this old fellow would jump out and directly take away Qian Yu's primordial spirit. Sigh, what a waste of effort. Nine Death Divine Venerate was also displeased, but he didn't dare to challenge Patriarch Zhu Tian with his cultivation base. The Dark Knight Emperor did not say anything. Let's go back. Nine Deaths deity waved his hand and put away the mountain and river diagram in the sky. Then he took a step and disappeared into the void. The Dark Knight Emperor and the true Dragon Emperor looked at each other and disappeared into the void at the same time. Boom! After the three experts left, the area within a radius of 10,000 miles turned into dust. The entire ground sank thousands of feet, and countless living beings died. The entire barbaric mountains were almost destroyed. Who did this? Many experts were startled and came to check. They were all shocked to see this scene. Is it old ancestor Zhu Tian's work? Someone said, Old ancestor Zhu Tian's appearance shocked the world. This god ancestor had destroyed many powerful clans. Wherever he went, blood flowed like a river. Although Gu Fei was old ancestor Zhu Tian's master, he did not care about him because he would leave the heaven divine realm one day later. Moreover, old ancestor Zhu Tian did not attack the human clan. Gu Fei had made it clear that he would kill anyone who dared to attack the human clan. Even a supreme existence, like God Ancestor Zhu Tian, did not dare to show any dissatisfaction, because their lives were in Gu Fei's hands. The survival of the human clan was what Gu Fei cared about. Time is almost up. These guys are so useless. They can't even capture Qian Yu. On the peak of incipient God Mountain, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on a boulder, suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Gu Fei. Greetings, master. An old man knelt down on the ground. Looks like you're quite capable. Gu Fei looked at the old man and said, This old man was old ancestor Jotian. Master, Qian Yu's origin soul is here. Old ancestor Jotian released Qian Yu's origin soul. Master, please spare my life. Qian Yu's origin soul immediately begged Gu Fei for mercy. Haha, spare you? Gu Fei laughed when he heard this. He hated betrayal the most in his life. There was only one way to deal with traitors, and that was to kill. Master, I don't know what I did wrong to make you so angry. Master, please spare me this time. Qian Yu begged. All right, I'll let you go. Gu Fei suddenly said with a smile, Thank you, Master, for sparing my life. Qian Yu was overjoyed. How about I let you bathe in the purgatory divine fire? Gu Fei said. What? Qian Yu was scared out of his wits. Master, I'll suppress him in the purgatory divine fire and refine his soul for 10,000 years. God Ancestor Jotian said immediately. That's it. Gu Fei nodded. No, Master, you can't do this to me. Please kill me. Qian Yu was really scared. The pain of refining one's soul was the worst thing in the world. Qian Yu would rather die than endure it. Kill you? That'll be too easy on you. Just enjoy the taste of purgatory. Gu Fei said, and waved his hand to dismiss God Ancestor Jotian. God Ancestor Jotian left with Qian Yu's origin soul. It's time to leave. Gu Fei looked up at the sky. At this moment, a divine flame suddenly appeared in the sky. Gu Fei was shocked when he saw the fire. With a wave of his hand, the flame landed in his hand. In the next moment, a figure appeared in the divine fire. Father, save me, Ling. Chapter 4198. It's a bloodline message. What happened to Ling? Why did she send me a message to ask for help? Gu Fei could not stay calm. Gu Ling was his only daughter. He had given her the human emperor divine mace to protect her when she stepped on the ancient road of the human tribe. Could someone threaten Ling with the protection of the human emperor divine mace? At this time, the bloodline flame on Gu Fei's right palm was throbbing. Within the flame, the young girl's anxious and helpless expression made Gu Fei's heart tighten. Ling, I'll kill everyone who dares to touch my Ling. Gu Fei gritted his teeth and said, Master. At that moment, Wang Xuanji, Wang Xian, and Emperor God Mo Yuan, who were waiting by the side, were shocked. They had never seen their master so furious before. Human world. I want to go back to the human world. Gu Fei abruptly stood up from the boulder. Pass on my order. Heaven Lord Ju will control the Heaven Divine Realm. Nine Death Divine Master, Emperor Dark Knight, Emperor True Dragon, and Wang Xuanji will help. Whoever dares to disobey will be killed, Gu Fei said sternly. His voice was transmitted into the ears of everyone present. Yes, Master. Everyone on the peak of incipient God Mountain knelt down before Gu Fei. At this moment, Emperor Dark Knight, Nine Death Divine Master, and Emperor True Dragon had not returned. However, Gu Fei was anxious to return. He didn't want to wait any longer. He wasn't worried that these fellows would cause trouble after he left. After all, he had placed a forbidden technique on these fellows. Their lives depended on their whims. Buzz. Gu Fei then took out the Myriad World Wheel, an ancient aura that seemed to come from a primitive world spread out from the Myriad World Wheel. This is the so-called invincible giants in the Heaven Divine Realm had never seen a supreme Tao artifact like the Universal World Wheel. It was the #1 Tao artifact in the ancestral realm. The aura emitted from the Wheel of Heavens and Myriad Realms made God Ancestor Jotian and the others extremely terrified, and their souls trembled. The Universal World Wheel could connect to the Heaven Punishment Realm. The human world was also one of the universal world wheel. Gu Fei could use it to reincarnate to the human world. However, Gu Fei knew very well that he would have to pay a huge price if he wanted to utilize the universal world cycle to enter the mortal dimension. However, it didn't matter how huge the price was. It was impossible for Gu Fei not to save his daughter. Furthermore, Zhao Hao, Meng Long, and Yen were all together with Gu Ling. They had stepped on the human ancient road together. Zhao Hao was the nephew of Zhao Ziru of the Zhao family in the Heaven Realm, and Yen was Gu Ling's disciple. Both of them had heaven-defying constitutions. Although Meng Long did not have a heaven-defying physique, he had an indomitable will to charge forward. This was why Gu Fei admired Meng Long so much. He saw himself in Meng Long when he was cultivating at Taishan Mountain. Back then, wasn't he also a crippled person who was regarded as useless by the disciples of the sect? Now, those who laughed at him and looked down on him were all dead. Even his opponent, Dongfang Chen, had been dead for a long time. Of course, the Dongfang family still existed. At this moment, all the living beings in the heavenly god realm felt an aura that wasn't very strong, but it was above everything. Countless living beings were terrified to the extreme. Master really came from the upper world. God Ancestor Jew looked at the peak of incipient God Mountain in fear. He had just sent Qian use primordial spirit into purgatory to be tortured. As soon as the universal world wheel appeared, the entire heaven divine realm trembled. Even the heavenly way was suppressed. In this world, nothing could compete with the universal world wheel. Brat, what do you want? A figure suddenly rushed out from Gu Fei's body. It was a disheveled old man. Seeing a person suddenly rush out from Gu Fei's body, the giants of the heaven divine realm at the peak of incipient God Mountain were all dumbfounded. I want to go back to the human realm. Gu Fei looked at the disheveled old man and said, this disheveled old man was the god of the mountain and river cauldron. As soon as the universal world wheel appeared, this guy was alarmed. Gu Fei's supreme Tao treasures had always been with him. Even though the primogenitor had sent him into the cycle of reincarnation, his supreme Tao treasures were still with him. However, with Gu Fei's current cultivation, it was really difficult for him to use the supreme Tao artifacts. Go back to the human realm? The disheveled old man looked up at the universal world wheel in the sky, and then looked at Gu Fei. The disheveled old man shook his head and said, given your current cultivation, if you force yourself to use the universal world wheel, your vitality will be greatly damaged. If worse comes to worst, your cultivation will disappear, and you might even lose your life. I have to go back. Gu Fei was very determined. Are you crazy? The disheveled old man stared at Gu Fei and said in a deep voice. Gu Fei did not say anything. Sigh. It's a pity that I can't help you. Do as you see fit. With that, the disheveled old man turned into a divine light and rushed into Gu Fei's body. The mountain and river cauldron was in supreme Tao saint artifact, and the universal world wheel was known as the number 1 supreme Tao artifact in the primogenitor world. Naturally, the universal world wheel would not be controlled by the mountain and river cauldron, which was also a supreme Tao artifact. Without hesitation, Gu Fei channeled his mystic technique. The Wheel of Worlds in the sky moved, and an even stronger aura spread out from the Wheel of Worlds in the sky. Countless cracks appeared on the Wheel of Worlds in the sky. The Wheel of Heavens and Realms was not a complete supreme Tao artifact. It was definitely not an easy task to repair this supreme Tao artifact. Countless cracks appeared on the Wheel of Heavens and myriad worlds. This shocked Gu Fei. It wasn't an easy task to repair this supreme saint artifact. At that moment, Gu Fei spat a mouthful of fresh blood towards the universal world wheel. The next moment, the wheel of heavens and realms began to vibrate. Divine inscriptions appeared on the wheel of heavens and realms, and each rune was a world. At that moment, the universal world wheel's vitality was being devoured by the universal world wheel from afar. Although it was only for a few breaths, he could not hold on much longer. It was especially so when the power contained within the eternal true bone on his chest was being devoured by the universal world wheel. So what if his vitality was greatly damaged? Gu Fei gritted his teeth and held on bitterly. At that moment, new runes appeared continuously on the universal world wheel. However, there was still no human realm or the coordinates of the human realm. At that moment, a third of Gu Fei's powerful vitality had been devoured by the universal world wheel. Just as he was about to collapse, his eyes suddenly lit up. I finally found it. Chapter 41:99. At the peak of the incipient God Mountain, Gu Fei used the wheel of all heavens and realms to open a passage between the heavenly realm and the human realm. He wanted to return to the human realm to save his beloved daughter. Guling actually used her bloodline to ask him for help. In order to save his daughter, nothing could stop him from returning to the human realm. Whether it was in the heavenly realm or the human realm, he had many enemies. Those people couldn't do anything to him, so they targeted his daughter. It was really despicable. After so many years, Gu Ling's cultivation must have improved greatly. She also had the Supreme Emperor Divine mace to protect her. The person who could put her in such a desperate situation, even if it wasn't a supreme, was most likely a half-step supreme. Moreover, the human realm had the power of heavenly punishment. The power of heavenly punishment could kill supreme masters. Therefore, the possibility of a supreme master appearing in the human realm was very low. For a moment, Gu Fei couldn't think of anyone who had the guts to attack his daughter. Thinking of this, Gu Fei wanted to return to the human realm even more. Boom! Gu Fei directly activated the Wheel of All Heavens and Realms. The moment the Wheel of All Heavens and Realms was activated, 80% of his cultivation was instantly absorbed by the Wheel of All Heavens and Realms. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Gu Fei's mouth. He had suffered a great impact from this. His cultivation was not enough. The Wheel of All Heavens and Realms was the #1 supreme Tao artifact in the ancestral realm. To activate this supreme Tao artifact, the price to pay was too high. Gu Fei didn't stop and continued to attack. The experts on the peak of the mountain were all stunned when they saw this scene. The wheel in the sky gradually rotated and slowly turned into a black hole. A spatial passage to the human realm was gradually formed. However, the power needed to maintain such a passage was too great. With Gu Fei's cultivation, he naturally couldn't bear it. However, he could attract the power of heaven and earth for his own use. With a thought, Gu Fei's powerful divine sense immediately rushed out from his body and instantly enveloped a region of 1,000,000 miles. In the next moment, the boundless spiritual chi of heaven and earth frantically gathered towards him. Shortly after, a massive vortex of spiritual chi appeared on the peak of incipient God Mountain. Beams of light that naked eyes could see came from a distance and entered Gu Fei's body. The incipient mountain was the core of the heavenly God realm. The heaven and earth spirit energy gathered here was much more than anywhere else in the heavenly God realm. However, with Gu Fei's absorption, the heavenly God realm's ancestral land's heaven-earth spirit chi was continuously drained away. Very soon, the level of the spirit chi here fell to a level where it was inferior to that of an ordinary spiritual land. God Ancestor Jotian and the others were shocked. Was Master trying to steal the power of the heavens? relying on the boundless spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the heavenly god realm's ancestral land. The myriad world wheel revolved continuously. Finally, with a muffled sound, the myriad world wheel stopped revolving, and a stable spatial passageway appeared in front of Gu Fei. "All right." "Ha ha." Gu Fei burst into laughter. Cough, cough. After laughing for a while, Gu Fei started coughing. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. However, he stared at the pitch-black spatial passageway in the sky with determination in his eyes. It's time to go back. Although he had paid a huge price, such as his eternal real bone becoming dim and his cultivation almost dissipating, Gu Fei still thought that it was worth it. This was the moment when he was at his weakest, on the peak of incipient God Mountain. Some people looked at Gu Fei maliciously. "Oh, I forgot to tell you that the restrictive spell I cast on you is a little strange. If I die, your bodies and souls will be destroyed as well." Gu Fei looked at the experts of the heavenly god realm who were lying on the ground and said, "What true Dragon Emperor, Dark Knight Emperor, Death Supremacy," and the others paled instantly. How could there be such a restrictive spell in this world? They couldn't believe it, but they didn't dare to take the risk. It should be known that they only had one life. If they died, everything would be over. Only by staying alive could they have a chance to get rid of Gu Fei's control. "Take good care of this world for me." After saying that, Gu Fei walked toward the spatial passageway in the sky. Step by step, he ascended to the sky and entered the spatial passageway without looking back. Then he disappeared inside. Buzz. Right after Gu Fei entered the spatial passageway, the universal realm wheel buzzed. A moment later, it disappeared into the void. The spatial passageway disappeared together with the universal realm wheel. "Master," left just like that. Everyone was shocked by what had just happened. Everything was too unreal, as if they were in a dream. "Master left, but he will come back." Death Supremacy said emotionlessly. The heavenly god realm didn't change much because of Gu Fei's departure. It was still controlled by the magnates. However, the current magnates had changed. God Ancestor Joe didn't care about the external affairs. The three magnates were the Death Supremacy, the Dark Knight Emperor, and the True Dragon Emperor. Human World, East Region, Wanxiang City. Ever since Gu Fei left, the city wasn't peaceful anymore. Demons attacked from time to time. Dongfang family and the Zhao family of the antiquity were also eyeing the city. Tai Shui Daoist, the city lord of Wanxiang City, was having a headache recently. Without Gu Fei, he was the only one here. Facing the pressure from all sides, he didn't even have time to cultivate. City lord, the Zhao family sent people here again. This time, they want us to cede 15 cities. This is too much. An angry voice came from the palace of the city lord. Yes, the people from the Dongfang family are here too. They want 10 cities. An old man in the main hall said, "Humph, when Master is here, these guys don't even dare to fart. Now that Master is not here, they are getting more and more presumptuous." Tai Shui Daoist said coldly, "What should we do? Should we inform Master Qing?" A middle-aged scholar in cyan clothes said with a feather fan in his hand. He was the military advisor of Wanxiang City, Zhuge Liang. Only Tai Shui Daoist and Zhuge Liang were left out of the 13 bandits in the human world. The Master Qing they mentioned was Gu Fei's brother, Xiaoqing. Now, Xiaoqing had become a big shot in the human world. He was the holy lord of the demon race. Xiaoqing had made a name for himself in the human world. How can we ask Master Qing for help every time? Tai Shui Daoist shook his head. If it wasn't for Xiaoqing, their Wanxiang City would have been destroyed. Zhao family and Dongfang family were afraid of Gu Fei. However, the demons weren't afraid of Gu Fei. Recently, there were rumors that a great demon was born in the northernmost land. When is Master coming back? Tai Shui Daoist felt that he couldn't hold it anymore. Chapter 4200. In the mortal realm, outside of the sky ruins, the 5 great regions of the mortal realm were embroiled in constant war. The various powers fought against each other, causing countless lives to be lost. It was as though there was a dark hand in the underworld pushing everything. Humans, demons, immortals, beastmen, demonic ancestors, and even the undead spirits all came out to cause trouble. The entire mortal realm seemed to have returned to the dark times of ancient times. At this moment, in a certain vast plain in the eastern domain, banners fluttered in the wind as the neighing of horses could be heard. The Eastern Sage, royal lord of the human race, personally led his troops into battle against the beast emperor of the demonic beasts. The human army was so vast that one couldn't see the end of it with a single glance. Each and every one of them was clad in thick armor and wielded a battle spear in their hands, radiating an intense battle intent. The war chariot of the Eastern Sage, royal lord, floated in the air, glowing with boundless golden light, resembling a golden divine sun that illuminated the heavens and earth. The 800,000 imperial guards of the Eastern Sage, royal lord, came out in full force. Isn't he afraid that someone would raid his base? In the air, silhouettes could be seen. The battle between the Eastern Sage royal dynasty and the Wanshou country had alarmed many experts, and many of them came here to spectate. In fact, there were even those from the evil path who came over to collect Yin souls to refine their evil treasures. One must know that after this battle, regardless of humans or beastmen, there would be countless casualties. Such a large number of Yin souls was sufficient for those from the evil path to refine a pretty good treasure. Compared to the Eastern Sage royal lord's army, the formation of the Wanshou country's army was much more chaotic. However, the Eastern Sage royal lord didn't dare to underestimate the over 100,000 armored barbaric bulls at the very front. These armored barbaric bulls had thick skin and thick flesh. Ordinary weapons would find it hard to break through their scales. Each of them was akin to a small moving mountain. Even cultivators would be injured if they were rammed by these armored barbaric bulls. The Wanshou country used over 100,000 armored barbaric bulls as the vanguard, and behind them were the fire-breathing beasts. These fire-breathing beasts could spit out fireballs to kill their opponents. Other than the armored barbaric bulls and fire-breathing beasts, the Wanshou country also had an aerial force, the wyverns. These wyverns were actually gigantic lizards with wings. The Wanshou Empire's battle formation was not set up casually. Behind the fire-breathing beasts was the Beast Emperor's war chariot. This chariot was no ordinary chariot. It was made entirely of bronze and was adorned with countless skulls. Yes, they were human skulls, and there were dozens of them. These were all powerful existences that had been killed by the Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor had a habit of collecting the skulls of its opponents. Fight, fight, fight. The 800,000 soldiers of the Eastern Sage army roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens and earth. All the soldiers felt their blood boiling. This battle would determine the fate of the Eastern Sage Empire. Of course, this battle would also decide the fate of the Wanshou country. If they lost, the country would be destroyed. If they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Roar! The million beast soldiers of the Wanshou country were not to be outdone, roaring out in unison. A terrifying aura burst forth from the Wanshou country battle formation, causing the skies to change color. The people from the Eastern world don't seem to be here. I don't see those old beasts of the beast race appearing either. The experts spectating the battle from afar discussed. Behind the Eastern Sage Empire was the Dongfang aristocrat clan, while behind the Wanshou country was the Beast race. Regardless of the Dongfang aristocrat clan or the Beast race, both were the strongest powers in the eastern region. Kill. At this moment, the eastern sage royal lord roared in rage. The sword in his hand abruptly pointed forward, and in the next instant, the 800,000 imperial guards of the eastern sage empire charged towards the Wanshou country battle formation like a tidal wave. Kill. The beast emperor of the Wanshou country also roared in rage. He waved the spiked mace in his hand, and the hundreds of thousands of armored barbarian bulls instantly rushed forward. The sound of their hooves stomping on the ground echoed with thunderous rumbling sounds, causing dust to billow up into the air as the entire earth trembled. In the next instant, behind the armored barbarian bulls, countless fireballs soared up into the skies, blasting towards the eastern sage army. The 800,000 human soldiers raised their shields at the same time. The divine light from the shields merged together as a gigantic barrier of light enveloped all the soldiers. Boom! The first fireball landed on the barrier of light, instantly exploding apart. However, the barrier didn't budge in the slightest. After that, countless fireballs rained down from the skies, enveloping the entire human formation. The temperature of the surroundings instantly soared, with the protection of the barrier. Although the human formation seemed to have fallen into a sea of fire, in reality, it wasn't damaged at all. Boom! At this moment, the sound of a heavy collision rang out. The first armored barbarian bull smashed ruthlessly into the advancing shields, directly exploding its head as it died. At the forefront of the human army's battle formation were thick shields that were 3 meters tall and had sharp spikes on them. Each of the shields weighed 5,000 kilograms. Although there were wheels underneath them, it would take more than 10 warriors to move them at the same time. Those war soldiers were no ordinary war soldiers. Rather, they were all cultivators with cultivation bases. Naturally, these soldiers couldn't be immortal-ranked soldiers, but they weren't too far from it. One must know that these were the strongest soldiers of the Eastern Sage Empire. These generals were all immortal-ranked soldiers. There was even Shun King, and the Eastern Sage Imperial Lord was a quasi-saint. At this moment, the sounds of collisions rang out as numerous armored barbarian bulls rushed over with no regard for their lives, causing the shields to tremble violently. Some of the soldiers were even flung backwards from the impact. Boom! All of a sudden, a shield was smashed into smithereens as a barbaric barbarian bull that was even larger and stronger than ordinary armored barbarian bulls directly rushed into the battle formation. Kill! The surrounding soldiers instantly surrounded the barbaric barbarian bull as they ruthlessly stabbed their spears towards it. Clang! A soldier's spear pierced into the body of the barbaric barbarian bull, causing sparks to fly in all directions. The spear only left a white mark on the barbaric barbarian bull's scales. That soldier was badly startled. That spear strike earlier felt as though it had struck divine steel. Not only was it unable to break through the barbaric barbarian bull's scales, it even caused a slight pain in his hand. Moo! With a single charge, the barbaric barbarian bull directly knocked over 10 soldiers into the air. Its horn even pierced through the chest of one of the soldiers, causing him to be flung into the air. Disperse, let me handle it. At this moment, a general strode out. He pulled out the saber at his waist, and with a swing of his saber, he sliced the charging armored bull in half. And at this moment, the human army clashed with the Beastmen army. Both sides fought with their lives on the line, and countless beasts died. However, the human army also suffered heavy casualties. Chapter 42:01. In the eastern region of the mortal world, the armies of the Eastern Sage Empire and the Wanshou country were having a decisive battle in the eastern desolate plains. The emperor of the Eastern Sage Empire personally led an army of 800,000 elites wanting to destroy the Wanshou country. However, the Wanshou country wasn't a force to be trifled with. The beast emperor of the Wanshou country sent out 1,000,000 beastly soldiers wanting to crush the 800,000-strong army of the Eastern Sage Empire, adding the Wanshou country into their territory. Regardless of the Eastern Sage Imperial Lord or the Wanshou country's beast emperor, both of them were overlords of an area possessing incomparably powerful combat prowess. Eastern Sage Imperial Lord, prepare to die? The beast emperor roared in rage, directly driving his war chariot towards the Eastern Sage Imperial Lord. An intense, baleful aura gushed forth from the beast emperor. Good timing. Let me slay the beast emperor with a single sword strike. I'll use your beast emperor's blood as a sacrifice for my divine sword. The Eastern Sage Imperial Lord roared as he directly attacked. A resplendent beam of sword light shot out from the Eastern Sage Imperial Lord's hand, directly slashing towards the beast emperor. Haha, you want to kill me? You don't have that ability. The beast emperor laughed uproariously. However, a pitch-black beast claw directly slammed out from the war chariot, directly dissipating the sword light before continuing on towards the Eastern Sage Imperial Lord. Heaven-severing sword. The Eastern Sage Imperial Lord gritted his teeth and directly unleashed his trump card. Shwa! The sword light flashed quickly in the void. In the next moment, the beast claw that was attacking him also dissipated in the void under the sword light. Blood splattered everywhere as the beast emperor screamed in agony, directly rushing out from his war chariot. In the next instant, his war chariot was actually split into two. The beast emperor was defeated just when the Eastern Sage Imperial Lord was about to attack again. A black hole appeared in the skies. After that, a figure fell out from the black hole. The Eastern Sage Imperial Lord was shocked when he saw this. That figure directly fell from the skies, and with a rumbling sound, he directly smashed into the battlefield below. In the next instant, the earth trembled as dust rose up into the air. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, everyone, including the beast men, were directly flung away as a huge crater appeared on the ground. What? Everyone who was watching the battle from afar was shocked by this sudden scene. At this time, the guy who fell from the sky walked out of the big pit on the ground. It's a human! Kill! A beast general roared as he took a huge step forward and smashed his hammer down on that person's head. That was a bronze hammer the size of a watermelon. If he was hit, he would be smashed into pieces. However, that person didn't seem to know what was happening. He stood there swaying as if he was about to fall. When the big bronze hammer came crashing down, he was looking around in confusion. Clang! The hammer in the beast general's hand smashed fiercely into the man's head, causing a muffled sound to ring out. The hammer in the beast general's hand was sent flying, and his hand was shattered. The people who witnessed this scene were all stunned, especially the beast general. He was very clear about the power of his hammer. Even a small mountain would be smashed to pieces. However, when the copper hammer hit the man's head, it did not hurt him at all. Where is this place? As if he didn't know that he had just been hit on the head, the man's confused eyes gradually cleared up. Human world, I'm finally back. Ha! That person suddenly laughed out loud. He was Gu Fei, who had just returned from the heaven god world. At this time, Gu Fei was in an extremely sorry state. His entire body was covered in dust, his hair was messy like a bird's nest, and his clothes were tattered. Some parts of his body were even stained with blood. Roar! Just then, the beast general in front of Gu Fei roared and smashed his hammer at him with all his might. These bronze hammers were the tools that made this beast general famous. You're asking for death. Gu Fei reached out with his right hand and grabbed the incoming bronze hammer. With a bam, the bronze hammer that was bigger than a watermelon was destroyed just like that. The beast general was dumbfounded. Bam. At this time, Gu Fei kicked the beast general and sent him flying. In an instant, more than a dozen warriors were smashed to the ground. Swoosh. At this moment, a beam of divine light descended from the sky and pierced through Gu Fei. The beast emperor was attacking, and his wounds were healing rapidly. Within the beam of light was a battle spear. Gu Fei furrowed his brows and casually waved his hand, sending the spear flying out. At this moment, the skies suddenly darkened. The air force of the Wanshou country had finally made their move. Numerous pterosaurs descended from the skies, snatching away the soldiers on the ground. Kill. The Eastern Sage Royal Lord was both shocked and enraged when he saw this. He directly took out the sword he had cultivated his entire life, and the sword instantly transformed into countless beams of sword light. The sword light shot up the skies, and the pterosaurs in the skies all fell down like dumplings. Eastern Sage Royal Lord, I will kill you. The Beast Emperor's eyes turned red when he saw the Eastern Sage Royal Lord slaughtering his own people. He wanted to fight to the death with the Eastern Sage Royal Lord. However, the Eastern Sage Royal Lord had no intentions of fighting to the death with him. Incomparably sharp beams of sword light shot out unceasingly from his hands. Each beam of sword light tore through the air, slashing towards the Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor roared in rage, and his body trembled violently as a protective barrier of light appeared around him. Countless beams of sword light slammed into the barrier of light, causing it to tremble violently. However, it didn't break through. At this moment, a silhouette dashed up from the ground and punched out at the Beast Emperor. His fist easily penetrated the barrier of light and landed on the Beast Emperor's chest. In the next instant, the sound of bones breaking rang out from the Beast Emperor's body. His entire chest caved in from the impact, and his chest was pressed against his back. The Beast Emperor stared at Gu Fei in disbelief. He didn't even manage to say a single word before his entire body exploded, transforming into a mist of blood. The Eastern Sage Royal Lord couldn't help but be extremely shocked when he saw this, killing the Beast Emperor with a single punch. The Beast Emperor was a quasi-paragon, a hegemon of an entire region. How could he be killed by a single punch? The spectators all felt as though they were in a dream. This was too surreal. Gu Fei returned to the human world and killed the Beast Emperor with a single punch. In order to return to the human world, he paid a heavy price. His original cultivation base was almost crippled, and the him now only had the eternal true bone. If he encountered a true saint, he would truly be in for a ride of misfortune. Given his current cultivation base, he could already contend against a quasi-saint. Attacking me consecutively, do you think I'm easy to bully? After killing the Beast Emperor with a single punch, Gu Fei dusted his hands and directly flew towards the Eastern Sage Royal Lord. Chapter 42:02. Gu Fei killed the Beast Emperor with a single punch, shocking the entire crowd. Everyone halted their steps in unison as they stared in shock at the scene in the air. His Majesty the Beast Emperor died. An old beast stared in terror at the silhouette in the air as his voice trembled. The countless soldiers of the Wanshou country were all terrified to the extreme. With the death of the Beast Emperor, the ending of this battle was already decided. Retreat. That old beast held in grief and anger. His voice reverberated through the entire eastern desolate region. The wyverns in the air instantly turned and fled. The fire-breathing beasts, armored bulls, and other demonic beasts all turned and fled for their lives. The Beast Emperor was the backbone of the countless soldiers. With the death of the Beast Emperor, countless soldiers instantly felt fear. And just when the army of beasts was fleeing, Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the Eastern Sage Royal Lord. The Eastern Sage Royal Lord was incomparably nervous, but he forced himself to remain calm. One must know that he was the royal lord of a dynasty after all. He naturally couldn't lose his composure in front of so many people. Many thanks for Senior's help. The Eastern Sage Royal Lord clasped his hands towards Gu Fei in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Cut the crap. I want to know the current situation in the Eastern region and the human realm. Gu Fei spoke as he directly stretched his hand out, grabbing towards the Eastern Sage Royal Lord's head. Senior, the Eastern Sage Royal Lord was badly startled. When Gu Fei appeared, he was already on guard. The instant he saw Gu Fei making a move, he instantly retreated with explosive speed. This fellow killed the Beast Emperor with a single punch. The Beast Emperor's cultivation base and combat prowess were on par with him. If Qin Wentian could kill the Beast Emperor, it meant that Qin Wentian could also kill him. However, the Eastern Sage Royal Lord had no way to escape. Just as he moved, Gu Fei's right hand had already grabbed onto the crown of his head. The Eastern Sage Royal Lord only felt his head tightening as he felt a splitting headache as though his head was about to explode. Royal Lord, the generals under the Eastern Sage Royal Lord were all frightened out of their wits when they saw this scene. If the Eastern Sage Royal Lord died, they would most probably be buried together with him. Senior, why did you? An old god of war, riding on a golden lion, rushed over. He gripped his spear tightly and stared at Gu Fei nervously. Gu Fei didn't pay any attention to the old god of war. In the next moment, he activated his Xian art and directly read this guy's soul memory. In his eyes, the Eastern Sage Royal Lord was nothing but an ant. But no matter what, this fellow was still the emperor of the human race. He had no intention of killing the Eastern Sage Royal Lord. Dongfang family, Primordial Zhao family, Myriad Phenomenon City, Iron Blood Taoist, the true rulers of the Eastern Territory of the mortal dimension were only those extraordinary powers. No matter how many years had passed, it was still the same, and it basically wouldn't change. This was because these forces were deeply rooted and very difficult to shake. In the last 10 million years, only Gu Fei had broken the balance of powers in the entire Eastern Territory and even the entire mortal dimension. Demons are dancing wildly. They've all come out. Gu Fei sighed. The Eastern Sage Royal Lord was a quasi-saint, a royal lord of a generation, and naturally knew many things. And behind the Eastern Sage Royal Dynasty, there was actually the Dongfang family. Back then, the grudge between Gu Fei and the Dongfang family was temporarily put aside by Jiang Renhuang. But from the looks of it now, the Dongfang family and the Zhao clan seemed to have forgotten the pain after the scar healed. The Myriad Phenomenon City was Gu Fei's territory. Before Gu Fei left, he had conquered a vast territory and became the strongest power in the Eastern region. However, after Gu Fei left the mortal dimension, the days of the Iron Blood Taoist weren't good. At the start, the Zhao and Dongfang family didn't dare to do anything. However, when the Jiang clan of the Desolate Era couldn't even fend for themselves, and the old turtle summoned Shaoqing back to the Heaven Realm, the two major powers of the Eastern region started to get restless. There were changes in the Heaven Realm, and the old turtle had to stay in the Heaven Realm. Hence, the Zhao and Dongfang clan became even more unbridled and actually started to devour Gu Fei's territory. Today, they would seize a city. Tomorrow, they would seize a region. During these years, the territories Gu Fei had conquered were almost half devoured by the two major powers. The Iron Blood Taoist was furious, but he didn't dare to say anything. One must know that without the support of the old turtle, how could he contend against the Zhao and Dongfang clan? Naturally, the Zhao and Dongfang clan were still wary of Gu Fei. If Gu Fei returned, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Good, very good. Ha ha ha. Gu Fei released the Eastern Sage Royal Lord as he laughed uproariously. Terrifying sound waves blasted out in all directions, causing the entire space to tremble. The Eastern Sage Royal Lord was directly flung 1,000 miles away by the sound waves as he coughed out blood unceasingly. Countless soldiers fainted from the impact. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Who is this person? He actually killed the beast emperor of the Wanshou country with a single punch and captured the Eastern Sage Royal Lord with a single strike. Such a cultivation base. Is he a saint? Someone exclaimed in shock. The combat prowess displayed by Gu Fei was simply too shocking. One must know that these two supreme experts were all quasi-sages. If he wasn't a saint, what else could he be? The current human realm was already different from the past, let alone saints. Even saint kings and even quasi-paragons would jump out. Naturally, quasi-paragons were like dragons that move their heads but not their tails. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see them. Even for saints, it wasn't so easy to meet them. New grudges and old grudges. Let's settle them all together. Gu Fei spoke as he soared up into the sky, transforming into a beam of divine light that instantly vanished into the horizon. Upon seeing Gu Fei's departure, the countless generals of the Eastern Sage royal dynasty heaved a sigh of relief. They were so afraid that this expert who suddenly appeared would act against them. Kill! Kill! All these savage beasts! After regaining their senses, the Eastern Sage divine generals roared in rage at their own troops. This was an extremely rare opportunity to annihilate the Wanshou Empire. Momentarily, the army of the Eastern Sage royal dynasty was like the tides, chasing after the fleeing savage beasts. The Eastern Sage royal lord stared in the direction where Gu Fei disappeared as he felt an indescribable shock. In front of this person, he couldn't even be compared to an ant. If Gu Fei wanted to kill the Eastern Sage royal lord, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. At this moment in the myriad phenomenon city, the Iron Blood Taoist was at his wit's end. He initially wanted to send people to the heavenly realm, but he ultimately gave up on this idea because the people he sent out wouldn't be able to reach the heavenly realm. The Iron Blood Taoist was very clear who did this. In fact, even if his people could go to the heavenly realm and meet with Shaoqing, they might not be able to invite Shaoqing over. City Lord, what should we do now? Even the intelligent Zhu Guliang was at his wit's end at this moment. Promise them. In the great hall of the City Lord Manor, the Iron Blood Taoist gritted his teeth as he spoke. When Master returns, these fellows will know how wrong they were. The Iron Blood Taoist said in a low voice. All of them had Gu Fei's imprint on them. Once Gu Fei falls, they would be buried with him. Now that they were still alive, Gu Fei would naturally be alive as well. That's right, these clans are laughable. Once Master returns, I'm afraid they won't even be able to cry. Zhu Guliang waved the feather fan in his hand and said, "Haha, at least you guys are tactful." At this moment, a loud laughter resounded from outside the great hall. The Iron Blood Taoist raised his head abruptly and saw two people swaggering in from outside the hall. Zhao Jianfeng, Dongfang Ju and Xiong, you guys. When Zhu Guliang saw the two of them, his expression changed. The expressions of the other experts in the great hall changed as well. Ha! Aren't you going to treat us with good food and wine? If we are in a good mood, we will go back and put in some good words for you guys in front of our clan lord. You guys will definitely soar. The Zhao clan's Zhao Jianfeng said with disdain. That's right. If you treat us well, you guys will receive many benefits. Dongfang Ju and Xiong added. You guys. The Iron Blood Taoist was shocked, furious, and unwilling. However, he couldn't do anything to the two of them. One must know that the two of them were envoys sent by the Dongfang clan and the primordial era's Zhao clan. If he were to kill them, it would be the same as declaring war against the two great forces. The iron-blood Taoist could only swallow his anger. Who dares to cause trouble here? At this moment, a voice resounded from outside the great hall. Hearing this voice, the iron-blood Taoist and Zhu Guliang revealed expressions of disbelief before becoming extremely excited. The iron-blood Taoist and Zhu Guliang looked towards the great hall's entrance and saw a young man in black walking in step by step. Seeing the young man in black, the iron-blood Taoist and Zhu Guliang were indescribably shocked. This person was Gu Fei. Gu Fei looked even younger than before. He was getting younger as he lived. Who are you? How dare you act so impudently in front of us? Aren't you afraid of death? Dongfang Juanxiong roared at Gu Fei. He didn't take this young man seriously at all. Humph, why are you talking so much nonsense? Kill! Zhao Jianfeng snorted coldly and stretched out his hand to grab Gu Fei. Ha ha! Gu Fei laughed. The iron-blood Taoist and Zhu Guliang laughed as well. This guy doesn't know what's good for him. In the eyes of the iron-blood Taoist and the rest, Zhao Jianfeng and Dongfang Juanxiong were really silly and cute. Gu Fei slapped him. Slap! With a resounding slap, Zhao Jianfeng was sent flying to the side by Gu Fei. He crashed into a pillar and almost broke it. Zhao Jianfeng fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Among the blood, there were a dozen teeth. In the next moment, the left side of his face swelled up. You! Seeing this, Dongfang Juanxiong was really shocked. When Gu Fei looked at him, he couldn't help but take a step back. Master is finally back. The iron-blood Taoist and Zhu Guliang were extremely excited at this moment. How dare you hit someone from the Zhao family? Dongfang Juanxiong's voice was trembling. So what if I did? I'm going to hit you too. As Gu Fei spoke, he waved his right hand and gave another loud slap. Dongfang Juanxiong, the envoy of the Dongfang family, was also sent flying and became dizzy from the slap. Just wait to be destroyed. At this moment, Zhao Jianfeng stood up shakily from the ground and stared at Gu Fei viciously. And you guys, Wanxiang City will be wiped off the ground. Zhao Jianfeng glanced at the iron-blood Taoist and said coldly, Humph, want to destroy me? I'll destroy you first. As Gu Fei spoke, he struck out with his palm. Zhao Jianfeng didn't even have the chance to scream before he was smashed into meat paste. Chapter 42:03. How dare you squeak in front of me? I'll slap you to death. Gu Fei casually smashed the arrogant envoy of the Zhao family, Zhao Jianfeng, into minced meat with a palm strike. He immediately died, and even his soul had dispersed. He could no longer convert to the way of ghosts, even if he wanted to. Everyone present gasped. Zhao Jianfeng was a quasi-sage, yet he was casually slapped to death by this young man in black. Is this young man a young sage? In the hall, only the two old men, the iron-blood Taoist and Zhu Guliang, knew of Gu Fei's identity. The others were all newcomers, and they had never seen Gu Fei before. Gu Fei had been away for a long time. Ever since the emergence of the power of heavenly punishment, the human world had been in chaos. The 5 major regions of the human world were in turmoil, especially with the appearance of the demons, which made the human world even more chaotic. Moreover, Gu Fei had a great enmity with the demons. Countless demon Dao experts had died in his hands. He even annihilated the East Region demon lair and killed countless demons. However, even if Gu Fei annihilated the East Region demon lair, the East Region was still plagued by demons. Especially in Wanxiang City, the demons would attack from time to time. Over the years, other than the iron-blood Taoist and Zhuge Liang, the others in Wanxiang City were all new faces. Do you know what you're doing? At this moment, a middle-aged man in the hall shouted angrily at Gu Fei. Why? Do you have a problem with me killing this guy? Gu Fei looked at the man. This man was sitting on the first seat below the city lord's throne. He must be one of the higher-ups in Wanxiang City, second only to the city lord, the Iron Blood Taoist, and the military advisor, Zhuge Liang. Of course I have a problem. Do you know that you're in trouble? Killing Zhao Jianfeng will infuriate the Zhao clan, and Wanxiang City will be destroyed. The middle-aged man said coldly. Is that so? Gu Fei looked at the middle-aged man with a faint smile and said, What if I kill this guy too? Gu Fei said, and looked at Dongfang Juanxiong. What? Seeing Gu Fei looking at him, Dongfang Juanxiong was shocked. How dare you? The middle-aged man glared at Gu Fei and said, Why wouldn't I dare? There is nothing in this world that I dare not do. Gu Fei waved his right hand and slapped at Dongfang Juanxiong. Dongfang Juanxiong immediately dodged, but in the next moment he was horrified to find out that he couldn't move, not even a finger. No, Dongfang Juanxiong was scared out of his wits. He could only watch helplessly as his opponent's palm came towards him. Just a moment ago, this palm had turned Zhao Jianfeng of the Zhao family into minced meat. Impudent! The middle-aged man was enraged when he saw this. He leapt up from his seat and swung his palm at Gu Fei. Berserk Saint Realm power erupted from his hand, causing the space to tremble. This middle-aged man was actually a saint. The Iron Blood Taoist, and Zhuge Liang didn't stop him. Since this guy dared to attack their master, he deserved to be killed by their master. They didn't know that Gu Fei was forced into reincarnation by the first demon ancestor, and his cultivation was almost erased by the power of reincarnation. Although he managed to recover some of his cultivation, it was still his first time facing a saint. Even Gu Fei didn't know if he could fight against a real saint with his current cultivation and battle strength. He had never experienced such a state before. No one knew how powerful the eternal real bone was. Bam! Gu Fei slapped Dongfang Juanxiong's right hand and turned him into a bloody mist. Even his primordial spirit exploded and dissipated in the void. At the same time, he raised his left hand and blocked the middle-aged man's palm. The hall was instantly filled with a powerful force, as if a terrifying wind was blowing. The people in the hall felt pain on their faces, as if sharp blades were slicing across their faces. Humph! Gu Fei stomped his right foot. Bam! The entire city lord's residence shook. At the same time, his spine shook like a dragon, and an even more powerful force surged into his left hand. He shook his left hand and sent the middle-aged saint flying backward. He fell to the ground in an extremely pathetic manner. The middle-aged saint was in disbelief. This young man isn't even a quasi-saint. He's at most an almighty. How could he possibly block his palm? It wasn't rare for an almighty to kill a quasi-saint. The battle strength that Gu Fei displayed was simply astonishing. One must know that there were many heaven-defying existences in the current world. These geniuses among geniuses could kill opponents of a higher cultivation level than them. However, these heaven-defying existences couldn't and wouldn't dare to challenge a saint. In the eyes of a saint, anyone below the saint level was just an ant. Yet, an ant had actually shaken a true dragon. This was unbelievable. How could this be? This was absolutely impossible. How is this possible? The upper echelons of Wanxiang City in the hall were all dumbfounded. Who exactly are you? The middle-aged saint stood up from the ground and glared at Gu Fei. Wu Jue, don't be rude. At this moment, the Iron Blood Taoist finally spoke. City Lord's residence. The saint named Wu Jue looked at the Iron Blood Taoist in confusion. Master, You're finally back." Before the Iron Blood Taoist could say anything, Zhuge Liang had already rushed up and hugged Gu Fei's thigh as he began to cry and complain. Everyone was dumbfounded. One must know that Zhuge Liang was the second most powerful person in Wanxiang City. Sometimes even the Iron Blood Taoist had to listen to him. However, the usually high and mighty great sage Zhuge had actually lost his composure in front of this black-clothed young man. He was hugging his thigh and crying out loud, "What, master?" At this moment, the upper echelons of Wanxiang City in the hall suddenly woke up. Wasn't the master of the Iron Blood Taoist, and Zhuge Liang the true master of Wanxiang City? Gu Fei? This black-clothed young man was the legendary fierce Gu Fei, who had fought in the Sky Market, destroyed the Eastern Demon Den, and dared to trample the demon forefather under his feet. Back then, Gu Fei had fought everywhere and killed more than one demon forefather. Even the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor had avoided him, unwilling to make an enemy out of him. The Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor was an ancestor-level existence of the Dongfang family in the Eastern Domain. He wielded the Grand Orient Sword and swept through all directions. However, when this Tyrant Emperor met Gu Fei, he had no choice but to admit that he was inferior to Gu Fei. Of course, an existence like the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor was not to be trifled with. If not for Jiang Renhuang's mediation, the battle between Gu Fei and the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor would have probably destroyed the entire Eastern Domain. This would definitely be a great disaster for the entire human race. Gu Fei, have returned. Chapter 4204. Greetings, Master. The Iron Blood Taoist stood up and knelt before Gu Fei. Greetings, Master. The group of Wanxiang City's upper echelons in the City Lord's Mansion's main hall all knelt down towards Gu Fei. The Wujue saint was dumbfounded when he saw this. He looked at Gu Fei in horror. This black-robed young man is the legendary Gu Fei, who trampled on the demon ancestor and killed the paramount ruler with a single punch. Gu Fei had leveled the East Region Devil Lair, which was a great contribution to the human race. He had also fought in the Sky Market, killed the Terminus ruler, reopened the Heavenly Gate, and reconstructed the Path of Heaven. This was a major event that had a profound impact on both the Heaven Realm and the human realm. Gu Fei had changed the situation of the Heaven Realm and the human realm single-handedly. Gu Fei's deeds had already spread throughout the human realm and Heaven Realm. However, even though he had made great contributions to the human race, there were still countless human race experts who wanted his life. Gu Fei had many friends, but he also had many enemies. Whether it was the Dongfang family, the primordial Zhao family, the East Sky Emperor Yuangu, or of course the demons, they were all Gu Fei's greatest enemies. They didn't dare to cause trouble for Gu Fei, but they dared to cause trouble for his daughter, Gu Ling, and his subordinate, the Iron Blood Taoist. In fact, with Gu Fei's strength, he had established forces in various great realms. If he united these forces, who in the world could be his opponent? He had left behind forces in the Desolate World, Ancestral God Realm, and Ancestral Realm. The Heaven Realm had the Old Tortoise, and the Human Realm had the Iron Blood Taoist. Iron Blood, you're not bad. Gu Fei looked at the Iron Blood Taoist, who was kneeling on the ground. This guy had actually cultivated to the Great Sage Realm. It seemed like he hadn't been idle all these years. The Great Saint of Iron Blood was the strongest expert in Wanxiang City. Zhuge Liang was a little weaker, only at the great perfection of Saint King Realm. However, this was still not bad. With the Iron Blood Sage presiding over the myriad phenomenon city and the killing array laid down by Gu Fei, even a quasi-supremacy wouldn't be able to breach the city. In the mortal realm, supreme beings couldn't appear. The power of heavenly punishment suppressed supreme beings, so no supreme beings dared to appear in the mortal realm. Moss Master? Saint Wujua's voice was trembling. Impudent! Why aren't you kneeling? The iron-blooded great, Saint said angrily to Saint Wujua. Yes, yes, yes. Greetings, Master. Saint Wujua immediately knelt before Gu Fei. Get up. Gu Fei waved his hand and walked straight to the throne in the middle of the hall. When he arrived before the throne, he sat down without any hesitation. At that moment, a furious roar rang out from the ancestral grounds of the Zhao family. The iron-blood Taoist actually dared to kill my men. He deserves to die. A white-robed young man walked out from the depths of the ancestral grounds of the Zhao family. The white-robed young man soared into the sky and instantly disappeared from the world. At the same time, another person walked out from the ancestral grounds of the Dongfang family. This person was a sage from the Eastern world and was extremely powerful. Whoosh! The sage of the Dongfang family took a step and instantly disappeared into the void. Iron Blood Taoist, come out and die. Outside the myriad phenomenon city, the white-robed young man from the Zhao family shouted, Zhao Xiao, come in if you can. On top of the city wall, the Iron Blood Taoist said to the white-robed young man, Zhao Xiao. His tone was filled with disdain. You? Zhao Xiao was furious, but he didn't dare to attack the myriad phenomenon city recklessly because the entire myriad phenomenon city was a gigantic formation. Haha, why? You don't dare? The Iron Blood Taoist laughed on top of the city wall. Zhao Xiao was also a great sage, but Gu Fei had made his name much earlier than Zhao Xiao. Kill! Zhao Xiao was furious and immediately used his Dao tool. A divine light rushed out from the top of his head, and a divine saber was wrapped in the divine light. Whoosh! The divine saber pierced through the sky, and the saber radiance soared as though it could split the entire world in half. Seeing Zhao Xiao unleash such a powerful move, the cultivators in the myriad phenomenon city were all shocked. Zhao Xiao really lived up to his reputation. Zhao Xiao was the most outstanding descendant of the Zhao family from the desolate region. Together with the goddess of the Zhao family, he became the next successor of the Zhao family's family head. Of course, there was only one family head. The position of family head would belong to whoever won. Zhao Xiao's reputation was not as famous as the goddess of the Zhao family. However, his cultivation was on par with the goddess of the Zhao family. If they were to fight to the death, they would have to fight until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Rumble, the heavens and the earth shook as an incomparably powerful energy wave spread across the world. Buzz, the incomparably resplendent saber radiance landed in the sky above the myriad phenomenon city. In the next moment, a layer of divine light appeared in the sky above the myriad phenomenon city and blocked the saber radiance. What? Zhao Xiao couldn't help but frown. The myriad phenomenon city's city protection formation was indeed different. It was said that it was created by Gu Fei. It seemed like it was true. Gu Fei was an expert of his generation. He conquered everywhere and swept across the human realm. Even in the heaven realm, no one was his match, and he even flattened a perilous land. His cultivation base, his battle prowess, and his battle achievements were probably unparalleled throughout the ages. The rulers of the desolate, perilous lands were not to be trifled with. Zhao Xiao extended his right hand, and the resplendent saber radiance immediately flew back to him. He held it in his hand, and the divine light dissipated. A black saber appeared in his hand. Peerless saber. The Iron Blood Taoist's heart skipped a beat when he saw the black saber in Zhao Xiao's hand. This saber was very famous. It was a famous Dao artifact of the Desolate Era Zhao clan. Its name was Peerless Saber. This was a quasi-supreme Dao artifact that could unleash a full-powered attack of a quasi-supreme. However, with Zhao Xiu's cultivation and battle prowess, it was impossible for him to unleash the full power of this Peerless Saber. Again, Zhao Xiu held the saber with both hands and slashed out again. This time, the saber radiance illuminated the entire world. It was 10 times brighter than before, and it was so bright that no one could open their eyes. Even the iron-blood Taoist felt his eyes hurt. This shocked him. The power of this Peerless Saber was indeed terrifying. Could it be comparable to his Phoenix Tribulation? However, even if Zhao Xiu's saber could slash down the stars in the sky and split open the Divine Mountain, it still couldn't break the Myriad Phenomenon City's city protection formation. A layer of divine light enveloped the entire Myriad Phenomenon City and blocked the Peerless Saber radiance outside. Countless formation runes interweaved on the divine light and formed ancient Dao diagrams. Although Gu Fei wasn't a formation grandmaster, the formations he laid down weren't something just anyone could break. Good. Haha, very good. Chapter 42:05. Zhao Xiu was one of the most outstanding descendants of the Zhao clan of the Desolation in the human realm. He was also one of the most outstanding people of the Zhao clan in the past tens of thousands of years. He had only cultivated for a few thousand years, yet he was already a great saint. In addition, he held a peerless saber in his hand. Even heavenly sovereigns were wary of him and didn't want to provoke him. The peerless divine saber of the Zhao clan of the Desolation was a quasi-supreme Dao tool. With Zhao Xiu's cultivation, he naturally couldn't unleash the true power of this peerless divine saber. At this moment, Gu Fei was sitting on the throne of the Wanxiang City Lord's palace. His eyes could see through the void and directly see Zhao Xiu, who was high up in the sky outside the city. How is this guy's cultivation compared to the Zhao clan's goddess? Gu Fei asked Zhuge Liang, who was beside him. Master, it's really hard to say. The Zhao clan's goddess might be a bit stronger, but she has been in seclusion for 300 years. I don't know what her cultivation is now. Zhuge Liang muttered. It turned out that the Zhao clan's goddess had been in seclusion for a long time this time. It had already been 300 years. Of course, for an existence like the Zhao clan's goddess, it wouldn't be strange for her to be in seclusion for 1,000 years, let alone 300 years. Some old monsters would even be in seclusion for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. Any news about Azure Dragon? Gu Fei suddenly thought of this old rival of his. In the past, the southern wasteland was filled with geniuses. However, when Gu Fei appeared, he single-handedly defeated all the heroes of the southern wasteland. He was almost invincible among the younger generation. At that time, Azure Dragon was his greatest rival. However, even Azure Dragon was defeated by Gu Fei in the end. Therefore, Gu Fei could be said to be invincible among the younger generation of the Southern Desolate. Azure Dragon? I haven't heard from him for a long time. Zhuge Liang said, the current Southern Desolate was no longer the Southern Desolate of the past. The 4 ancient clans completely dominated the Southern Desolate. Even the Zhou clan had to retreat. One should know that the Zhou clan of the Desolate was not to be trifled with. Even the Zhou family of the ancients was unwilling to provoke the 4 ancient clans. One could only imagine how strong the 4 ancient clans were right now. I came back this time to see my old friend. However, there is something I have to do immediately. Gu Fei's expression turned serious. Master, please instruct us. We will do anything for you. The upper echelons of Wanxiang City in the main hall hurriedly said, Is the human race's ancient road still controlled by the Qin clan? Gu Fei said, Yes, the Qin clan is an imperial clan and once had a great emperor. I heard that the old ancestor of the Qin clan, the Qin emperor, has a quasi-supreme cultivation base and is just a step away from becoming a paragon. Zhuge Liang said, because of the existence of the heavenly punishment, no matter if it was the heaven realm or the human realm, those quasi-sovereigns didn't dare to take that step. One had to understand that once one took that step, they would draw down the wrath of the heavens. That was the same as courting death. Of course, there were some who didn't believe it and took that step with the belief that man could conquer the heavens. After that, there was no more after that. No matter who it was, no matter how heaven-defying their physique and cultivation base, under the wrath of the heavenly punishment, there would only be one outcome: death in both body and soul. Ever since Gu Fei left, the Qin clan flourished. This Qin clan even occupied the entrance of the human race's ancient road. Anyone who wanted to step on the human race's ancient road would have to pay a toll. Qin Emperor Gu Fei thought of the old man in the past. The great emperors of the human realm weren't comparable to the great emperors of the heavenly god world. Those great emperors of the heavenly god world were hierarchs and not even saints. However, the great emperors of the human realm were different. They were existences that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the human emperor and contend against extreme supremes. It wasn't a secret that the Qin clan once had a great emperor. Hence, the Qin clan was also known as an imperial clan. Back then, Qin Yao was the princess. I want to take a trip to the human race's ancient road. Gu Fei said, what everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Their master actually wanted to take the human race's ancient road. With their master's cultivation base, there was no need for him to take the human race's ancient road. One should know that before Gu Fei left, he was already in existence that could contend against a quasi-supreme. Now, no one could see through Gu Fei's strength. Boom. At this moment, a loud noise came from outside. In the next moment, a cold saber chi arrived, ignoring the barrier between the void and the house. Xiao Xiu, this fella, Zhuge Liang was furious. He directly waved his hand, and the protective formation of the hall immediately activated, blocking the saber chi. At this time, in the sky outside, Xiao Xiu's body emitted endless divine light. His entire body seemed to have become one with the peerless divine saber in his hand. Becoming one with the saber, Gu Fei smiled. This Xiao Xiu was indeed amazing. One should know that the saber in his hand was a quasi-supreme Tao tool, while Xiao Xiu was only a great saint. If it was anyone else, their body and soul would have been destroyed by the peerless saber chi from the peerless divine saber. The sacred body of a great saint could not withstand the power of a quasi-supreme, but Xiao Xiu had indeed broken through the shackles. He was actually using the body of a great saint to attract the power of a quasi-supreme for his own use. Such a method was truly terrifying. Ridiculous. Be careful that you don't explode. On top of the city wall, the iron blood Taoist stared at the figure in the sky with a solemn expression. The other party had become one with the saber and could perform a quasi-supreme attack. Under such an attack, no one knew if the protective formation of Wanxiang City could withstand it. The iron blood Taoist hurriedly operated the protective formation with all his might. A layer of dazzling light barrier appeared in the sky above Wanxiang City, enveloping the entire city. On the layer of light barrier, there were countless Tao patterns interweaving. Ancient Tao diagrams attracted the power of heaven and earth, causing the power of the entire protective formation to increase rapidly. Break. At this moment, Xiao Xiu exhaled and slashed down at Wanxiang City with all his might. A violent and monstrous power exploded from his body, causing the surrounding void to be annihilated. This slash seemed to have become eternal between heaven and earth, as though the heavens had attacked. It displayed peerless power, as though nothing in the world could block this slash. The saber light descended from the sky and landed on the layer of light barrier formed by the power of the protective formation of Wanxiang City. In the next moment, the sound of cloth being torn could be heard. Then, a hole that was several feet long appeared on the protective divine light barrier of Wanxiang City. Zhao Xiao had poured in all his strength for this slash. If he still could not break through the protective formation of Wanxiang City, he could only leave with his tail between his legs. Ha! Zhao Xiao laughed loudly and charged towards the hole on the light barrier. He wanted to kill his way into Wanxiang City and flatten it. However, just as he reached the hole, a ball of divine light shot out from the top of the city wall and turned into 9 divine phoenixes, sealing the hole. Who dares to stop me? Zhao Xiao's battle intent surged as he shattered the void and tried to force his way into Wanxiang City. He slashed again, and a terrifying saber Dao power exploded, causing a Dao tool that was surrounded by the 9 divine phoenixes to fly away. Kill! Seeing that Zhao Xiao could really barge into Wanxiang City, the Iron Blood Daoist was extremely shocked. Array, rise! The Iron Blood Daoist did not dare to delay, and hurriedly executed his strongest trump card. Buzz! The void shook, and Zhao Xiao's figure disappeared, leaving only a saber light in the world. Zhao Xiao charged straight into Wanxiang City. Then he became one with his saber and slashed down at the city lord's residence. It was too late for the Iron Blood Daoist to stop him. Just as the saber light broke through the layers of protection and was about to land on the city lord's mansion, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and grabbed the saber light that was descending from the sky. What? Seeing this scene, the Iron Blood Daoist's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. That was a peerless divine saber, the peerless divine saber of the primordial era's Zhao family, a quasi-supreme Dao tool. Yet, it was caught by someone with his bare hands. At this moment, a figure appeared in the sky above the city lord's residence. Becoming one with the saber, that's all there is to it. The black-robed youth grabbed the saber light and said indifferently, this person was Gu Fei. To be precise, it was one of his doppelgangers. He possessed an immortal eternal martial body. Although he was severely injured when he crossed realms to return to the human world, and his real body could not attack, he could only use his doppelgangers. Gu Fei had 2 doppelgangers. Back when he cultivated to the extreme supremacy realm, the cultivation and battle strength of these 2 doppelgangers were already close to the supremacy realm. The moment this doppelganger appeared, the entire world became unstable and the quasi-supreme aura spread out. Even a sage would not be able to withstand it. Let me go now. The saber light struggled in the hands of Gu Fei's doppelganger like a snake trying to break free. Let you go? Gu Fei's doppelganger laughed. In the next moment, he exerted force with his right hand. With a clang, the saber light in his hand was actually crushed by him. Blood splattered and shattered flesh mixed with the shards of the peerless saber appeared in the void. The Iron Blood Daoist was dumbfounded. This scene was extremely shocking. His master had actually crushed the Zhao family's quasi-supreme Dao artifact, the peerless saber. Zhao Xiao, who was one with the saber, was unlucky enough to encounter Gu Fei. As a result, he ended up with his saber crushed and his death. Zhao Xiao could not even withstand a single move from his master and died, just like that. Zhao Xiao, one of the 2 successors of the primordial antiquity Zhao family, was dead. Furthermore, he died in Wanxiang City. The entire eastern region was shocked when the news spread. Someone actually killed Zhao Xiao. That's the divine son of the Zhao family. Heavens have been pierced. Wanxiang City is definitely done for this time. Humph, not necessarily. Do you know who the master of the Iron Blood Daoist is? Gu Fei. He's been missing for so long. Perhaps he's already dead in some corner. All the major forces in the eastern region were alarmed. Countless people in the cultivation world were discussing this matter. Zhao Xiu's death had completely ignited the eastern region's cultivation world. This was the beginning of chaos. However, Gu Fei did not care so much. He was not someone who could be bullied. Whoever dared to provoke him, he would take their life. Is the primordial antiquity, Zhao family digging their own grave. Chapter 4206. In the human realm, the inheritances of the four ancient sovereigns were respectively the Zhao clan of the eastern domain, the Zhou clan of the southern domain, the Li clan of the western domain, and the Jiang clan of the northern domain. The Jiang family had Jiang Renhuang. Jiang Renhuang had intimidated the far north demon area with his own strength. Countless demons didn't dare to take even half a step forward. As for the eastern regions, Zhao family's ancestral land, it was a place where dragons ascended. There was an ancient dragon nest that had once nurtured a true dragon of the 9 heavens. This kind of peerless treasure land was hard to find throughout the world. Only these cultivation clans that had been passed down for countless years and possessed incomparably deep foundations could possess such a treasured land. If it was anyone else, they would not be able to guard this treasured land at all. On this day, an angry roar came from the ancestral land of the Zhao family. The entire ancestral land shook. Are you crazy? An old man crawled out of a cave and started cursing at the top of his lungs. Zhao Xiu is dead. An old voice came from the depths of the ancestral land. When the disheveled old man heard that, he was first shocked before he flew into a rage. Zhao Xiu is dead. The disheveled old man almost went berserk. At this moment, a figure walked out from the depths of the Zhao clan's ancestral grounds. This person's white robes fluttered in the wind. His hair and eyebrows were all white. He walked through the air step by step, exuding a celestial air. Zhao Yuan, how do you know that Zhao Xiu is dead? The disheveled old man roared at that person. This is his life token. The white-robed Zhao Yuan tossed the fragment to the disheveled old man. Roar! The disheveled old man caught the shards and lowered his head to take a look. The next moment, he roared into the skies as a terrifying energy wave spread out from his body, shaking the world. Enough, step down. A dignified voice came from the deepest part of the Zhao family's ancestral ground. Yes, old ancestor. The shocking aura on the 2 old men immediately retreated like the tide. Then, they hurriedly bowed in the direction of the voice. They were extremely respectful. The 2 old men looked at each other and carefully retreated. Why are the 2 ancestors so furious? He actually alarmed the first ancestor. Everyone in the Zhao family's ancestral land was alarmed. Even some of the older generation experts, who had been in seclusion for hundreds of years, came out. Soon, everyone knew what had happened. Zhao Xiu actually died in Wanxiang City. Everyone in the Zhao clan was shocked. One should know that Zhao Xiu was a great saint, one of the most outstanding figures in the younger generation of the Zhao clan. In the entire younger generation of the Zhao clan, only the goddess of the Zhao clan could be compared to him. Zhao Xiu's death was definitely a great loss to the Zhao family. The reason why the primordial Zhao family's inheritance could last for so long and was able to stand tall in the eastern domain was because every generation of the Zhao family had a peerless expert who led the Zhao family to contend against other forces. Of course, Zhao Xiu was dead, but the Zhao clan still had their goddess. However, the Zhao family's anger could only be extinguished with blood. Whose blood? It was naturally the iron blood Taoist Zhuge Liang and their subordinates. Zhao Tiangang was the current family head of the Zhao family of the remote antiquity. The previous family had already fallen from power and was sent to a remote place to guard the mines. The Zhao family had many spirit crystal mines. It had to be said that this Zhao Tiangang really had some ability. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to pull down the previous generation's patriarch. For a big family, like the Zhao family of the remote antiquity, the internal struggles were extremely intense. The Zhao family was divided into a few factions. For the position of the family head, these factions were constantly fighting against each other. Of course, with the Zhao family's ancestral ancestor overseeing the Zhao family, these factions would not be able to cause any trouble. As long as no one died, the Zhao family's ancestral ancestor would allow these factions to fight against each other. He could not be bothered with them. It did not matter much to him who the family head was. The two ancestral ancestors of the Zhao family immediately left the ancestral ground and headed straight for the Wanxiang city. Not long after the two ancestral ancestors of the Zhao family left the ancestral ground, a divine army rushed out of the ancestral ground. This divine army was wearing black armor and held battle spears. They formed a battle formation and charged towards the Wanxiang city like a black cloud. A powerful, murderous aura spread from the battle formation of the divine army. Everywhere it passed, countless living beings were terrified to the extreme. That's the Black Dragon Army of the Zhao family. What happened? Why did the Zhao family send out the Black Dragon Army? Some of the older cultivators exclaimed when they saw the Zhao family's army flying across the sky. The Black Dragon Army of the primordial Zhao family was the most elite army of the Zhao family. They had been through hundreds of battles and had once conquered a huge territory for the Zhao family. That direction. Is the Zhao family of the primordial Zhao family going to attack the Wanxiang city? 3 to 5 people gathered on a mountain peak. One of them raised his head and exclaimed as he looked into the sky, "Wanxiang city? The Iron Blood Taoist is only a great sage. The Zhao family of the primordial Zhao family has a few heavenly venerables." Someone said, "TSK. The Zhao family does not only have heavenly venerables, but they also have the mysterious ancestral ancestor." A cultivator of the older generation said, "Ancestral ancestor? Who's that?" The younger cultivators were naturally not as knowledgeable as the older cultivators. "You're so ignorant. Ha ha." The cultivator of the older generation laughed. "Please enlighten me, senior." The cultivators of the younger generation all wanted to know more about it. However, the cultivator of the older generation smiled without saying anything else. Although the Iron Blood Taoist is only a great sage, he has a huge backing. The cultivator of the older generation left after saying that and disappeared into the mountains. The backing of the Iron Blood Taoist. The cultivators of the younger generation were all shocked. What backing does the Iron Blood Taoist have? Someone was disdainful. The Iron Blood Taoist is only a great sage and isn't even a heavenly venerate. That's not normal for him to be able to defend Wanxiang city. A white-robed young man said indifferently. The other young cultivators fell silent. At that moment, the city lord's residence of Wanxiang city was filled with joy. The city lord, the Iron Blood Taoist, was holding a huge banquet to welcome Gu Fei's return. Experts from various places gathered in Wanxiang city. They were the subordinates of the Iron Blood Taoist and were all experts with the cultivation of a sage king or even a sage emperor. 2 of them were even half-step great sages. Only sage realm experts with the cultivation of a sage king or above could oversee a region. Although Gu Fei had left, the Iron Blood Taoist days were not too difficult with Xiaoqing's protection. His subordinates were also filled with talents. However, after little Qing left, his days were no longer easy. The Iron Blood Taoist initially had 18 sage kings, 9 sage emperors, and 3 half-step great sages. However, when little Qin went to the heaven realm and did not return for nearly 300 years, many of the Iron Blood Taoist subordinates left. Only 11 of the 18 saint kings were left, and there were only 4 saint emperors and 2 half-step great saints. Even so, the Iron Blood Taoist forces were still very strong. Apart from the primordial Zhao family and Dongfang family, the Iron Blood Taoist forces were the strongest in the entire East region. Ha ha! Now that master is back, the primordial Zhao family and Dongfang family will have to step aside. Chapter 42:07. This time, Gu Fei did not return for the Zhao family of the primordial clan or the Dongfang family. He only wanted to set foot on the human race's ancient road and find his woman, Gu Ling. However, he must first understand the situation in the human realm before setting foot on the human race's ancient road. The entrance to the human race's ancient road was still in the hands of the Qin clan. Back then, old man Qin Huang had some friendship with him, but he was too embarrassed to attack the Qin clan. At this moment, in the backyard of the city lord's residence in Wanxiang City, many sages had gathered. Although they had already concealed their auras, it was still frightening. The weaker cultivators in the city hid far away, not daring to approach the city lord's residence. Master, could it be the legendary peerless savage, Gu Fei? Lower your voice. Who else could our boss's master be, if not that savage? If that person really returns, then our bitter days will be over. In the backyard, the sages were discussing softly. They usually oversaw a region. They were either city lords or rulers of a region. It was rare for them to gather in recent years, if not for the Iron Blood Taoist message to them, asking them to put down everything they were doing and rush back to Wanxiang City. It was unknown when they would be able to meet again. Is that person really that powerful? Someone said disapprovingly. Wu Jue, how dare you doubt our master? At this moment, a person walked in from outside. The person held a feather fan and looked elegant. It was Zhuge Liang. It's not that I doubt him, but our master should show us a few moves to broaden our horizons. Saint Wu Jue said. He was one of the 2 half-step great sages under the Iron Blood Taoist. That's right. Only then will we be convinced. A sage at the side said. Tian Chao, what do you mean by this? Zhuge Liang was displeased. His master's strength was unquestionable in his eyes. Back then, Gu Fei trampled the demon ancestor and killed the ruler of Judi. How heroic was he? Actually, the sages under the Iron Blood Taoist had more or less heard of Gu Fei's name. One should know that Gu Fei's name shook the world back then. Who didn't know him? The other saints also looked towards Zhuge Liang. There was only one person sitting in the corner, drinking by himself. Whoever dares to question master can scram. At this moment, a loud shout came from outside. Then, the Iron Blood Taoist walked in with a gloomy expression. Boss, Saint Wu Jue was shocked to see the Iron Blood Taoist. Boss, Wu Jue's words make some sense. You must know that in the cultivation world, the strong are respected. A skinny, monkey-like saint said. Ho Xiao, you're too impudent. The Iron Blood Taoist glared at the skinny saint and said while gritting his teeth, these fellows were really reckless to actually dare to question his master. If his master was angered, these fellows would all be finished. Boss, the strong are respected. That's not bad. The other saints also spoke up. Only the strong could convince the masses. Moreover, these people were all arrogant saints. The saints in the backyard of the city lord's mansion were all saint kings and above. If he wanted them to be convinced, he would have to bring out something stronger than them. You're all saints in vain. The Iron Blood Taoist was furious. Do you want me to show you what I'm capable of? At this moment, Gu Fei's voice came from behind the Iron Blood Taoist. Then, he walked out from behind the Iron Blood Taoist and looked at Wu Jue with a faint smile. Saint Wu Jue did not dare to look at Gu Fei at all. When he saw Gu Fei looking at him, he hurriedly lowered his head. That day in the city lord's mansion, Gu Fei had killed Zhao Xiu, the great saint of the Zhao family. However, only the Iron Blood Taoist, Zhuge Liang, Saint Wu Jue, and 2 other saints had witnessed that scene. The saints present did not dare to say anything. The ones who wanted to cause trouble for Gu Fei were the saints who had just returned from other places. That's right. If you want us to submit to you, you must be strong enough. The monkey-like Ho Xiao looked at Gu Fei and said solemnly, "Very well, the strong are respected. This is the unchanging truth of the universe." Gu Fei looked at Saint Ho Xiao and suddenly smiled. Oh no! The Iron Blood Taoist's expression changed immediately. He hurriedly said to Gu Fei, "Boss, why do you have to lower yourself to his level?" When Gu Fei appeared, the saints who were sitting in a corner and drinking looked up at Gu Fei before lowering their heads to drink again. The strong are respected. There's nothing wrong with this saying. Gu Fei glanced at the Iron Blood Taoist and said, the Iron Blood Taoist did not know what to do when he heard this. "How about this? I have a cauldron. If any of you can carry it, I'll recognize that person as my boss." "How about that?" Gu Fei said after some thought. "All right." Saint Wu Jue and Saint Ho Xiao exchanged glances, and then they retreated. Gu Fei glanced at them and flipped his right hand. An ancient cauldron the size of a fist appeared in his hand. Then he tossed it to the ground. The ancient cauldron grew to the size of a small mountain as soon as it was set up. The ancient cauldron exuded an ancient aura. It was obvious that it was an ancient artifact that had existed for countless years. However, apart from that, none of the saints present could see anything special about the ancient cauldron. Could it be some of the saints present suddenly thought of something when they saw the ancient cauldron, and they became extremely excited? If this ancient cauldron was really the ancient cauldron of legend, then no one present could lift it. After all, the ancient cauldron of legend was a supreme Tao artifact. "I'll do it!" Someone refused to believe it and walked over with large strides. This person was tall and strong, and it was obvious that he was a strength-type fellow. This person grabbed the leg of the cauldron as soon as he arrived, and then he roared furiously and exerted his strength in an attempt to lift the ancient cauldron. However, the ancient cauldron did not move at all. It did not even budge, let alone be lifted. Roar! The extremely strong saint roared furiously and exerted his strength continuously. However, it was useless even after he exerted all his strength. His head was covered in sweat, and his face had turned from red to purple. No matter how much strength he exerted or how he used his divine ability, he could not move the huge cauldron. Divine light surged continuously from this saint's body, and countless Tao markings appeared on his arms. An extremely violent power erupted from his body. In the end, this saint was so exhausted that he collapsed to the ground and panted. His clothes were drenched in sweat. This, Chapter 4208, apart from Zhuge Liang, the Iron Blood Taoist had 11 sage kings, for sage emperors, and 2 half-great saints under his command. However, in the current human world, this kind of power was only considered decent. The Iron Blood Taoist power was not enough to contend against the clan of the ancients. He was even inferior to the Dongfang clan. If not for the fact that Gu Fei had just returned, the Iron Blood Taoist would have to cede many more cities to the Zhao and Dongfang clan. Now that Gu Fei had returned, the Iron Blood Taoist naturally did not need to cede any more territories. Not only that, He also wanted the Zhao and Dongfang clan to spit out the territories that they had previously occupied. Given his master Gu Fei's personality, the Zhao and Dongfang clan would definitely be in big trouble. The Iron Blood Taoist really could not wait to see how the Zhao and Dongfang clan would react when they learned that Gu Fei had returned. Back then, the Zhao and Dongfang clan were terrified of Gu Fei after being beaten up. Back then, Gu Fei had forced the Zhao family of the clan of the remote antiquity to bow down to him. He had almost fought with the Dongfang family. If it were not for Jiang Renhuang, the Dongfang family would have been destroyed by Gu Fei. However, at this moment, the atmosphere in the Wanxiang City Lord's residence was somewhat stiff. The Iron Blood Taoist subordinates dared to question their master, Gu Fei. Gu Fei had made a bet with these saints that he would recognize whoever could lift his ancient cauldron as his boss. An ancient cauldron the size of a small mountain stood on the ground. A saint filled with power walked out and attempted to lift the ancient cauldron. However, the result was extremely shocking. Saint King Xiangyu, who was known for his strength, was unable to move the ancient cauldron even after using all his strength. Saint Emperor Xiangyu's strength was definitely one of the best amongst the saints present. If even he collapsed from exhaustion, who could lift the ancient cauldron? Humph! Master's reputation was earned through fighting. How dare you guys cause trouble for no reason? Be careful. Master might kill all of you in a fit of anger. Zhuge Liang glanced at the crowd and said coldly. The saints' expressions changed when they heard that. They were all saints. How could they not have heard of Gu Fei's reputation? However, they thought that it was just a rumor made up by others, and that Gu Fei's battle prowess might not be much stronger than theirs. Who else wants to give it a try? Gu Fei glanced at the crowd indifferently. Everyone was silent. If even Xiangyu could not lift this ancient cauldron, who else could? A bunch of trash. Aren't you going to greet your master? The Iron Blood Taoist roared at this group of people. Paying respects to master, the group of people quickly followed suit and knelt down respectfully. Humph! At least you're tactful. Zhu Guoliang held the feather fan in his hand and flew gracefully, as if he was the emperor of the 9 heavens who did not eat the flames of the mortal world. At this point, the sages no longer doubted that this ancient cauldron was the legendary mountain and river cauldron, who could lift an extreme Tao treasure like the mountain and river cauldron. Iron Blood Brat, come out and die. At this moment, a loud shout came from outside the city lord's mansion. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. Someone actually dared to speak to the Iron Blood Taoist like that. Someone from the primordial regions. Zhao family? When the Iron Blood Taoist heard that voice, he was not anxious or nervous at all. With Gu Fei around, who would he be afraid of? Rise! Gu Fei said indifferently. The group of sages stood up hurriedly. Both Sage Wu Jue and Sage Ho Shao were well-behaved at this moment. Iron Blood Brat, what are you waiting for? Come out and die. The voice from outside rang out once more. Although the voice was incomparably old, it was clearly heard by everyone present. At this moment, 2 shocking auras surged in from outside Myriad Phenomenon City. The entire Myriad Phenomenon City went silent instantly as countless cultivators were extremely shocked. Previously, Scholar Zhao had attacked Myriad Phenomenon City, and now someone was here to cause trouble for the Iron Blood Taoist. There was truly no end to this. Primordial regions, Zhao family. Gu Fei muttered to himself indifferently. It seemed like the primordial regions, Zhao family had already forgotten the pain of the past. Master, why don't we take this opportunity to annihilate the primordial regions, Zhao family? Zhuge Liang said. If Gu Fei annihilated the primordial regions, Zhao family as soon as he returned, it would definitely shock the entire human world. Annihilate the primordial regions. Zhao family? When the sages heard that, they were shocked once again. One must know that this was an earth-shattering matter. Very well, Iron Blood Brat. Since you're not coming out, then let the myriad phenomenon city be buried with you. The old voice sounded once more. At the next moment, boom. With a loud bang, the entire myriad phenomenon city shook. Violent energy waves spread across the heavens and earth. Someone had actually shaken the entire myriad phenomenon city. Damn, could it be that the saint of the primordial regions, Zhao family, is here? The Iron Blood Taoist said with a frown. Let's go and take a look. As Gu Fei spoke, he soared into the sky from the backyard of the city lord's residence and flew into the sky. Outside the Wanxiang city's Great City Barrier Formation, a disheveled old man was swinging a huge hammer. He ruthlessly smashed the light barrier formed by the power of the Great City Barrier Formation. Boom! With another loud bang, the City Protection Formation shook violently. Countless Tao patterns interweaved on the light barrier, summoning an incomparably powerful force to block the disheveled old man's attack. A ring of transparent ripples spread out in all directions from the point of impact of the huge hammer. The light barrier had suffered 2 attacks, and cracks had appeared on it. Quasi-supreme Tao weapon. Gu Fei could not help but frown. The huge hammer in the disheveled old man's hands seemed to be even stronger than the peerless divine saber in Zhao Xiu's hands. At this moment, a divine light surged from the city lord's residence. Beams of divine light shot into the sky and arrived behind Gu Fei. I was wondering who it was. So it's you 2 old fools. When the Iron Blood Taoist saw the 2 invading powerhouses, his eyes flashed with a bright light. 2 Saint Venerable Patriarchs of the primordial regions, Zhao family, are here. Why? Do you want to start a war? Waving his feather fan, Zhu Guliang walked out from behind Gu Fei. You ants! If not for the fact that the family head forbade us from finding trouble with you, do you think that a mere myriad phenomenon city would still exist? The disheveled old man said in disdain. Humph, you want to destroy me? Let's give it a try then. Zhu Guliang was not nervous at all. So, what if they were Saint Venerables? Back then, their master was an existence that could fight against a quasi-supremacy. Little brat, you're courting death. The disheveled old man could not help but be enraged at the thought of Zhao Xiu dying in the hands of these people. He raised the heaven-quake hammer in his hands with all his might and smashed it down on the city protection formation. Boom! Kacha! The loud sound of impact was mixed with the sound of things shattering. The city protection formation of Myriad Phenomenon City was filled with cracks, as though it could shatter at any moment. The saints behind Gu Fei had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces when they witnessed this scene. If this crazy old man was allowed to kill his way into Myriad Phenomenon City, the consequences would be unpredictable. Ha ha! At that moment, the disheveled old man burst into laughter. Amidst his laughter, he raised the heaven-quake hammer in his hands and struck with all his might. Rumble! As the dull sound of thunder rang out, the city protection formation of Myriad Phenomenon City was shattered, turning into countless rays of divine light that dissipated into the void. Gu Fei could not help but frown when he saw that. Kill! Without hesitation, the disheveled old man swung the heaven-quake hammer in his hands towards Gu Fei and the others. The heaven-quake hammer expanded rapidly. By the time it reached the top of Gu Fei's head, it was already the size of a small mountain, causing the entire world to tremble. The other saints exclaimed and fled in all directions. Bam! With a smile, Gu Fei raised his right hand gently and slapped the heaven-quake hammer that was smashing down. In the next moment, the heaven-quake hammer flew out of the disheveled old man's hands and was sent flying by the recoil. What the disheveled old man's shock was not to be underestimated. Who was this guy to dare to take on a quasi-paragon Tao weapon head-on? A quasi-paragon Tao weapon was not something that could be found in a handful. Some people had cultivated for countless years, but had never seen a quasi-paragon Tao weapon with their own eyes. The moment the disheveled old man saw Gu Fei's appearance, he nearly peed his pants. "Zhao Chao, you're really trash. You haven't captured Taoist Tai Shui and the others after so long?" The other saint of the Zhao family was called Zhao Yuan. Both of them were the patriarchs of the primordial era's Zhao family. Their cultivation realms were extremely strong, and no one dared to offend them. "Zhao Yuan, why don't you do it?" the disheveled old man said coldly. Lowering his head, he saw that his hands that were wielding the Heavenquake hammer were riddled with countless wounds that were oozing blood. At that moment, the disheveled old man was both shocked and furious. When Zhao Chao, who was flying over from afar, caught sight of Gu Fei, he stumbled and nearly fell from the sky. "Gu Fei? How is that possible?" Zhao Chao glared at the black-robed young man opposite him, and his heart was in turmoil. It was no wonder that Taoist Tai Shui would kill Zhao Xiu. It was because Gu Fei had returned. Gu Fei. Zhao Chao was scared out of his wits. "Humph, go and die yourselves." Gu Fei looked at the two holy venerables coldly. They were holy venerables. But so what? It wasn't like he had not killed them in the past. "I'll fight it out with you." Zhao Chao roared and channeled the power within his body crazily. An extremely violent energy wave rippled out in all directions, destroying everything in its path. It was as though the entire world could no longer contain Zhao Chao's powerful divine body. "Do you have the right?" Gu Fei laughed and punched out. The two fists collided, and the sound of bones cracking rang out as Zhao Chao staggered back with a tragic cry. However, there was no way Gu Fei would let Zhao Chao off. With a single step, he disappeared into the void. By the time he appeared again, he was above Zhao Chao's head. Bam!